Chapter 101, Is this human stupid? You want to eat this, right? Wang Xiaoi said with a chuckle as she used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of sweet and sour ribs covered with amber-colored sauce and slightly wave it around Yang Chen's face. At that moment, Yang Chen was already captivated by the intoxicating smell emanating from the sweet and sour ribs. His eyes were unable to move away. The amber-colored luster of the sweet and sour ribs was simply too alluring. He subconsciously felt his stomach was empty and could not help but want to have a taste. Go order it yourself if you want to eat. Humph! This is mine. When Wang Xiaoi saw Yang Chen drooling, she immediately became overjoyed. She had a triumphant expression as she shoved the sweet and sour ribs into her mouth in one bite. Her eyes curved into two adorable crescents. Yang Chen was furious. He knew this brat was definitely up to no good. However, he really had to admit that the aroma was truly fragrant. He had never smelled anything as captivating or enticing before. Yang Chen was thinking whether he should also order a serving of sweet and sour ribs, but he was hesitating since he already ordered red braised meat. He gave up in the end. He decided to taste the red braised meat first before making the choice. However, in order to resist the temptation, Yang Chen forced himself to look away from Wang Xiaoi, who was enjoying the sweet and sour ribs. Chew, chew. Wang Xiaoi was amused as she watched Yang Chen, who had closed his eyes so that he would not see the sweet and sour ribs. She was elated in her mind as she chewed loudly on purpose. Since Yang Chen was unable to see, she was using sound to entice him. For Yang Chen, this was simply the most upsetting torture. It was even more upsetting than making him perform 10 sets of kata out in the snow. Nearby, Song Tao had been monitoring both of them. However, when he looked at the plate of sweet and sour ribs in front of Wang Xiaoi, he could not help but swallow his saliva as well. The smell was simply too aromatic. Even though the rumors alleged the price of the dishes in the black-hearted store was ridiculously expensive, there was a reason for its pricing. Unfortunately, a serving of sweet and sour ribs actually cost 50 crystals. When Song Tao imagined how 50 crystals would slip away from his pockets if he ordered the sweet and sour ribs, he even lost his appetite for eating. While withstanding the temptation of the sweet and sour ribs, Yang Chen managed to endure until Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen. He became excited when he saw the plate of carnelian-like red braised meat that was exuding a cloud of steam. "Here's your red braised meat, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang calmly said. Compared to Yang Chen's eagerness, Bulletin Fang was easygoing. Yang Chen's eyes were staring straight at the red braised meat in front of him. The pieces of meat were translucent like carnelian and gave off an extremely beautiful red luster when placed under the lighting. It was exquisite like a piece of artwork and he could not bear to eat it. However, the craving for food in his stomach conquered his appreciation for beauty in the end. Yang Chen grabbed his chopsticks and carefully picked up a piece of red braised meat. As the chopsticks lightly clamped onto the piece of red braised meat, a slightly translucent juice seeped out and a fragrance wafted into the air. Placing the piece of meat in his mouth, a faint sweetness accompanied with the rich taste of meat instantly invaded and occupied his entire mouth. Yang Chen's whole body seemed to be wrapped by the flavor of the meat. The first layer of the venison was oily but not greasy. It was springy and the texture was extremely good. When Yang Chen reached the lean meat portion, which should be firm, the tenderness and smoothness was outside of his expectations. The piece of meat entered his stomach with a gulp. It's really delicious," Yang Chen blankly muttered. He was looking at the plate of red braised meat in disbelief. There was actually such a delicious red braised meat in the world. Compared to the braised spirit pork from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, the difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. Just a single piece of meat was able to thoroughly subdue Yang Chen. Wang Xiaoi's eyes became even more curved. She cheerfully picked up another piece of sweet and sour ribs and shoved it into her mouth. Her cheeks were bulging as she chewed on the meat. "Humph! I already told you earlier, the smelly boss dishes are definitely the most delicious." Yang Chen smacked his lips. He felt as if he did not taste the red braised meat just now, and so, he picked up another piece of meat and once more shoved it into his mouth. With a gulp, the piece of meat entered his stomach. Yang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He picked up another piece of meat and blissfully shoved it into his mouth. With a gulp, the meat entered his stomach. Thus, Yang Chen began to continuously pick up the pieces of meat and continuously shove them into his mouth. He was simply unable to stop himself. When Bulletin Fang was carrying out the egg fried rice, the entire plate of red braised meat was gone. "Here's your egg fried rice, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang said as he placed the egg fried rice that seemed to be exuding golden light in front of Song Tao. Song Tao, who was already extremely tormented, picked up the porcelain spoon without saying anything and began scooping up the rice. The moment the spoon dug into the rice, the egg aroma and rice fragrance that was contained within instantly gushed out. Steam rose up and enveloped Song Tao's face, sending him into an euphoric state. Even though the price of the egg fried rice was not considered expensive and the cooking method was simple, it was undeniable that the fragrance exuded by this simple dish was the strongest. The reason was the eggs by themselves were extremely aromatic when stir-fried. No one could resist the egg fried rice's fragrance. Neither Song Tao nor Yang Chen could do it. After eating a bite of egg fried rice, Song Tao was thoroughly captivated by it. He was continuously scooping the rice, chewing and swallowing. He was completely subdued by the delicious flavor of the dish and forgot all about his objective for entering the store. After a short while, the entire plate of egg fried rice was completely finished. The plate was licked clean and not even a single grain of rice was left. Delicious! Song Tao placed the plate down and ran his tongue over his lips. He did not expect the egg fried rice to be so delicious. A single serving was simply not enough to satisfy him. "Owner Bulletin, give me another serving of egg fried rice." While facing such a delicious taste, even a fellow like Song Tao who was stingy by nature chose to compromise and decided to order another serving of egg fried rice. "You'll have to order another dish. Since you've already ordered egg fried rice, you're not allowed to order it anymore," Bulletin Fang replied after giving him a glance. Song Tao was startled for a moment and then remembered the rules written on the menu. He suddenly felt somewhat depressed. At that moment, only then did he suddenly remember that he was not there to have a meal. He was there to abduct Yang Chen and Wiang Xiaoai. Therefore, Song Tao withstood the temptation and carefully took out a single crystal. He placed it on the table with a face filled with reluctance before turning around and leaving. Bulletin Fang's face was filled with doubts as he watched Song Tao leaving. Didn't he say he was going to order another dish? After leaving the store, Song Tao did not go far. He found a comfortable spot a few meters away from the entrance of the alleyway and squatted down. He did not dare to make a move within the store, but once they were outside, he would be able to instantly capture the two brats and then leave. At the very least, he could not let the Supreme Beast Dog have the chance to make a move. The miserable fate of his two subordinates that were sent flying was still fresh in his mind. He did not dare to let that Supreme Beast Dog unleash its claws. Heavy snow was unsteadily falling from the sky without warning. The Imperial City was once again covered with a layer of snow. Within the store, Yang Chen, who was still craving for more, ordered some more dishes and he was heartily enjoying his meal. On the other hand, Xiaoai ordered a serving of warm fish head tofu soup and she was elatedly sipping the soup. The two of them simply had no plans to leave. At the entrance of the alleyway, Song Tao was squatting there without moving. His body was already covered with a thick layer of white snow. Whenever he slightly moved his body, there would be snow falling off from him. Lying at the entrance of the store, Blackie rolled its eyes. It was speechless for a moment because of Song Tao's behavior. It thought, is this human stupid? Song Tao was questioning his own normality as well. However, he had no other choice. In order to complete the mission, he could only make such a fearless sacrifice. Qian Bao was wearing a brocade robe and a fox skin overcoat. He was accompanied by a chef from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. When he reached the entrance of the alleyway, he spotted the shivering Song Tao, who was hiding within the alleyway. He immediately waved his hand away in disgust and said, "Where did this filthy beggar come from? Get lost, don't block the way." When Song Tao heard those words, he immediately entered a daze. He was a 6th grade battle emperor. He was actually being treated as a filthy beggar? Since when did he become this miserable? Chapter 102, we are here today to consult you on cutting techniques. What are you looking at? Are you not satisfied? Never seen a rich man before. Qian Bao was immediately upset when he noticed the filthy beggar squatting in the corner was actually glaring at him. He swung his fox skin overcoat and coldly berated the beggar. Song Tao was dumbfounded. He pursed his lips together and looked at Qian Bao. He wondered where in the world this fellow obtained the courage to behave arrogantly in front of him. Even though his current appearance was indeed rather miserable. Nevertheless, he was still a 6th grade battle emperor. The middle-aged chef standing behind Qian Bao glanced at Song Tao in disgust as well. He waved his hand away and said, as expected of a store opened within an alleyway. No wonder there's not many people coming through here. It's all because of filthy beggars like this. They're simply ruining the appetite of customers. Master Zhao, as long as you're able to get back our restaurant's prestige, I'll immediately give you 1,000 gold coins when we get back. I'll guarantee you a blissful spring festival. Qian Bao gave Master Zhao a glance and began laughing. This Master Zhao was the most skilled in cutting techniques among the chefs of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Qian Bao knew that no one within his restaurant could produce dishes with a taste comparable to the dishes from the Black-Hearted store. Even though he had never tasted them before, since Bulletin Fang's store had obtained the former emperor's recognition, their standard would definitely be at the level of his restaurant's roasted flour duck. Therefore, defeating the Black-Hearted store with taste was too difficult. Since that was not possible, he could only try with cutting techniques. Therefore, Qian Bao brought along the chef that was the most skilled in cutting techniques within the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. 1,000 gold coins. Master Zhao's eyes immediately lit up and the corners of his mouth widened into a large grin. 1,000 gold coins was already a huge sum of money to him. He had to work an entire year in order to get this much. No problem, boss. Leave this to me. I'll definitely use my cutting techniques to viciously pare that little restaurant's face. I'll let them understand what a real chef is. Master Zhao reliably said while patting his chest. All right, I am counting on you, Qian Bao said with a laugh. After that, the two of them walked past Song Tao in revulsion and intended to enter the alleyway. However, they might not care about Song Tao but the latter was displeased about them. Within the Black-Hearted store, Song Tao felt extremely vexed because of that supreme beast dog. After leaving the store, there were actually 2 blind fools that dared to prance around in front of him. They were even taunting him and treating him as a beggar. When have you ever seen a beggar that was a 6th grade battle emperor? When Qian Bao felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder, he was startled for a moment. Then he felt his entire body being suppressed by an imposing presence and he was completely unable to move. What the? You filthy beggar, what are you trying to do? Don't push your luck. Remove your filthy hand. When Master Zhao saw that Song Tao's hand was placed on Qian Bao's shoulder, he immediately started shouting and stretched his hand out towards Song Tao. Song Tao's body shook for a moment as true energy instantly burst forth and blew away the snow that covered his body. His hair was fluttering and his clothes violently flapped under the outflow of his true energy. His eyes were sharp as a knife. Master Zhao's hand that was just stretched out uncontrollably trembled. Damn! How did a filthy beggar suddenly turn into a cultivator? Song Tao gave Master Zhao a wide-eyed glare and shouted, "Get lost!" His voice violently surged forward like rolling thunder. Master Zhao immediately took several steps backward in fear. Both of his legs were trembling. This presence was too terrifying. Even though Master Zhao had a cultivation level as well, he was only a 2nd grade battle master. When faced with the terrifying aura of a 6th grade battle emperor, he was close to wetting his pants in terror. On the other hand, Qian Bao was still quite calm. He was someone who had seen the world after all, so his behavior was not as pathetic as Master Zhao. This lowly person failed to recognize such a great person. It is the fault of this lowly person for offending your excellency. I am the owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. I wish to set up a banquet for your excellency to express my apologies. Would your excellency please calm down? Qian Bao said with a trembling body. Song Tao was going to slap these 2 fellows to death at first. However, when he heard Qian Bao was the owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, he suddenly stopped his descending hand and then dispersed the true energy. Since they're from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, forget it, Song Tao thought. Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that you're from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, I would have already slapped both of you to death. Song Tao coldly said. The true energy swirling around him gradually dissipated and then he regained his serene appearance. I heard the 2 of you saying that you're going to that Black-Hearted store in order to challenge owner Bulletin, right? Qian Bao was startled for a moment before he hurriedly nodded his head and said, that's right. We're indeed going there to challenge owner Bulletin. However, if your excellency does not permit, we'll immediately turn back. Even though Master Zhao was agonizing over the loss of the 1,000 gold coins, after thinking for a while, his life was far more important. Therefore, he was nodding his head as well. What are you going back for? Go compete with him. You must compete. Furthermore, you must compete with him outside. Song Tao's eyes did a little turn before he said with a sneer. Qian Bao and Master Zhao were both surprised for a moment. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. So, this filthy beggar. Oh, His Excellency was not someone from the black-hearted store? Aren't the two of you going to challenge owner Bulletin in cutting techniques? Why don't you set the location of the match right here at the alleyway's entrance? Wouldn't this be more fair and just? Song Tao said. This. What's the difference? It's even harder to perform cutting techniques in the cold, Master Zhao silently complained. Just do what I tell you to do. Do you have any complaints? Song Tao coldly said as he gave Master Zhao a glare. He did not dare to act impudent within the store because they had a supreme beast dog. However, what was stopping him from being arrogant in front of two ants? Qian Bao could only helplessly accept Song Tao's decision in the end. Then, the two of them headed toward Bulletin Fang's store step by step while under Song Tao's watchful eyes. Song Tao was feeling satisfied by his own wit. I might not be able to do anything within the store. However, things are much simpler if we are here at the entrance of the alleyway. Even if that supreme beast dog intervenes, I'll still be able to escape. Furthermore, I'll be able to snatch away those two brats as well. Qian Bao rubbed his hands together and expelled a cloud of white breath as he stepped into Bulletin Fang's store. As he entered the store, it was like stepping into a warm world. While snow was swirling outside, the interior of the store was warm and cozy. A rich fragrance was slowly wafting within the store and Qian Bao was instantly attracted by the fragrance of the fish soup and the mellowness of the meaty aroma. He could not help but swallow his saliva. As he had expected. Only the smell of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's roasted flour duck could match this fragrance. Master Zhao was a chef as well. The moment he smelled the aroma of the dishes, he knew he would definitely lose if they competed in cooking. He would lose without even having a chance to retaliate. The difference in level between them was too large. It's you? What are you having? Bulletin Fang recognized Qian Bao. Previously, he went to the latter's restaurant and found fault with their dishes from the first floor till the third floor. He criticized their dishes to the point where they had no merit to speak of. He was naturally familiar with their owner. He did not think that Qian Bao would actually come into his store. Owner Bulletin should still remember me, right? On that day, owner Bulletin's evaluation of Immortal Phoenix restaurant's dishes has really allowed me to receive a lot of benefits. The taste of many of our dishes have indeed improved after undergoing revisions. However, the saying goes that we should reciprocate politeness. That's why I brought our Immortal Phoenix restaurant's #1 chef here today to consult you. Qian Bao's words were quite pompous, but the meaning was actually quite simple. We're here today to find fault. Since you found my fault, I must find yours. Otherwise, we'll lose our face. Consult. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly glanced toward Qian Bao as well as that Master Zhao standing behind Qian Bao. He pursed his lips and then said, if the level of your chef is the same as last time, then I won't accept, because the two of you don't have the qualification. We don't have the qualification. The muscles on Master Zhao's face twitched for a moment. However, he was unable to refute either. The rich fragrance that pervaded the air was causing him to lose confidence. However, compared to Master Zhao's forlorn appearance, Qian Bao looked much more calm. He looked around the store's interior and said with a grin, Owner Bulletin, we're not here to consult you on cooking. We're here to consult you on cutting techniques. Master Zhao's heart trembled for a moment, then he proudly raised his head and haughtily said, that's right. We're here today to consult Owner Bulletin on your cutting techniques. Chapter 103, Young Man, use your eye-blinding cutting techniques to teach him how to be a better person. Master Zhao was very confident. He had extraordinary confidence over his cutting techniques. There was no reason other than the fact that he had spent over a dozen years on practicing cutting techniques alone. Ever since he was an apprentice chef, he spent every single day continuously waving around a kitchen knife and handling ingredients. He could stand other people saying his dishes tasted bad, but he could not stand anyone saying his cutting technique was bad, because it was an insult to the time he spent on practicing his cutting techniques. It was precisely because of this confidence and solid cutting techniques that Master Zhao stood out among the many capable chefs of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant and was eventually chosen by Qian Bao to challenge Bulletin Fang. Master Zhao haughtily looked at Bulletin Fang. He did not think the youngster before him was superior to him in cutting techniques. Cutting techniques not only needed talent but also required constant effort, and Master Zhao felt he was someone who possessed talent and had made constant effort. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoai and Yang Chen had already finished eating their food and were curiously watching this stimulating scene unfold. Wang Xiaoai was very excited as she thought, last time, the smelly boss almost wrecked the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Now, they're upset and came for revenge. This little brat was purely watching from the point of view of a spectator. Her large eyes blinked as she looked at Bulletin Fang. She wanted to know how the smelly boss would handle this matter. Honestly speaking, Bulletin Fang was truly not interested in stuff like challenges and learning from one another. He only wanted to peacefully cook dishes, run his business, earn crystals, and raise his cultivation level. His wish was that pure and simple. There was not much complicated things mixed within. Previously, if the system had not given him a mission, Bulletin Fang would not have even bothered to step into the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Compete in cutting techniques? Why do I have to compete with you? Not interested. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly pursed his lips together as he turned around and headed for the kitchen. He could not be bothered to pay any attention to Qian Bao and Master Zhao. Qian Bao was surprised for a moment. He did not expect Bulletin Fang's refusal. However, his eyes soon lit up as he thought, he's refusing? Doesn't that mean he's lacking in confidence? This owner Bulletin is definitely inept at cutting techniques. Otherwise, why would he refuse our challenge? He refused since he knew he would lose. The more Qian Bao thought this was the case, the more excited he became, and the more he could not let Bulletin Fang refuse his challenge because he felt he had discovered Bulletin Fang's weakness. Owner Bulletin, aren't you being a little unreasonable right now? When you came over to find fault at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, did I ever say a single no? I magnanimously allowed you to sample our dishes. Today, I came here with the intentions of learning from each other, yet you refused my invitation. This is a little unfair. Are you perhaps lacking in confidence? Are you self-conscious that your cutting techniques are inferior to my chef's? Qian Bao said with a smile while his facial muscles were squeezed together. His voice contained an extremely provoking tone, which was capable of causing any listener to become very uncomfortable. At the very least, Wang Xiaoai, who was originally having fun watching the scene, became so exasperated that her teeth itched. She thought, what do you mean by unfair? What do you mean by lacking in confidence? Would owner Bulletin be lacking in confidence with his skills? I am not lacking in confidence or being unfair. Rather, even if we were competing in cutting techniques, your chef is not qualified to compete with me. Since he isn't qualified, why would I compete with him? Bulletin Fang stopped walking, turned his head and indifferently said. From his tone, not even a single trace of anger could be detected. It was as if he was just stating the truth. Master Zhao was immediately angered. He thought to himself, I am not qualified? I am the most skilled person in cutting techniques within the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, yet you're actually saying that I'm not qualified. Then, Master Zhao coldly taunted him, brat, you're really cocky. Unfortunately, you won't become better at cutting techniques by being cockier. We'll only find out whether or not I am qualified after we compete. Deciding whether I am qualified or not, who do you think you are? Qian Bao timely came out with a smile and said, how about this, owner Bulletin? Last time, the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's reputation was tarnished by you. This time, you can't expect us to be at a disadvantage as well. As long as you admit your cutting techniques are inferior to our Immortal Phoenix restaurant's chef, we'll write off this matter. How about it? Bulletin Fang indifferently looked at Qian Bao. Was this fellow an idiot? He already said that the chef was not qualified to challenge his cutting techniques, yet this Qian Bao still wanted him to acknowledge his cutting techniques was inferior. What a joke! Bulletin Fang's expression became cold as well. Since they wanted to seek their own deaths, he would fulfill their wish. Abrupt mission, accept the cutting technique challenge from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant chef arranged by Qian Bao and completely dominate your opponent. As the saying goes, a scholar prefers death to humiliation. A chef's cutting techniques must not be disgraced. Young man, use your eye-blinding cutting techniques to teach him how to be a better person. Mission reward, Meteor Cutting Technique Advancement. Just as Bulletin Fang was about to give a response, the system's solemn voice resounded within Bulletin Fang's mind. Even though the system was solemn as always, Bulletin Fang seemed to be able to feel the anger contained within the system's mission. With a trace of strangeness on his deadpan face, Bulletin Fang indifferently glanced toward Qian Bao and Master Zhao. Since even the system issued him with the mission, he would really be unreasonable if he did not accept their challenge. Since that was the case, then he would accept. Alright, I accept. However, wait until my opening hours is over, Bulletin Fang indifferently said. The smile on Qian Bao's face froze and slowly disappeared. He seriously asked, Owner Bulletin, are you accepting our challenge? Bulletin Fang expressionlessly nodded. Then, is it alright for me to decide the location of the match? Qian Bao asked. He still remembered Song Tao's instructions. When he recalled the terrifying aura he felt from Song Tao, he decided to follow Song Tao's orders. Up to you. Bulletin Fang could not be bothered to say anything else. He turned around and stepped into the kitchen. Master Zhao and Qian Bao looked into each other's eyes, and revealed a hint of triumph on their faces at the same time. Then, Qian Bao turned toward the kitchen and shouted, Then, Owner Bulletin, I'll be leaving first. Once your opening hours has ended, I'll send someone to make arrangements for the challenge. Alright, Bulletin Fang's voice coldly drifted out of the kitchen. Qian Bao and Master Zhao immediately left Bulletin Fang's store in high spirits. They had to prepare the stuff needed during the challenge. Once they left, Wang Xiaoi ran toward the kitchen window and asked, Smelly boss, did you really agree with competing in cutting techniques? Is your cutting techniques alright? Bulletin Fang raised his head and gave Wang Xiaoi a glance. Then, a wisp of green smoke encircled his hand and an unassuming kitchen appeared. As Bulletin Fang's fingers nimbly started moving, that kitchen knife immediately wandered about his hand as if it was alive. Wang Xiaoi had never seen someone manipulate a kitchen knife in such a gorgeous manner before. Her eyes were almost popping out of her head. She suddenly felt her worry from just now was simply a joke. The smelly boss was a demonic genius with superb culinary skills. How could his cutting techniques be weak? She could almost imagine the results of the coming match. The expression of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's owner would definitely become extremely ugly. She looked forward to the smelly boss slapping other people's face the most. The opening hours soon ended. Both Wang Xiaoi and Yang Chen were not in a hurry to leave. They were looking forward to this challenge. Qian Bao's efficiency was still quite good. After a while, someone came and informed Bulletin Fang about the location of the match. However, the location startled Bulletin Fang for a moment. At the entrance of the alleyway. Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. Yes. The person who came to inform him nodded with absolute certainty. Without saying anything, Bulletin Fang put on a fur overcoat and then walked out of the store. At that moment, the entrance of the alleyway was buzzing with activity. The alleyway's entrance, where the pedestrian traffic was usually scarce, was surrounded by a large crowd. There were 2 large tables with various ingredients on top of them. Master Zhao, wearing a chef uniform, was standing in front of one of the tables. On his table, there was a large knife rack filled with various kitchen knives and every single knife was glinting with sharpness. Chapter 104, Let us compete by slicing 100 radishes. Wang Xiaoi and Yang Chen were blindly following after Bulletin Fang as they looked toward the entrance of the alleyway that was buzzing with activity. The large crowd blocking the entrance was making Wang Xiaoi excited. This Immortal Phoenix restaurant's owner was indeed different. He actually brought so many people to spectate this match. Was he planning to let the entire Imperial City know? Qian Bao was beaming as he stood at the entrance of the alleyway and watched the spectators in the surroundings. He was ecstatic that so many people were there. Once the news that a chef from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant had defeated the owner of the Black-Hearted store was spread, the Immortal Phoenix restaurant shall become even more renowned within the Imperial City. When that time came, there would be more and more customers dining at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Oh my, Owner Bulletin, you finally came. Look, so many people are paying close attention to this match. Try not to go easy on us. Qian Bao's face was full of smiles as he spoke to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang gave him a meaningful glance. He understood Qian Bao's intentions very well. Qian Bao wanted to make use of him as a stepping stone to make the Immortal Phoenix restaurant even more famous. There was actually nothing wrong with this idea because Bulletin Fang's store had recently become extremely well known within the Imperial City. If the Immortal Phoenix restaurant managed to obtain victory during the match, its reputation would reach a whole new level. However, this decision was made by Qian Bao under the assumption that Master Zhao's cutting techniques would definitely defeat Bulletin Fang's. Bulletin Fang nodded and walked up to one of the tables. On the table, there were many fresh ingredients. Large snowflakes unsteadily descended from the skies and landed on these ingredients. When Master Zhao saw Bulletin Fang, he drew out a broad-headed kitchen knife in an attempt to intimidate him. That shiny kitchen knife started whirling in his hand, giving off light from the body of the blade. The sudden whistling sound caused by the whirling of the kitchen knife was extremely noticeable. The crowd that was rather noisy a moment ago quieted down as they held their breaths in anticipation of the impending match. Owner Bulletin, I've diligently practiced my cutting techniques for over a dozen years. Today, I'll definitely not go easy in the slightest. I'll use everything I have to compete with you, Master Zhao said. Then, he suddenly banged the table and sent a round potato, that was lying on the table, flying into the air. Master Zhao's gaze became sharp and the kitchen knife he was holding instantly came slicing out. The kitchen knife continuously whirled in the air, producing the sound of something being sliced up. With a loud tearing noise, Master Zhao's kitchen knife made a final horizontal cut and firmly stopped in front of him. Thin strips of the evenly cut potato were piled on the back of the kitchen knife. This performance was very gorgeous. At least, the surrounding spectators were all clapping their hands in astonishment. Master Zhao placed the potato strips onto a plate. A trace of a confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he provocatively looked at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang remained expressionless. He was not surprised by Master Zhao's performance of cutting a potato in the air in the slightest. Wang Xiaoai, who was standing next to Bulletin Fang, disdainfully snorted at Master Zhao's provocative gaze. Tell me, how are we going to compete? I want to go back and sleep after we're done here. Bulletin Fang indifferently said. His voice was calm as water. However, Bulletin Fang's indifference sounded like he was lacking in confidence in the ears of others. Suddenly, many of the spectators were looking at Bulletin Fang with eyes filled with ridicule and amusement. There was even booing coming from the crowd. Qian Bao was overjoyed to witness such a scene. The more brutal he stepped on owner Bulletin, the more the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's renown would increase. In this match, we were competing in 3 categories: speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The so-called speed refers to how fast you can finish cutting the ingredients. Owner Bulletin should know this clearly. Accuracy refers to the accurateness when cutting the ingredients as well as the precision. Ruthlessness refers to the dissection of meat ingredients. We are competing in these 3 categories today, Master Zhao solemnly said as he stuck the kitchen knife on the cutting board. Bulletin Fang nodded. He was not surprised in the slightest. Those were the standard when competing in cutting techniques. Let's begin, Bulletin Fang said. Very well. We'll start with the first category then. We have 200 radishes over here. How about determining the winner by comparing the time we take to slice 100 radishes? Master Zhao said. Radishes, again. Bulletin Fang thought. The corners of his mouth widened into a smile as he looked at the radishes stacked on the table. He softly replied, all right. Owner Bulletin, take a good look. I am going to start. When Master Zhao heard Bulletin Fang's reply, fighting spirit instantly surged from his body, causing the chef uniform he was wearing to flap wildly. Master Zhao's hand reached out and drew out another kitchen knife. He was going to use 2 kitchen knives at the same time to cut the radishes. First, he used his kitchen knives to pick up a radish and move it onto his cutting board. Then, he started chopping down rapidly with his kitchen knives with a clear rhythm. Don, don, don. Within a single breath, a single radish was evenly sliced into pieces. After finishing the first radish, Master Zhao was already preparing the second radish. As expected of a chef who spent over a dozen years practicing his cutting techniques, Master Zhao's understanding and mastery of cutting techniques had already reached an unattainable level for many chefs. The fact that he was using 2 kitchen knives at the same time while maintaining such precision when cutting the radish was already extremely difficult for most people. Not to mention, his speed was so fast that onlookers were almost unable to keep up. 100 radishes were all precisely sliced into pieces by Master Zhao within 10 minutes. As Master Zhao finished slicing the last radish, he slammed both of his kitchen knives into the cutting board before taking a step back and letting out a deep breath. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. A series of exclamations and cheers instantly erupted from the spectators, greatly satisfying Master Zhao's self-esteem. He firmly believed that Bulletin Fang would definitely not be able to surpass him. "Owner Bulletin, it's your turn," Master Zhao overbearingly said. Bulletin Fang gave him a glance and indiscernibly shook his head while letting out a soft sigh. "Since you're seeking death, I'll help you fulfill your wish. The system wanted me to teach you to be a better person. If I don't show you a trick or two, even I wouldn't be able to forgive myself," Bulletin Fang muttered to himself. Thereafter, he did not use the golden dragon bone kitchen knife and took out an ordinary kitchen knife instead. After performing an unremarkable trick with the kitchen knife, Bulletin Fang lightly flicked the blade with his finger and then nodded. "The timer starts now," Qian Bao said with a chuckle. His face was filled with confidence. On that day, Master Zhao was exhibiting better than usual. His performance was very assuring. "All right, let's begin," Bulletin Fang indifferently said. After that, he extended out his hand while gathering true energy in his palm and suddenly banged the table. He controlled the true energy so that the table was not destroyed, but instead sent the radishes flying into the air. Buzz! Within an instant, Bulletin Fang's eyes became sharp as an eagle's gaze. In that moment, the aura exuding from him underwent a dramatic change. 100 radishes were floating in the air, and then the kitchen knife held within Bulletin Fang's hand started to rotate by itself. The rotational speed was so fast that it struck fear in the hearts of the onlookers. That kitchen knife seemed to have turned into a ray of light as it instantly made a vertical cut. Plop! Plop! Everyone present was dumbfounded. Their faces were all filled with incredulity as they stared at the scene before them. Within their field of vision, everything except for that 100 floating radishes and a stream of light that erupted from the darkness had disappeared. That stream of light was like a rain of meteors streaking across the night sky as it went past those radishes. Once the darkness subsided and everyone's vision was restored, they discovered the 100 radishes floating in the air had all exploded into pieces. Each piece was sliced into tiny cubes and they were even more exquisite and smaller than Master Zhao's handiwork. Plop plop plop! It was as if the sky was raining radish cubes. Bulletin Fang held up a basket with a single hand and the falling radish cubes all landed inside the basket. Once the final radish cube landed at the top and rolled for a while before quieting down, Bulletin Fang finished his turn of the first category. The time he took was only 4 breaths. This was including the time it took for the radish cubes to fall into the basket. Within an instant, the entire alleyway became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was absent-mindedly staring at Bulletin Fang. The confident smile on Master Zhao's face had already stiffened. He appeared comical and ridiculous like a clown. While looking at Bulletin Fang's face filled with indifference, Master Zhao felt as if 10,000 suckling pigs were dashing through his heart. God damn! Are you calling this a cutting technique? How is this any different from cheating? Chapter 105, The 1000-Layer Tofu Flour. After placing the basket filled to the brim with diced radishes onto the table, Bulletin Fang indifferently gave Master Zhao a glance. The latter was completely struck with astonishment. His mouth was wide open and incredulity was written all over his face. Of all the choices they could make, they actually chose to compete in slicing radishes against him. Bulletin Fang was speechless as well. The training method for the meteor cutting technique was exactly slicing radishes. Furthermore, he had to practice with an extremely heavy kitchen knife that was specially made. Under this sort of circumstances, it was natural for his cutting technique to be out of the ordinary. Besides, Bulletin Fang was even more familiar with slicing radishes since he had to slice 1,000 of them every single day. Slicing 100 radishes within 5 breaths was like a walk in the park for him. Therefore, if they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Master Zhao for selecting something that was most advantageous to Bulletin Fang. Let's begin with the second category, Bulletin Fang indifferently said. That serene voice of his instantly awakened everyone from their astonishment. You! How did you do it? This is impossible. I spent over a dozen years diligently practicing my cutting techniques. How could I be inferior to a rascal like you? Master Zhao muttered while shaking his head with an absent-minded expression. Bulletin Fang placed the ordinary kitchen knife he was holding onto the cutting board. He expressionlessly gestured toward Master Zhao to have a look at the kitchen knife he used. As Master Zhao laid his eyes on that kitchen knife, his pupils immediately constricted. He saw that the entire blade of the kitchen knife was crumpled up and there were even some cracks on its surface. How could anyone achieve this level of cutting technique without undergoing arduous training? You diligently practiced for many years, but I've diligently practiced as well. It's just that our methods are different, that's all, Bulletin Fang said. Master Zhao was startled by Bulletin Fang's words for a moment. Then, he looked toward Bulletin Fang with a somber expression and nodded, having regained his spirit once more. Many thanks for your pointer, Owner Bulletin. Let's continue, I'll do my best, Master Zhao said. This was still a match where he was betting his dignity as a chef after all. There was no way he could just give up like this. The second category is measuring the preciseness of your cutting techniques. We've prepared 2 pieces of tofu, and Owner Bulletin and Master Zhao will be slicing them. The person who makes the thinnest slices without breaking the tofu is the winner. At that moment, Qian Bao had already lost that self-confidence from before. The meteor cutting technique that Bulletin Fang displayed had completely defeated his self-confidence. Bulletin Fang nodded. Cutting tofu was indeed one of the methods to test a chef's cutting techniques. Since tofu was tender, the chef's control over his strength and preciseness of his techniques were extremely important. Once a mistake was made, the entire tofu would crumble apart. Master Zhao did not say anything as he directly drew out a slightly narrower kitchen knife and walked toward the tofu placed on a cutting board with a serious expression on his face. The tofu was delicate and glossy. It looked extremely brittle as if it would crumble from a single touch. Since the temperature outside was colder, the tofu only was brought out when they were ready. There was still a slight warmth exuding from the tofu. Slicing tofu was a challenging task, so Master Zhao had to completely immerse himself into the work. All of his attention was focused on his kitchen knife as he started cutting the tofu. While Master Zhao was beginning to cut the tofu, Bulletin Fang took out an ordinary kitchen knife once more. This kitchen knife looked exactly the same as the previous one. They both belonged to the type of larger kitchen knives. His eyes landed on the tofu. After glancing at Master Zhao who was carefully cutting the tofu with all of his concentration, the corners of his mouth slightly widened. After experiencing the first round of the match, the surrounding spectators were no longer blindly believing in Master Zhao. Many of them were paying close attention to Bulletin Fang's movements. However, bewilderment and awe soon appeared on every single one of their faces. When confronted with the delicate tofu, Bulletin Fang did not choose to be careful like Master Zhao. He treated the tofu as if it was a radish. He twirled around the kitchen knife with his fingers and suddenly chopped down toward the delicate tofu. The scene from before, when the radishes were cut, appeared once more. During the moment the stream of light was released, it was as if a countless amount of meteors were flashing across the darkness. That delicate tofu immediately began to tremble. Within 4 breaths, Bulletin Fang had already finished cutting. He put away the kitchen knife and looked at the tofu in front of him. That tofu was still intact, as if it was not cut at all. What's going on? There's nothing happening to the tofu. Someone within the crowd puzzledly whispered. After all, even though seeing was believing, the tofu before them was completely the same as before. Be patient, Bulletin Fang calmly said, suppressing the discussion within the crowd. Using his hands, he carefully lifted up the piece of spotlessly white and warm tofu and placed it inside a transparent bowl of water. This bowl was prepared by Qian Bao beforehand and allowed the appearance of the tofu to be seen from all directions after it was sliced. Bulletin Fang carefully submerged the tofu inside the bowl and then suddenly drew his hand out from the water without causing a single ripple. In the next moment, an unbelievable change occurred to the tofu inside the transparent bowl. The change occurred in a quiet manner. After being immersed into the water, strips of tofu that were as fine as hair began hovering. It was like a flower bud was quietly blooming and the fine tofu strips were its petals. This was the first layer. It was soon followed by a second layer of tofu petal blooming with a different angle. Every single strip hovering in the water was extremely fine. Beneath the surface, the tofu seemed to be naturally elongating upward as layer after layer of tofu strips started rising due to the effects of buoyant force, forming what looked like a 1,000-layer flower. The 1,000-layer tofu flower, please enjoy. Bulletin Fang mildly said to the crowd of spectators. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were amazed by the fact that a single cuboid tofu could actually be cut into such a beautiful tofu flower. Those fine petals looked even more fragile than hair, as if they would disintegrate with a single touch. As the sun's rays penetrated through the transparent bowl and lit up the 1,000-layer tofu flower floating within the bowl, the strips of tofu hovering in the water looked like a flower fluttering in the wind. When Qian Bao saw the scene before him, both of his legs went weak. With such a tofu flower, how were they going to win? They were simply not a match for Bulletin Fang. So, it's not that owner Bulletin is inept at cutting techniques. It's just that he didn't think it's worth his time to compete with us, Qian Bao bitterly thought. I was actually dumb enough to shamelessly ask for my own humiliation. The crowd of spectators was loudly exclaiming as they surrounded the transparent bowl and marveled at the exquisite tofu flower. They were already completely conquered by its beauty. On the other side, Master Zhao was still meticulously slicing away at the tofu with his kitchen knife. He did not just give up, and he was not affected by the external influences either. He was fully focused on his work in front of him. Bulletin Fang nodded and could not help but feel some admiration toward Master Zhao. He was truly a chef who respected his own dishes. After over a dozen minutes, Master Zhao completed his own product and placed it within a transparent bowl. Every single strip of tofu that spread out within the water was extremely fine. Even though it could not be compared to the 1,000-layer tofu flower, his work was already considered to be the pinnacle of cutting techniques. Owner Bulletin, I acknowledge that my skills are beneath yours. This is my loss, and there's no need for us to continue with the third category either. Compared to your cutting techniques, my skills are still lacking. I still need to diligently practice some more, Master Zhao said, while feeling both helpless and bitter. Bulletin Fang nodded. The system had already announced the completion of the mission in his mind. Qian Bao really failed this time. He was feeling really depressed for offering Bulletin Fang the chance to slap his face. For Bulletin Fang to be demonically talented at both culinary skills and cutting techniques, it was simply inconceivable. However, with the vastness of the hidden dragon continent, the appearance of such demonic geniuses was normal as well. With owner Bulletin's excellent culinary skills and razor-sharp cutting techniques, staying within such a tiny store is truly a waste of your talents. I wonder if owner Bulletin has any interest in coming over to Immortal Phoenix restaurant. If the both of us work together, with owner Bulletin's culinary skills and the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's reputation, we'll definitely become well known through the continent. The desire to bring Bulletin Fang over to his side grew within Qian Bao's mind. Not interested. Obviously, Bulletin Fang rejected his proposition. Even the emperor was heartlessly refused by him, let alone the owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Wang Xiaoai was lying on the table in front of the transparent bowl. Her large eyes were filled with astonishment as she stared at the 1,000-layer tofu flower that seemed to be crafted via supernatural means. Yang Chen was extremely surprised as well. Was that really something that could be made with a kitchen knife? The culinary world was truly unfathomable. Suddenly, both of them felt a hand pressing down on their shoulders and were both startled at the same time. Then, they felt the loss of control over their body as a powerful aura suppressed their true energy. Wang Xiaoai and Yang Chen looked each other in the eyes and silently shouted the same thing in their minds, oh no! Chapter 106, The Elegance of That Kitchen Knife. A mountain-like pressure suddenly fell upon the bodies of Wang Xiaoai and Yang Chen, causing their entire bodies to stiffen. They were completely unable to manipulate the true energy within their bodies, as if it was frozen solid. Wang Xiaoai and Yang Chen turned their heads around with much difficulty and saw Song Tao condescendingly looking at them from behind. An unfathomable light flashed within Song Tao's eyes. True energy continuously appeared in the depth of his eyes as a terrifying aura flowed out from his body. After all, Song Tao was a very powerful 6th-grade battle emperor. He was not someone that Wang Xiaoai and Yang Chen could deal with. I finally caught the two of you. Song Tao was sneering as his hands pressed down on their shoulders, controlling the two to walk away from the crowd like they were puppets. Song Tao was very excited. He was finally able to complete his master's order. This task was truly difficult. If the owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant had not challenged Bullet and Fang, he really would not be able to find such a good opportunity. The identities of these two brats were far too important for him to mess up. The importance of Wiang Xiaoi, the princess of the Wiang family, need not be said. She was also the greatest constraint of the Wiang family. On the other hand, Yang Chen, son of Marquis Yang, was the sole heir to the Yang family. For the Yang family, he was the most treasured person. As long as they could control these two brats, they had obtained the bargaining chips to negotiate with the Wiang and Yang families. While everyone else was captivated by the beauty of the thousand-layer tofu flour, Song Tao was planning to leave while quietly grabbing onto Wiang Xiaoi and Yang Chen. With the true energy in their bodies being controlled by Song Tao, Wiang Xiaoi and Yang Chen were not even capable of uttering a single word. Their eyes were filled with anxiety, but there was nothing they could do. "Oi, where are you taking them?" Bullet and Fang puzzledly asked Song Tao through the crowd. Song Tao's body immediately stiffened as he silently groaned in his mind. He thought he could get away without anyone noticing, but he still got caught by Bullet and Fang. With the Supreme Beast backing up Bullet and Fang, fleeing was the only thing on Song Tao's mind. Song Tao gave Bullet and Fang a glance before he picked up Wiang Xiaoi and Yang Chen, and clamped the two under his armpits. True energy gushed out from his feet as he attempted to escape. Bullet and Fang immediately understood the situation. This fellow was abducting children in broad daylight. His actions were simply unforgivable. Bullet and Fang's eyes became focused as he raised his hand and released the true energy within his body. A wisp of green smoke gathered within his palm, and then the pitch-black golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. He threw it as hard as he could toward Song Tao, who was in mid-air. The kitchen knife, having been infused with Bullet and Fang's true energy and sharing Bullet and Fang's will, flew toward its target at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, Song Tao took a glance back. When he saw that Bullet and Fang actually threw a kitchen knife at him, his eyes were filled with ridicule as the corners of his mouth widened into a smirk. He was a 6th-grade battle emperor. How would a kitchen knife be able to intercept him? Even though he had to admit that Bullet and Fang's culinary skills were pretty good, a mere 4th-grade battle spirit was simply not enough when it came to fighting. Both of Song Tao's hands were preoccupied, so he kicked his foot toward the simple and pitch-black kitchen knife instead. He was completely looking down on the kitchen knife. It was just a kitchen knife. It was not as if it was a divine weapon or something, right? When the dragon bone kitchen knife finally made contact with the sole of Song Tao's foot, Song Tao froze. He suddenly discovered that the true energy gathered at the bottom of his foot was broken without providing any sort of protection. After that, blood came spilling out as the kitchen knife viciously stabbed into his foot. "What the hell?" Song Tao screamed out. A hint of terror appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Bullet and Fang. He thought, damn! That kitchen knife can actually penetrate the true energy barrier of a 6th-grade battle emperor? Are you kidding me? Song Tao did not dare to stay any longer. The sole of his entire foot was almost sliced off by the dragon bone kitchen knife. As the true energy burst forth from his body, he tried to escape. He did not want to face Bullet and Fang any longer. However, the moment Song Tao flew into the air, a tender shout filled with valor came from afar. Even though the shout was a woman's voice, it was surging forward like rolling thunder. Song Tao was startled for a moment. After that, his pupils constricted and he became vigilant. A graceful figure was rapidly approaching from afar, holding a spear attached with a red tassel. The figure was almost ripping through the air as she came straight at him. "You audacious fiend! Release the Marquis' son!" The spear, infused with terrifying true energy, actually possessed the powerful presence of a battle king. At that moment, Song Tao, who was floating in mid-air, was in a situation where he was actually unable to defend himself against this attack. Both of his hands were grabbing hold of someone and his foot was injured by that Bullet and Fang's pitch-black kitchen knife. Song Tao was tearing up inside. He thought, what did I ever do to you? Why is completing a mission so difficult? Luo Sunyang from the Yang family, a 5th-grade battle king, was Yang Chen's third sister-in-law. Her cultivation level was superb and she was considered one of the strongest among the females in the imperial city. No. To be exact, the females in the Yang family were all extremely gallant and powerful. Song Tao did not anticipate that someone from the Yang family would arrive so quickly. In the current situation, he must release someone in order to safely defend himself against Luo Sunyang. Therefore, he let go of Wiang Xiaoi. Compared to Yang Chen, the importance of the Wiang family's princess was not that great. Wiang Xiaoi's mind went blank when she was suddenly released by Song Tao in mid-air. She was flailing her arms around and screaming as she fell, completely forgetting that she was a 4th-grade battle spirit. On the other hand, Bulletin Fang was completely composed. He dashed forward and caught the falling Wiang Xiaoi with one hand while catching the returning dragon bone kitchen knife with the other. Even though he was useless in combat, catching a loli was not an issue with his cultivation level backing him up. Bang bang bang! In the air, the two exchanged 3 moves in a row. Luo Sunyang landed on the ground and stumbled several steps backward. Her large chest was moving up and down, and her face overflowing with bravery was clouded with anger. Song Tao was still a 6th-grade battle emperor after all. Luo Sunyang was not a match for him if she confronted him head-on. "You scum, who gave you the courage to abduct the Marquis' son? You're seeking your own death!" Luo Sunyang shouted. Her slender legs kicked off the ground and she charged forward once more with her spear stabbing towards Song Tao. True energy gushed out from Luo Sunyang's body like a blazing inferno and covered the entire spear with violent flames. "You lunatic! We're in the Imperial City." When Song Tao saw Luo Sunyang's actions, his pupils constricted and he started to panic. If he only used one hand to block this attack, the aftermath of the flames would destroy the surroundings. With so many clueless spectators below them, there would definitely be quite a number of casualties. If that were to happen, there would be huge repercussions. The members of the Yang family are indeed all lunatics. They are all unreasonable lunatics. Song Tao cursed in his mind. He had no choice but to dump Yang Chen. Then, he raised his hands and shot out 2 lumps of true energy, smothering the flames that enveloped the spear. A distance away, the city guards could be seen rushing over. Song Tao roared in frustration as he turned around and swiftly departed while limping. Even after spending so much time plotting and getting treated as a beggar by others, he still failed in the end. Song Tao was livid. If the sole of his foot was not injured by Bulletin Fang's attack, he would have already gotten away. Luo Sunyang watched as Song Tao's figure limped away. She scornfully spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly snorted. After that, she trotted toward Yang Chen who had safely landed. "Third sister-in-law!" Yang Chen timidly yelled when he saw Luo Sunyang approaching. She stopped in front of Yang Chen and immediately started twisting his ear. "You little rascal! How dare you play truant? You've really done it this time. Third sister-in-law! I won't do it anymore." Yang Chen, feeling humiliated, hurriedly begged for mercy. As Luo Sunyang angrily breathed out, she started coughing and her large chest was jiggling violently. "Hurry up and thank owner Bulletin. If it wasn't for him, the 2 of you would have gotten abducted once more," Luo Sunyang exasperatedly said. At that moment, Bulletin Fang was walking toward them along with the frightened Wiang Xiaoi. He gave Luo Sunyang a glance and his eyes swept over her bountiful chest. While keeping on a straight face, he asked, "Why is that person trying to abduct Xiaoi and the Shota?" Luo Sunyang had just caught her breath and her pupils constricted when she heard Bulletin Fang's words. Her chest jiggled as she yelled out, "Oh no! The Marquis and General Wiang have already left to look for the Crown Prince." Chapter 107, Researching a New Dish. This morning, the Marquis and General Wiang received a secret letter from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince claimed that he had information about your whereabouts, so they went to the Crown Prince's palace, Luo Sunyang said with a rather unpleasant expression. Yang Chen and Wiang Xiaoi only understood Luo Sunyang's words but did not understand the meaning behind them. On the contrary, Bulletin Fang knew some parts of the story but he was completely uninterested in this matter. In fact, whoever became the emperor was the same to him since he only wanted to run a restaurant within the imperial city. As long as the new emperor did not bother him, everything was fine. "All right, since that fellow has already been driven away by you, you should take these 2 brats home," Bulletin Fang said to Luo Sunyang. Luo Sunyang was startled for a moment, then she looked at Bulletin Fang and nodded. "I've long since heard of owner Bulletin's name. Now that I've personally seen you, the owner of the store that's the talk of the town is indeed not an ordinary person. To be able to nearly slice off the soul of a 6th-grade battle emperor with a single attack using a kitchen knife, this Bulletin Fang's combat prowess was rather incredible." Battle Emperors were already considered the top-notch experts within the entire Lightwind Empire. However, the protective barrier of a Battle Emperor was penetrated by a kitchen knife of a mere 4th-grade battle spirit. This was simply unimaginable for Luo Sunyang. I am good friends with Yunyu, so I've heard stories about owner Buledin. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to visit owner Buledin's store to try out the delicious food that was highly praised by Yunyu. When I get the chance next time, I'll definitely visit, Luo Sunyang earnestly said. Alright, you're very welcomed. Buledin Fang nodded. So, this busted chick before him knew Xiao Yunyu. No wonder she was greeting him as if they were old friends. Luo Sunyang grabbed hold of the hands of Liang Xiaoai and Yang Chen. After bidding farewell to Buledin Fang, she hurriedly left with the two brats. The Crown Prince was obviously planning to use their whereabouts to coerce the Liang and Yang families into supporting him when he sent the secret letter to them. This would be a tremendous help in aiding his enthronement. However, the truth was Liang Xiaoai and Yang Chen were not in the Crown Prince's clutches. Or to be exact, these two brats unexpectedly escaped. In that case, the situation became rather uncertain. The employees from Immortal Phoenix Restaurant had already removed the tables and ingredients used for the match, and the 1000-layer tofu flour made by Buledin Fang was carefully taken away by Qian Bao. This piece of work could be considered a masterpiece among cutting technique, and there was even some sculpting techniques used. The alleyway became spacious once more. However, news of Buledin Fang's godlike, uncanny cutting techniques had completely spread. A chef from the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the black-hearted store's owner. This was not an inconsequential advertisement. At the very least, many of the spectators followed after Buledin Fang in the hopes of glimpsing his culinary skills. Buledin Fang walked back into the store, but he started covering up the entrance with the door boards, completely ignoring the crowd gathered outside. Owner Buledin, why are you closing up so early? A potential customer puzzledly asked. They witnessed Buledin Fang's cutting techniques and wanted to savor the delicious food within the store, since they were already there. They did not anticipate that Buledin Fang would actually close up the store. Today's opening hours has already ended. If you want to taste my dishes, come back earlier tomorrow to queue up, Buledin Fang expressionlessly said while completely ignoring the crowd outside of the store, whose expressions were gradually becoming displeased. You're really unreasonable. It's not as if we won't pay for the food. Why are you not letting us in? Are you not running a store to make money? This is a chance for you to make money and you're not interested, are you stupid? The crowd's dissatisfied complaints continued to resound within the alleyway. Obviously, Buledin Fang's decision to close the store had angered them. Buledin Fang was leaning on the doorway, expressionlessly watching the crowd. He was not in a rush to give them a response and just indifferently looked at them, while listening to their complaints and abuse. Only until everyone had gotten tired, Buledin Fang stood up and picked up the last piece of door board. He said, I already said that the opening hours has ended. If you want to eat here, come back earlier tomorrow to queue up. This store does not provide services during non-opening hours. After Buledin Fang finished speaking, he closed up the last piece of door board with a bang. Everyone was stunned. There actually existed such a weird and stubborn owner in this world? Who was not even interested in making money? Tui. What kind of a garbage store is this? Who the hell do you think you are? I am not interested in eating here anymore. One of the customers dissatisfiedly spat on the ground and turned around with the intention to leave. However, before he could even take a single step, he felt a gigantic pressure fall upon him. He tumbled onto the ground and coincidentally lied down on the place where his spit landed, lightly brushing against that spot. He only felt the pressure disappear after the floor was wiped clean. That person's face was filled with terror as he got up from the ground in a pathetic manner and scrambled to escape from the alleyway. There was something strange within the alleyway. The others did not feel that pressure, so they were puzzled when they saw that person frantically running away. Since the entrance of the store was closed, they did not persist any further and left the alleyway one after another. The entire alleyway regained its tranquility once more. Blacka lazily rolled its eyes while lying in front of the store's entrance. It moved its head and adjusted its position before continuing with its cozy slumber. How dare he spit in front of the store's entrance? There was no way Blackie would let him leave before he wiped the floor clean. Buledin Fang took off his overcoat once he got back into the store. He stretched his body and walked toward the kitchen. The system's reward had already been given out, but Bulletin Fang was unexpectedly unconcerned about it. Regarding the system's somewhat revengeful mission this time, Bulletin Fang felt rather amused. He did not think the system would be capable of throwing a tantrum as well. Back in the kitchen, a wisp of green smoke encircled Bulletin Fang's hand and the extremely sharp dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. The dragon bone kitchen knife that almost sliced off the soul of a 6th grade battle emperor was still unassuming. There was neither dust nor blood stains on it. However, Bulletin Fang still habitually used the spring water provided by the system to wash the knife's blade. After all, as a chef, Bulletin Fang was quite obsessed with cleanliness. After cleaning the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, Bulletin Fang waved his hand and the kitchen knife turned into a wisp of green smoke, returning into the mark on his wrist. Then, he went into a daze for a while, staring at the cutting board in front of him. Bulletin Fang suddenly did not feel like cooking the dishes on the store's menu. He was feeling exhausted after cooking the same thing every single day. All humans have a sense of laziness and Bulletin Fang was a human as well. He thought about going back to sleep in his room, but felt that it was a little too early for sleeping. Therefore, Bulletin Fang was feeling somewhat undecided on what to do for a moment. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and took out a piece of the wandering dragon cow's meat from the system's storage space. This was the meat from the wandering dragon cow's legs and was filled with a rich amount of spirit energy. Bulletin Fang rubbed his chin as he looked at the piece of beef shank. Suddenly, he wanted to cook his own dish instead of following the dishes on the menu. Creating and researching new dishes was a thing that every single chef was interested in, and Bulletin Fang was not an exception. The wandering dragon cow was a 7th grade spirit beast. Its meat was extremely hard and it was impossible for an ordinary kitchen knife to cut into it. Therefore, Bulletin Fang summoned the dragon bone kitchen knife once more and swiftly turned the piece of meat from the wandering dragon cow into minced meat. Looking at the minced meat, Bulletin Fang suddenly remembered an extremely delicious dish. However, in order to cook that dish, he still needed to prepare and process many other things and the steps were rather troublesome. However, as he recalled the taste of that dish, Bulletin Fang's exhausted mind suddenly became energetic. He took out the intestines of the wandering dragon cow from the system's storage space and repeatedly washed the blood-stained intestines at the sink. He used the spirit spring water provided by the system which ensured the spirit energy contained in the intestines was preserved. After cleaning the intestines, Bulletin Fang carefully started peeling off its outer layer, the submucosa. This submucosa was an important material in the dish Bulletin Fang was going to make next. Chapter 108, An Extravagant Sausage. On the imperial city's long street, heavy snow was unsteadily falling from the skies above, covering the green quartzite tiles and pressing down upon the tents set up by vendors next to the street. A chilly wind blew past, causing the pedestrians wearing layer upon layer of clothes to uncontrollably shiver and exhale a cloud of white breath before continuing on their way. Luo Sunyang was dragging along Liang Xiaoai and Yang Chen. The three of them were slowly walking on the imperial city's long street. The snowy breeze and falling snowflakes were all blocked by the true energy barrier that Luo Sunyang had erected. As the three of them walked on, Luo Sunyang was still berating Yang Chen about something, while Yang Chen appeared miserable with his little face almost scrunched together. Next to them, Liang Xiaoai was giggling at Yang Chen's wretched appearance. Suddenly, the snow that covered the skies stopped falling and the entire street became quiet. Luo Sunyang's pupils constricted. She could not hear anything in her ears, except the sound of her own breathing. She turned her head with much difficulty and looked at Liang Xiaoai and Yang Chen. Their tiny mouths were opening and closing, as if they were saying something. However, Luo Sunyang could not hear anything at all. At the end of the street, a man wearing an overcoat with images of cranes sewn on it leisurely walked forward with his hands held behind his back. With every step he took, Luo Sunyang felt the pressure on her body increase. The scenery in the surroundings became dull and only the man leisurely walking toward her was left in her pupils. Zh. Zhao Mushan. Luo Sunyang's red lips slightly opened and she cried out this name in astonishment, only to discover that she was unable to make any sound. Her delicate body was slightly trembling. The pressure was suppressing her to the point where she was unable to move even a muscle. Zhao Mushan leisurely walked with his hands held behind his back until he came before Luo Sunyang. His pupils were ever-changing like the vast ocean, as if a Buddhist aura was circulating inside and a sutra was being chanted. Luo Sunyang blankly stared at Zhao Mushan. The corners of the latter's mouth curled up as he passed by her. He grabbed hold of the hands of Yang Chen and Wang Xiaoai, and step by step disappeared from the imperial city's long street. Bang! Luo Sunyang's eyes widened as she powerlessly knelt down on the ground. Her perky chest was moving up and down as she gasped for air. The clamor of the city and the howling of the winter wind returned to her ears once more. A snowflake quietly fell and landed on Luo Sunyang's loose black hair. Her true energy barrier had already collapsed without her awareness. The entire imperial city was in a state of shock. The prominent families, Yang and Yang, had declared their intention to aid the crown prince's enthronement. This news was like a devastating earthquake had occurred in the already turbulent imperial city. The rich and influential families that were originally still indecisive all began to pick a side. Most of them had chosen to support the crown prince, Ji Chengan. The number of rich and influential that was supporting King Yu had substantially decreased as well. With the support of the Yang and Yang families, the crown prince's enthronement was practically in the bag. Once the crown prince became the emperor, there was basically no chance for King Yu to make a comeback. There was still one more prominent family within the imperial city, the Xiao family. General Xiao Meng had already announced earlier on that he would only support the emperor. This meant that unless special circumstances arose, he would not support either the crown prince or King Yu. King Yu's manner. The expression of King Yu, Ji Chenjiu, sank as he banged the table with his palm, shattering the entire table into pieces. The aura exuding from his body became extremely bleak. That damnable Zhao Mushan! That detestable old fox! He didn't make any movements, so I thought he was going to be a spectator. I didn't anticipate that he would do this. Damn it! God damn it! Inside of the room, Hun Qianyun wrapped in a black robe faintly smiled as he watched the enraged King Yu. He said, "There's no need for King Yu to be angry. Humans are bound to make mistakes." The fact that Zhao Mushan was able to become the minister of the left proves his craftiness. Nevertheless, even if the crown prince has gained the support of the Yang and Yang families, we are not necessarily helpless against them. King Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He looked at Hun Qianyun and gestured for him to continue. We've already gained the support of many court officials, including the finance minister himself. With his help, we'll be able to control the entire economy of the imperial city. Furthermore, the White Bone Palace and the Joyous Union sect from the four great sects of the heterodox path have already dispatched their experts to support King Yu. In terms of high-end combat capability, as long as Xiao Meng doesn't intervene, we have the upper hand over the Crown Prince, Hun Qianyun said. The White Bone Palace and the Joyous Union sect. King Yu instantly narrowed his eyes sharply at Hun Qianyun. On the contrary, Hun Qianyun was perfectly composed as he calmly looked back at King Yu. When did I ever say I wanted assistance from the White Bone Palace and the Joyous Union sect? The four heterodox path sects really are close. King Yu said with a sneer. Hun Qianyun lightly chuckled and shook his head. We're not the four heterodox path sects anymore. The Death Soul Palace was wiped out by Emperor Changfeng, so they're no longer considered part of the four great heterodox sects. However, with the aid of the three great heterodox sects' support, is King Yu still not confident of sitting on that throne? You truly are self-assured, King Yu said while narrowing his eyes. I think we're the same. The spirit fire within Hun Qianyun's eye sockets pulsated. Bulletin Fang carefully peeled off the outer layer of the wandering dragon cow's small intestine. The transparent and springy outer layer of the small intestine was very suitable for being used as a sausage casing. Indeed, Bulletin Fang was planning to make sausages, a type of food that he loved back when he was on Earth. The rich aroma of an authentic, well-made sausage was guaranteed to make anyone salivate. However, the sausage that Bulletin Fang was making this time was not an ordinary one. Based on the ingredients alone, it was already far superior to ordinary sausages. Only Bulletin Fang would be wasteful enough to use the meat of the wandering dragon cow to make sausages. Once the sausage casing was prepared, Bulletin Fang placed it aside and took out some of the spirit herbs he harvested during his visit to the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix from the system's storage space. These spirit herbs were not as valuable as the Phoenix Blood herb. However, the herbs were still rather precious and brimming with spirit energy. The Golden Dragon Bone kitchen whirled in Bulletin Fang's hand and fell like a meteor, turning all of these spirit herbs into fine powder. With the dragon bone kitchen knife's special characteristics, the medicinal property of these spirit herbs was all preserved. After mixing the powder with the minced meat, he took a small break and later added seasoning before retrieving the sausage casing. He took out some specially made rock sugar provided by the system. Every single piece of the rock sugar was as beautiful as a gem. However, this beauty was soon turned into dust by Bullet and Fang's kitchen knife. After mixing these rock sugar dust into the minced meat, Bullet and Fang began shoving the minced meat into the sausage casing. With the help of true energy, stuffing the minced meat was much easier. Bullet and Fang only needed to infuse true energy into the sausage casing and it would become inflated. After that, it was an easy matter to shove the minced meat into the sausage casing. Once the entire sausage casing was full, he used catguts to segment it into individual sausages. Looking at the bulging sausage, an intense amount of spirit energy was seeping out from the sausage casing. There was already a fragrance wafting from the sausages even before they were cooked. This fragrance was not the aroma of meat, but the smell of the spirit herbs mixed within the minced meat. Bullet and Fang was rather satisfied as he looked at the 20-odd sausages. There was only this much sausages. Once they were sold out, there would not be any more. After all, there was only one 7th grade wandering dragon cow and it only had a single small intestine. When Bullet and Fang imagined the fragrance these sausages would exude after he deep-fried them, his mouth started to salivate. He was itching to cook them right now. However, there was no point in being anxious. After preparing the sausages, he still needed to let them dry cure for a few days. Therefore, Bullet and Fang hung the sausages within a cupboard provided by the system. This cupboard had the effect of accelerating the dry curing process. The principle was the same as accelerating the fermentation process back when he used the 9 brewing method. After closing the cupboard, Bullet and Fang let out a deep breath. He was looking forward to the result. After all, this was his first time not making something from the system's menu. System, what's the approximate price for my sausages after they're cooked? Bullet and Fang asked in curiosity. Chapter 109, The High-End, Refined, and Classy Big Dipper Carving Technique. The host's personal dish has been detected. The price evaluation of the dish will now begin. The system's solemn voice resounded within Bullet and Fang's mind, and then became silent. Bullet and Fang waited for a few seconds but he was puzzled when there was no reply from the system. However, the system's solemn voice soon rang out once more. The Wandering Dragon Cow meat sausage is made from the shanks of the Wandering Dragon Cow. It is rich in spirit energy and has multiple natural spirit herbs added, which not only increased the flavor of the sausage but also increased its medicinal value. The submucosa of the Wandering Dragon Cow was used as the sausage casing, which encases the spirit energy to prevent dissipation. The system's price evaluation of this dish is 250 crystals per sausage. It should not be consumed by those with a cultivation level below 5th grade Battle King. 250 crystals per sausage. When Bullet and Fang heard the price, he went into a daze and then became utterly speechless. A single sausage was actually going to be sold for 250 crystals. So far, this was the most expensive dish within the store. Furthermore, he was the one who created the dish. For some reason, Bullet and Fang suddenly felt a little excited. However, after thinking for a while, Bullet and Fang felt the price was reasonable because the sausage was different from the improved rice noodle roll. Bullet and Fang only added a little bit of the Wandering Dragon Cow's meat into the rice noodle roll, while the sausage was stuffed with the shanks of the Wandering Dragon Cow. The difference in quantity between the two could not be compared. Besides, not only the Wandering Dragon Cow's meat, the spirit herbs added into the sausages were also considerably expensive. Therefore, the price being set as 250 crystals was truly not that high, to the point it could even be called affordable. After all, there was basically no possibility of an ordinary person getting the chance to eat the meat of a 7th grade spirit beast. There were 21 sausages in total. If he sold all of them, he would get 5,250 crystals. In order to become a 5th grade Battle King, he needed 10,000 crystals after conversion. According to his current energy conversion ratio, he needed to achieve a sales figure of 20,000 crystals. After selling all of these sausages, Bullet and Fang would be able to save a quarter of the time needed to reach the next cultivation level. This was an unexpected surprise for him. The most important thing was, the 21 sausages only used up less than a single leg of the Wandering Dragon Cow. The entire Wandering Dragon Cow had so much meat. If he cooked and sold all of it, Bulletin Fang would probably earn enough to become a 6th grade battle king. He actually wanted to immediately cook one of expensive sausages and taste the flavor. Unfortunately, dry curing the sausages required time. Therefore, Bulletin Fang could only head toward his room while stretching his body. After he finished washing up, he climbed onto his bed and went to sleep. As someone aiming to become the god of cooking, having enough sleep was important. The Yang Manor. Both of Luo Sunyang's legs were slightly trembling as she returned to the manor. The moment she stepped into the manor, a graceful figure hurried over from afar to support her. "Elder sister Luo, are you all right?" A feminine voice sounded out from the mouth of the graceful figure. "Wan hurry and bring me to see the marquis," Luo Sunyang urgently said while grabbing hold of the gentle and beautiful woman in a turquoise dress. Luo Sunyang's reaction clearly gave the woman called Wan a scare. She timidly asked, "Did elder sister find Xiao Chen?" "I found him and managed to rescue him. I was bringing him back, when someone else abducted him." Luo Sunyang's eyes suddenly became dull. Wan Yar's tiny mouth slightly opened as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Who would dare to abduct someone under elder sister's protection within the imperial city?" Luo Sunyang could only bitterly smile in response. The truth was not something she could explain easily. Until now, she still could not believe that the man whose entire body was enveloped within a Buddhist aura was actually Zhao Mushan, the minister of the left who has always been known for his refinement and was even nicknamed as the feeble scholar. It turned out that everyone was deceived by Zhao Mushan. This wily old fox was not only not a harmless scholar, but he was also a terrifying expert whose cultivation was so strong that Luo Sunyang was not even capable of resisting. Until that day, Luo Sunyang had only felt that sort of terrifying presence, that made her feel as if the entire world was spinning, from a single person. That person was the Lightwind Empire's #1 expert, 7th grade battle saint Xiao Meng. Zhao Mushan was a 7th grade battle saint? Luo Sunyang herself was confused. Even she was unable to believe this sort of incredible claim. During the reign of the Emperor Changfeng, Zhao Mushan passed the imperial examination and step by step turned from a young scholar into the top scorer of the imperial examination. His career was meteoric, spending only over a decade to become the minister of the left. Everyone assumed Zhao Mushan was simply just a scholar. Which is why many people were unconcerned about him. Even if he was peerless in devising stratagems, the empire valued one's martial ability after all. They all thought a scholar was not capable of anything big. As the night descended, the imperial city was still in a tumultuous state. The situation of the entire imperial city was unstable and dangers were present everywhere. At the Yang Manor, the marquis who pacifies the West, Yang Mo, returned with a grim expression. Luo Sunyang relayed everything she had seen and heard to the white-headed and imposing elderly man. "I understand," Yang Mo said and gestured for Luo Sunyang and Jian Er to withdraw. He sat above the main hall without saying anything. The fact that Zhao Mushan abducted Wang Xiaoi and Yang Chen in order to force the two families into supporting the crown prince was clearly a declaration of war against King Yu. If Zhao Mushan truly is a 7th grade battle saint, why was he hiding his cultivation level for so many years? "Zhao Mushan? Who exactly are you? And what are you planning?" Yang Mo softly muttered. He was not worried about Yang Chen's safety. Furthermore, in a few more days, Zhao Mushan would dispatch his subordinates to send Yang Chen back. However, knowing the truth would not change anything. Because the Yang and Wang family siding with the crown prince had already become a fact. There were many court officials following them, so it was impossible for them to go back on their word. Which is to say, they could only continue to support the crown prince. However, is the crown prince really suitable as an emperor? Yang Mo let out a long sigh. Even though the crown prince was neither foolish nor cruel, he was too mediocre. There was still quite a difference in the abilities of the crown prince and King Yu. Yang Mo was really unable to understand Zhao Mushan's intention for supporting the crown prince. At the Wang Manor, a similar sigh could also be heard. Within this unstable imperial city, while some people were unable to have a good night's sleep, Bulletin Fang was sleeping soundly. The so-called imperial family's affairs had nothing to do with him. His only objective was just to run the store. Once the night quietly passed and the sun rose over the horizon, Bulletin Fang got up from bed on time. Putting on a woolen clothing, Bulletin Fang left his room and entered the kitchen. Every day, during this hour, he would practice his cutting techniques. Even though Bullet Fang had the system, he still had to diligently practice. There were no shortcuts to success. However, Bullet Fang had no intentions of practicing his cutting techniques that day. His meteor cutting technique had already reached the culmination of the first level. Even though the second level was already unlocked, Bullet Fang was not in a hurry. First, he wanted to practice the Big Dipper carving technique that was already unlocked. When it came to carving techniques, Bullet Fang actually had some experience with them. While making the 1000-layer tofu flour from the day before, he mixed in some carving techniques during the cutting process. Even though he did not include a lot of carving, it still caused the 1000-layer tofu flour to stun everyone present. Now that he was going to begin the system's carving technique training, even though the difficulty might be higher than the 1000-layer tofu flour, there would not be a need for him to mix in that many complicated cutting techniques. Big Dipper carving technique, a special carving technique that requires true energy. The host needs to utilize true energy all the time while carving. Extreme care and precision needs to be taken during the carving in order to adhere true energy from the kitchen knife onto the surface of the dish. This would increase its vividness and achieve a dreamlike effect. The Big Dipper carving technique provides an exclusive magic array as well. Once the carving is completed, plating will increase the beauty of the dish. Bullet Fang checked the system's introduction of the Big Dipper carving technique. After taking a look, he realized this technique was not an ordinary carving technique and he even needed to utilize true energy. In an instant, this technique became high-end, refined, and classy. Chapter 110, How Dare You Snatch My Phoenix Blood Herb? True energy was needed while practicing the Big Dipper carving technique. This made the difficulty of the training even harder for the practitioners because true energy was very unstable. If any mistakes were made during the sculpting process, the ingredient would be damaged. Therefore, the chef's ability to control true energy was strongly tested. Similar to the cutting technique training, the system prepared a specially made kitchen knife for Bullet Fang as well, but this one was much lighter. The kitchen knife used during the cutting technique training was made from a special metal and lifting it up alone was extremely strenuous. When Bullet Fang looked at the thick and broad kitchen knife, he began to feel unwell. He thought, shouldn't those kind of small-sized carving knives be used when practicing carving techniques? What's the meaning of giving me a butcher's knife? The kitchen knife itself was not that heavy, but the visual impact made Bullet Fang feel depressed. Pursing his lips, Bullet Fang walked toward a cupboard and took out a piece of tofu that was prepared by the system. This was the ingredient that was going to be used for the practice. Obviously, Bullet Fang was not supposed to use this tofu for testing his cutting technique, but to practice his carving technique. The tofu was extremely white and it was still exuding warmth. A faint fragrance was wafting from the tofu. Without a question, the quality of the tofu was very high. At the very least, it was much better than the one prepared by the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Grabbing the thick and broad kitchen knife, Bullet Fang felt rather awkward for a moment as he faced the palm-sized, delicate tofu. He did not know how he should proceed. With the first swing of his knife, the moment he circulated his true energy, the tender tofu immediately broke into pieces and bits of tofu flew everywhere. Clearly, his first attempt had failed. However, Bullet Fang was not discouraged. Since he was holding a kitchen knife that was similar to those used by butchers, Bullet Fang had not intended to succeed with his first attempt. Therefore, his expression remained the same as he retrieved a piece of tofu from the cupboard and continued with the carving technique training. When it was almost time for the store to open, there was already a thick layer of tofu gathered on the table. Bullet Fang had already lost count of the number of times he failed. Nevertheless, growing from failure, reviewing one's mistakes, and finding the key to success were the most important parts of learning. True energy flowed like a stream into the specially made kitchen knife. Bullet Fang wielded the kitchen knife as if it weighed nothing and skillfully carved on the surface of the tofu. His movements were awkward, but they were much better than before when the tofu crumbled upon contact. Gently pulling back the kitchen knife, Bullet Fang let out a deep breath. He twirled the kitchen knife in his hand and performed a knife trick before gently placing it down. He finally finished the first work. In front of Bullet Fang, there was a palm-sized tofu with some parts starting to slowly fall off, as if its clothes were being taken off to reveal the world inside. It was a lotus flower carved from tofu with white and delicate petals. The petals were translucent like paper and seemed like they would be destroyed from a single gust of wind. The layers of petals stacked together were extremely beautiful. Furthermore, the use of true energy seemed to have caused the surface of the tofu lotus flower to glisten, making it exceptionally attractive. I still need to put in more effort. Nonetheless, I finally managed to carve out the first piece of work after using up the entire morning practice, Bulletin Fang muttered to himself. After that, he cleaned up the kitchen and started preparing Black's breakfast, the sweet and sour ribs. A busy day was beginning once more. For 3 consecutive days, the imperial city was in an uproar. The situation within the imperial court was constantly changing. The news of Emperor Changfeng's demise was already made known and the time of the funeral procession was confirmed. It was set to be held 3 days before the spring festival. The funeral of a great emperor was definitely going to be a grand and spectacular affair. Even though the crown prince and King Yu were still fighting over the throne, neither of them dared to disregard Emperor Changfeng's funeral. This was not just a problem of respecting Emperor Changfeng, but also a test of their filial piety. Ji Chen-su, who was on a campaign outside of the empire's border, was already en route back to the imperial city. The news of the emperor's demise had finally spread to him, so he chose to return. Even though he knew the current state of the imperial city was stormy, he still wanted to come back. His purpose was not just to attend the funeral. On a mountain path, a troop of bunched-up soldiers was slowly proceeding along the rugged terrain. Ji Chen-su, wearing a military attire, was slowly walking in the middle of this troop with a grave expression on his handsome face. Next to Ji Chen-su, there was a figure with a bamboo hat slowly moving along with them while riding atop a horse. The both of them were silent and the mood between them was extremely awkward and tense. When the majestic silhouette of the imperial city appeared before them, Ji Chen-su took a deep breath. His eyes glistened with a meaningful light. "Are you really planning to enter the imperial city?" A hoarse voice reached Ji Chen-su's ears coming from the mouth of the man wearing a bamboo hat. "There's still 10 more days before the spring festival and father's funeral is held 3 days before that. If I don't head back right now, I won't be able to make it for his funeral," Ji Chen-su mildly replied. "Nevertheless, you should think carefully. Once you step into the imperial city, there's a chance that you might be targeted by the crown prince and King Yu. When that happens, you'll be in grave danger. I've never been safe. Even though they seem to be unconcerned about me, I am still a prince after all." Ji Chen-su chuckled as he turned his head toward the man hidden under the bamboo hat and said, "It might be dangerous for me to enter the imperial city, but your situation is not any better than mine. Right, Xiao Yu?" The figure under the bamboo hat chuckled helplessly for a moment. However, after a long while, the both of them started laughing together. "Now that you've mentioned it, I really miss owner Bulletin's Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. It's been so long since I've smelled its aroma that I am really craving for some right now. I really want to drink a dozen jars immediately," Xiao Yu hoarsely said. Ji Chen-su's lips curled up as he gave Xiao Yu a glance. "A dozen jars? You wish? Owner Bulletin only sells 3 jars per day. You're lucky if you even get to drink a single jar." Xiao Yu stared blankly for a moment and then let out a deep sigh. Before Ji Chen-su's army reached the imperial city, 3 figures were standing before its imposing gates. The person leading them was a woman wearing a veil, whose attire was very casual. Her overflowing long hair was tied up with a simple string, and she did not have too many accessories on her. She was also wearing a loose robe that completely concealed her figure. On the other hand, the other 2 figures were respectfully standing behind the woman. If Bulletin Fang was here, he would definitely recognize them because they were the people he met in the wildlands, Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao. At that moment, Tang Yin was both respectfully and fearfully looking at the woman in long robes with a complicated expression on his face. "Master! Are we really going to look for Senior? Senior is really terrifying and unfathomable," Tang Yin helplessly said. The eyes of the woman wearing a veil turned and landed on Tang Yin. Suddenly, an enormous pressure caused Tang Yin to break out in cold sweats. The woman's eyes were extremely beautiful. Her eyebrows were long and curvy, and the corner of her eyes were slightly curving upward. Her skin was fair and supple. Just from looking at her eyes, she appeared to be a devastatingly beautiful woman. "Xiaoyan Yin, I don't know how powerful that senior of yours is. However, if you continue to nag at me, I'll make you drink an entire jar of my special chili sauce," the woman said. Her voice was pleasing to the ears, but the words that came out of her mouth made Tang Yin want to cry. This woman was Tang Yin's master as well as the third elder of the celestial arcanum, Ni Yan. She was an extremely temperamental woman. After glaring at Tang Yin, Ni Yan turned her gaze toward Lu Xiao Xiao and asked, "Girl, that phoenix blood herb was really taken by that fellow, right? You're not lying to me, right?" Lu Xiao Xiao hurriedly nodded her head. Ni Yan's narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted before heading into the imperial city. "How dare you snatch my phoenix blood herb, and I even heard that you're a chef. I like to talk with my culinary skills the most." Ahem. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao helplessly looked each other in the eyes before they hurriedly followed after her. Chapter 111, A woman who is more capable at causing trouble than owner Bulletin. As expected of the Lightwind Empire's imperial city, it's really festive. It's much livelier than our lousy, far-flung sect, Ni Yan muttered as she curiously scanned her surroundings. Her feminine body was concealed under her loose robe as she slowly walked on the imperial city's long street. It was an early winter morning. The sides of the streets were packed with hawking peddlers as well as small-time merchants selling various goods. It was unexpectedly lively. It seemed that even the swirling snow was unable to reduce the enthusiasm of the vendors. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao carefully followed after Ni Yan for fear of losing her in the crowd. Everything was good about their cheap master. Her talent for cultivation was so strong that she reached 7th grade battle saint. Her culinary skills were excellent as well. The dishes she cooked were overwhelmingly fragrant. Even her looks were peerless. However, she had one laughable weakness, and that was having a poor sense of direction. "Xiaoyan, you should just run a stall at our sex plaza in the future. You might make even more money. You'll be able to provide some liveliness to our sect as well. Usually, I don't see anyone around whenever I leave my room." "How embarrassing," Ni Yang said to Tang Yin, who was following behind her. Tang Yin immediately forced a laugh. Why would a 6th grade battle emperor like him set up a stall at their sex plaza? He was not stupid. "By the way, what's the name of the restaurant belonging to that senior of yours?" Ni Yan tilted her head, revealing part of her beautiful face hidden under the veil. Tang Yin was about to reply, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Ni Yan. "Oh, since he's such an arrogant fellow and his cultivation level is high as well, he should be running the most famous restaurant in the imperial city." Tang Yin wordlessly watched as Ni Yan went up to a middle-aged woman who was selling vegetables and directly asked which was the most famous restaurant in the imperial city. "The most popular restaurant in the imperial city? Without a doubt, it's the Immortal Phoenix restaurant," the middle-aged woman replied with a strong accent. "Immortal Phoenix restaurant?" Ni Yan nodded. After thanking the middle-aged woman, she continued walking forward. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao helplessly looked each other in the eyes. In the end, Tang Yin still opened his mouth and said, "Master, the restaurant's name that the senior mentioned seems to be Fang Fang's Little Store." "What Fang Fang's Little Store? He might as well call it Yun's Little Stall. What a depressing name. Never mind, we'll go to that Fang Fang's Little Store later. Let's take a look at the most famous restaurant in the imperial city first. I want to try out their dishes," Ni Yan seriously said. Even though Ni Yan was the third elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect, she was different from the other elders who concentrated on studying astrology and divination. She set all of her mind on culinary instead. She liked cooking using the meat of spirit beasts and researching new dishes. However, the most important thing was that she was a glutton. She had an almost obsessional craze about food. Tang Yin was at a loss as he watched his master swagger ahead of him. Their master would lose all of her self-control whenever food was mentioned. It looked like this Immortal Phoenix restaurant was going to suffer. Even though their master was fond of eating, she was even more picky because of her fondness. The three of them soon reached the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The beautifully furnished restaurant was still packed with people. There were frequent customers coming and going, and its business was flourishing as usual. Even though one of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's chef had lost in cutting techniques against the owner of the Black-Hearted store, this did not prevent the customers from eating here. "Oh my, is this your first time honoring our restaurant with your presence? Please, come in." The moment Ni Yan and her disciples stepped into the store, the middle-aged but still attractive elder sister Chun approached while swinging her hips. After Ni Yan gave elder sister Chun a glance, her mesmerizing eyes turned and looked in another direction, causing elder sister Chun to feel quite embarrassed. After Tang Yin stepped forward and exchanged a few words with elder sister Chun, she gleefully brought the three of them toward an empty table on the first floor. As Yan moved to sit down on the stool, her long robes slightly rose up and partially revealed her slender and fair legs. Then, her elegant eyebrows knitted together as she drew a line on the table with her finger and unhappily gave her assessment, "The hygiene is inadequate and poorly affects my appetite. I give a poor rating." Elder sister Chun's eyebrows rose as her magnificent chest trembled. Why did these words sound so familiar to her? "Bring me all of the dishes on the first floor that you think are first-rate," Yan said to elder sister Chun after finishing her assessment of the hygiene. The sense of familiarity that elder sister Chun was feeling became even stronger. She could not help but recall the last time when a young man spoke similar words. That handsome young man who was always expressionless. Good heavens, could this woman be here to find fault as well? Elder sister Chun was truly terrified by Bullet and Fang the other time. However, since that was the customer's request, she could only follow them. Therefore, she arranged for someone to prepare the dishes. While the dishes were being prepared, elder sister Chun gave Yan an introduction of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's rules and layout. "So, you're saying that this restaurant has 3 floors and the first floor is the worst?" Yan asked. When elder sister Chun nodded, she stopped speaking after she softly replied, "Oh." After waiting for a while, the first dish arrived. A waiter with a white towel draped over his shoulder came and placed a plate of red braised lion's head in front of Yan. Yan removed her veil and her face that was so exquisite that would make one forget to breathe was suddenly exposed to elder sister Chun and that waiter. The waiter was astonished. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. She was simply too beautiful. Her beauty was comparable to the imperial city's #1 beauty, Xiao Yanyu. However, after taking a small bite of the lion's head, Yan knitted her eyebrows together. She suddenly started listing out a bunch of flaws regarding the red braised lion's head in a rapid manner. The waiter and elder sister Chun were dumbfounded as they woke up from their stupor. Yan's actions reminded them of the young man who gave the Immortal Phoenix restaurant a thrashing the previous time. Even though some slight changes were made to the red braised lion's head according to Bullet and Fang's evaluation, the Immortal Phoenix restaurant did not spend too much effort on the dish since it was a first-floor dish. As a result, the dish was heavily criticized by Yan. The other dishes suffered the same fate as well. Even though Yan's appearance was extremely beautiful, her mouth was extremely cruel when criticizing the dishes. She was far more ruthless than Bullet and Fang. Elder sister Chun was feeling very resentful after listening to her criticisms, and Yan was planning to head to the second floor after finishing the first floor's dishes. Since Tang Yin had the money, elder sister Chun was unable to stop them. She could only hurriedly contact Qian Bao, because she felt this beautiful woman was more capable at causing trouble than Bullet and Fang. When Qian Bao hurried to the second floor, Yan had already finished half of the dishes. This flour crab isn't too bad. Even though the quality of the meat is terrible, the chef did an okay job with controlling the oil's temperature. The crab butter was cooked just right as well. This one is still alright, when compared with the other dishes, Yan gave her assessment after having a bite of the pan-fried flour crab. Qian Bao was standing on one side with tears all over his face. This woman was truly fearsome. She mentioned the exact same things as Bullet and Fang and even praised the places they revised according to Bullet and Fang's assessment. Overall, the dishes on the second floor are much better than the first floor. However, flaws are still present. "Let's go to the third floor now," Yan said as she stood up. After hearing these words, Qian Bao's expression immediately turned awkward. Only those with venerable identities like the emperor were allowed on the third floor. The identity of the woman standing before them was completely unknown to him. It was impossible for him to let her step onto the third floor. "I am sorry, but the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's third floor is not open to ordinary customers for the time being," Qian Bao said. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao were shocked. Yan was stunned as well. She turned her head and her devastatingly beautiful eyes locked onto Qian Bao. Qian Bao was feeling rather scared from her stare, so he forced himself to repeat his words. Yan was unhappy with his refusal. She coldly looked at Qian Bao and said while emphasizing every single word, "Let me go up, otherwise I'll tear down your restaurant." Qian Bao's expression immediately went cold. Was the woman in front of him planning to cause trouble here in his restaurant? He clapped his hands and 3 5th-grade Battle King experts suddenly appeared. Dear customer, you'll need to consider your own capabilities before trying to cause trouble at my restaurant. Otherwise. Thump. Yan lifted a hand and slightly pressed down. Suddenly, before Qian Bao could finish his words, the 3 Battle Kings were pressed down onto the floor. The words that Qian Bao wanted to say were also stuck in his throat. Otherwise, what? Yan sweetly asked with a beautiful smile as she gave Qian Bao a glance. Chapter 112, Deep-Fried Wandering Dragon Cow Meat Sausages. Cold sweat immediately started dripping down from Qian Bao's forehead, forcing 3 Battle Kings to lie down on the ground with just one hand. Just how powerful was this beautiful woman in front of him? These 3 Battle Kings were already the strongest defensive force within the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The faction behind him had only allocated these 3 experts for him to handle any sudden situations, and in the past, they had proven to be more than capable enough. Nevertheless, on that day, they encountered someone that the 3 could not handle. Tang Yin, who was standing behind Yan, sympathetically looked at the 3 Battle Kings lying on the floor. Battle Kings were nothing in front of a 7th-grade Battle Saint. Yan withdrew her hand and a smile suddenly appeared on her beautiful face as she said, Owner Qian, you'll let us go onto the 3rd floor now, right? Qian Bao actually wanted to say no. However, the capability of the woman in front of him was simply too terrifying. He felt that if he really refused her request, she might really tear down the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Qian Bao wondered why his luck had been so terrible recently. The 3rd floor's rule was actually broken twice in a row. This was purely an affront to the dignity of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Yes. Qian Bao agonizingly replied as he started walking, leading the 3 of them toward the 3rd floor of the restaurant. Yan immediately chuckled and raised her pretty eyebrows as she followed after Qian Bao. Stepping onto the antiquated 3rd floor, the pleasant smell of sandalwood incense was wafting in the air, creating a relaxing mood. The 3rd floor was decorated with many pretty ornaments and the view was quite beautiful. The furnishing is unexpectedly pretty good. Yan nodded as she looked around. Suddenly, her eyes focused on something in a distance. Placed next to a table, there was a white tofu flower blooming with fur-like petals inside a crystal bowl. This is the work of a chef from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Yan walked closer and attentively admired the tofu flower. The more seriously Yan observed, the more astonished she became. She saw that the tofu flower was not just simply 2 or 3 layers, but was formed by 1,000 layers stacked together. Of course, the so-called 1,000 layer was not literally 1,000 layer. However, the scene of the tofu densely packed together still made Yan suck in a breath of cold air. The cutting technique used to create this work had already reached an uncanny level. At the very least, Yan conceded that her own cutting techniques were incapable of performing such a feat. No. This is the work of owner Bulletin. Qian Bao sighed with emotion as he gazed at the 1,000-layer tofu flower. This piece of work was brought back by Qian Bao after the match with Bulletin Fang ended. He perfectly preserved the tofu flower and sealed it within a crystal bowl, making the tofu flower seem as if it was an exquisite piece of artwork and giving it an ornamental value. This was an idea that Qian Bao had suddenly come up with. Owner Bulletin. Yan puzzledly looked at Qian Bao. Qian Bao raised his eyebrows. The woman in front of him who was so obsessed with food was actually unaware of owner Bulletin. Did they come from outside of the Imperial City? Owner Bulletin is the owner of Fang's little store, Qian Bao earnestly explained. Tang Yin obviously knew who Bulletin Fang was and immediately became somewhat excited. As expected, the senior he knew was not someone who would be unknown within the Imperial City. Fang's little store. Yan narrowed her eyes. From the preciseness of the cutting technique, she could tell that the chef from Fang's little store was definitely not an ordinary person. Involuntarily, Yan's interest toward Fang's little store became even stronger. On the 3rd floor of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, it was hard even for Bulletin Fang to find too many flaws in the 3 dishes. After improvements were made according to Bulletin Fang's assessment, the dishes were one step closer to perfection. Therefore, Yan quietly finished the 3 dishes of delicious food that somewhat uplifted their mood. They're very delicious. As expected of the 3rd floor, your chefs possess some capabilities indeed. Yan put on her veil once more, concealing her peerless facial features. With a wave of her hand, she took out some gold coins and handed them to Qian Bao. Qian Bao was quite surprised that he could still receive the money. With the woman's strength, Qian Bao would not be able to defy her even if she tried to dine and dash. Have someone bring us to that Fang Fang's little store. I am very curious about the sort of food the chef who could perform such a cutting technique would make, Ni Yan said. Owner Bulatin's dishes are definitely delicious. It's just that the price is rather expensive, that's all. Money? Money is not an issue. You just have to bring us there. Lu Xiao Xiao, who remained quiet all this time, finally spoke up. They were not lacking in wealth at all. Since the other party expressed their indifference, Qian Bao personally led them toward that small restaurant situated in an alleyway. White snow swirled around in the skies, scattering snowflakes here and there and covering the entire imperial city with a layer of silver frost. As Bulatin Fang removed the door boards, the cold air mixed with a few pieces of snowflakes instantly rushed into the store, causing him to slightly shiver for a moment. After preparing the sweet and sour ribs for Blackie, Bulatin Fang returned to the kitchen once more. There was an especially important matter he had to settle that morning. Bulatin Fang was very serious as he stopped in front of the cupboard where the wandering dragon cow sausages were being dry cured. As he carefully opened the cupboard, a burst of meaty aroma accompanied with a medicinal fragrance gushed out. Bulatin Fang reached his hand out and pinched one of the sausages. He could feel a slight springiness coming from the sausage. This indicated that the sausage had finally been dry cured to a degree he desired. The sausage coating was rather hard and there was a slight springiness when pinched. This proved that the sausage had already been dry cured. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Bulatin Fang took out the 21 sausages from the cupboard. Cutting off one of the sausages, he stored the rest of them inside the refrigerator. Bulatin Fang could not wait to cook this sausage that he had been looking forward to for some time. However, he still needed to make some preparations before doing that. He first poured some oil into the wok and waited until the heat coming from the oil's surface was slightly hot before putting the sausage into the oil. Once the sausage entered the oil, a sizzling sound immediately sounded out from the wok. White waves of oil enveloped the sausage and continuously bubbled, appearing like somewhat cloudy snowflakes. The fragrance of the oil and the meaty aroma of the sausage instantly spread out from the wok and filled the entire kitchen. The smell of the spirit herbs were blended with these aroma as well, forming a fragrance that could cause one to lose their self-control just from inhaling the aroma. The smell was simply too fragrant. Even Bulatin Fang couldn't help but salivate. He did not actually include too many steps within the cooking process of the sausage because there was no need for them. He had already completed everything else that was necessary. Now, he only needed to wait for the sausage to be cooked. Since the sausage coating was made from the submucosa of a 7th grade wandering dragon cow, ordinary oil was not warm enough to deep fry the sausage. Therefore, during the cooking process, Bulatin Fang had to carefully send true energy into the wok of oil in order to infuse heat into the sausage. Once the intensity of the fragrance wafting in the air reached a certain level, Bulatin Fang swiftly used chopsticks to remove the sausage from the wok of oil. After the oil on the sausage was filtered away, a rosy and shiny sausage was presented before Bulatin Fang. A meaty aroma accompanied with a medicinal fragrance wafted out from the sausage and continuously flowed into Bulatin Fang's nostrils. Before Bulatin Fang could even taste the sausage, he was already feeling his taste buds being covered and conquered by this aroma. A wisp of green smoke appeared for a moment and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife was held in Bulatin Fang's hand. He carefully sliced the sausage into 3 pieces. The moment the sausage coating was cut open, the beefy aroma contained within the sausage coating billowed out as if a bomb had exploded. The smell was even stronger than before and reached almost every corner of the store. At the entrance, Blackie was gobbling down the sweet and sour ribs while wagging its tail when it suddenly stopped. Then, its eyes blinked as it raised its head and started sniffing the air. What smell was that? It smelled so good. Qian Bao was leading Nian and her disciples, and they had just arrived before the store. Before they could even enter the store, a surging wave of meaty aroma completely enveloped their sense of smell, causing them to be completely captivated by the fragrance. Whether it was Qian Bao, who had the lowest cultivation level, or Nian, who was a 7th grade battle saint, they were all captivated by the meaty aroma of the sausage. Just by slicing open a big sausage, the entire long street was wafting with fragrance. Chapter 113, You are customers, but it isn't. This meat smells so good. How can it be so fragrant? Yan's devastatingly beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity as they slightly widened. The rich smell of meat wafted toward her and flowed into her beautiful nose. Suddenly, all of the pores throughout her body seemed to have exploded. As someone who was both a chef and a glutton, Yan's pastime was sampling and researching all kinds of food. She once tried to cook a dish using a 6th-grade spirit beast, but she unfortunately failed. The meat of a 6th-grade spirit beast was filled with a rich amount of spirit energy. However, once these spirit beasts perished, the spirit energy would be locked within their carcasses. If a person sliced off a piece of meat from the carcass, the spirit energy contained inside that piece of meat would rapidly dissipate. With her experience, Yan was able to instantly analyze the composition of the aroma wafting in the air. She not only detected a meaty aroma, but also a medicinal fragrance and a rich amount of spirit energy as well. The concentration of spirit energy in the air made her feel incredulous. Qian Bao was continuously swallowing his saliva. He thought, this fragrance. Not even our restaurant's most delicious dish, the roasted flower duck, could compare with this smell. As expected, owner Buletin's culinary skills is extraordinary. I must definitely have a taste of his cooking today. The expressions of Tang Yin and Lu Xiao, who were standing behind Yan, were both filled with euphoria. This was not the first time that they had encountered such a rich meaty aroma. Previously, when they were in the wildlands, Buletin Fang had cooked a roast meat with a strong fragrance as well. Even till that day, the flavor of the roast meat was still unforgettable for them. Buletin Fang was carrying a porcelain plate with 3 pieces of sliced sausages scattered on the top. A slight warmth was lingering around the surface of the sausage. There was also a wave of fragrance that was close to solidifying, melding together with the spirit energy. Buletin Fang could not wait to have a taste of this overwhelmingly fragrant sausage. He had just stepped out of the kitchen when he saw the 4 people standing at the doorway with euphoric expressions. A trace of doubt appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Eh? Someone's here so early today. Normally, there would not be any customers at such an early hour. Even Fatty Jin, who always came on time, would usually take a while to arrive. Senior. It's us." When Tang Yin saw that familiar appearance and that familiar smell, his eyes immediately lit up as he excitedly waved his hand toward Buletin Fang. Buletin Fang gave Tang Yin a glance. After thinking for a moment, he finally recognized the man who was waving to him at such an early hour. The encounter at the wildlands left quite a deep impression on him. "Oh, it's you. It's been a while. Are you here to eat? Come in," Buletin Fang expressionlessly said before placing the plate in his hands on a table. The eyes of the 4 humans plus a dog all followed Buletin Fang's actions and fell on the table. The sound of swallowing resounded throughout the room. Everyone subconsciously stepped into the store. Their eyes were all focused on Buletin Fang, who had already sat down at the table. He was holding onto a pair of chopsticks and was about to start eating. Buletin Fang was unconcerned about the actions of the others. The wooden chopsticks in his hand opened and Buletin Fang gently clamped one of the 3 pieces of sausage. The moment the chopsticks squeezed together, an aromatic grease naturally seeped out of the sausage. The fragrance wafting in the air suddenly became even stronger. Buletin Fang carefully observed the piece of sausage. The place where the cut was made was extremely smooth and the meat inside was tender and fragrant. Buletin Fang's appetite was being aroused just from looking at the sausage. As Buletin Fang took a bite of the sausage, the sound of his teeth colliding together with the crispy sausage casing seemingly could be heard. While Buletin Fang was taking a bite, Qian Bao and the others slightly opened their mouths as well and subconsciously licked their lips. The texture of the sausage was very springy, and the crispy sausage casing as well as the tender beef filling instantly enveloped Buletin Fang's mouth. The fragrance lingered in his mouth like a thick fog and was impossible to dispel. Since the sausage was slightly hot, Buletin Fang tried to cool it down by opening his mouth. He exhaled a breath of hot air along with the sausage's fragrance. Gulp. Bark. Rumbling noises sounded out from the stomachs of the 4, and Blackie barked once while licking its lip. However, at that moment, Buletin Fang was completely immersed within the delicious flavor. After he began chewing, only then was he able to perfectly experience the taste of the sausage. Since a little rock sugar was mixed within the sausage casing was not only crispy but also a little sweet. It became even more flavorful and caused the meaty aroma to burst forth like an explosion and instantly charge out from Buletin Fang's nostrils. It's delicious! Bulletin Fang exclaimed. The familiar flavor of the sausage made him feel nostalgic. The sausage made from the meat of the wandering dragon cow as well as various spirit herbs tasted even more superb. It was the meat of a 7th grade spirit beast after all. As expected, it was not something that ordinary meat could compare with. After swallowing the mouthful of sausage, Bulletin Fang licked his lips while feeling unsatisfied. His eyes seemed somewhat blurry. Why are you guys looking at me like that? When Bulletin Fang woke from his daze, he puzzledly looked at the others. The drooling appearance of the 4 humans plus a dog made it impossible for Bulletin Fang to not feel amused. Are you the one who cooked this sausage? Yan asked as her beautiful eyes stared straight at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang nodded as he shoved the rest of the bitten sausage into his mouth. Can I have a taste? Yan hesitated for a moment before asking. The others were also looking at Bulletin Fang with expressions filled with expectation. The smell of the sausage was simply too enticing. It was so fragrant that they were not themselves. Bulletin Fang gave her a glance and indifferently said, "No." Yan was stunned. Tang Yin was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Oh, Blackie was not stunned. It was still licking its lips and looking at Bulletin Fang with eyes that were filled with expectation. Someone actually refused her? Yan was somewhat bewildered. How many years had it been since she faced such a situation? Yan took off her veil and revealed her devastatingly beautiful and peerless appearance. Her delicate, red lips slightly curled up and her pretty eyes stared straight at Bulletin Fang as she asked, "Now, can I have a taste of the sausage?" Yan was more confident about her appearance than her strength. She was certain that no one would be able to remain composed after witnessing her appearance. However, she was wrong this time. When Bulletin Fang gave her another glance, astonishment flashed across his eyes and then he still indifferently replied, "No. You." Yan was exasperated. How could he speak like that to a beauty like her? Then, why don't you tell me, what do I have to do in order to taste the sausage? Yan was really itching to slap this fellow in front of her to death. However, when she thought about how such a delicious sausage could only be made by this despicable fellow, she was unable to do it. Are you stupid? Look at the menu. Bulletin Fang pursed his lips and picked up another sausage. He delightfully shoved the sausage into his mouth and chewed it with relish. When Yan saw Bulletin Fang's infuriating expression while enjoying the sausage, she was really tempted to kick his face in. While enduring the enticing fragrance of the sausage, she raised her head and looked toward the menu hung on the store's wall. The moment she looked, her beautiful eyes widened once more. Bark! Blackie was furious. It thought, how dare this rascal ignore this lord dog? How could you not offer up such a delicious sausage to your lord dog? Bulletin Fang went into a daze for a moment. He rubbed the lord dog's head and softly said, "Stop messing around." Who's messing around with who? Blackie thought as it roared out once more. This roar was filled with his tremendous anger as well as his yearning toward the sausage. Bark! Bulletin Fang sighed in his heart. He knew he would not be able to eat this last piece of sausage. He grudgingly patted Blackie's head and handed over the sausage to it. Blackie's eyes were gleaming and its tongue was hanging out as it excitedly swallowed the sausage with one bite. Thereafter, it narrowed its eyes and had an expression filled with satisfaction. Yan had just turned back. She wanted to question Bulletin Fang about the unreasonable pricing. However, before she could say anything, she witnessed a scene where Bulletin Fang was feeding the sausage to a dog. Bulletin Fang was feeding the sausage that was so delicious that they were unable to control themselves to a big black dog. A black dog? A dog? What do you mean by that? What's your basis for letting the dog eat when I couldn't? Yan asked with a cold expression. Bulletin Fang had stood up and was picking up the plate and chopsticks when he heard Yan's question. He immediately gave her a puzzled glance and said, "There's no particular reason. You're customers, but it isn't." After he finished speaking, he headed toward the kitchen. When he reached the doorway, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head toward the others. Here's a reminder, only 3 servings of Wandering Dragon cow sausage are provided each day. If you want to eat them, you should quickly order. Chapter 114, This is a Secret. Bulletin Fang watched as the 3 Wandering Dragon cow meat sausages rolled about inside of the wok filled with oil. Even though he had already eaten a sausage, he couldn't help but crave for more after smelling the fragrance exuding from the sausages. A dish made from the meat of a 7th-grade spirit beast simply possessed too much allure. He might as well rob someone. Selling a single sausage for 250 crystals, he's practically demented. Yan could not help but silently curse as she sat down in a huff. Sitting next to her, Tang Yin could not refrain from feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Even though the price was 250 crystals per sausage, they still bought them in the end. The ones who bought the sausages, weren't they even more demented? Next to them, Qian Bao sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the store well known as Black-Hearted within the Imperial City, a single sausage was actually being sold for 250 crystals. That was almost equivalent to an entire week of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's earnings. He actually could not even afford to eat a single sausage. Glancing at the big black dog that was delightfully lying at the entrance, Yan became infuriated. Such a delicious sausage was eaten by a big black dog just like that. It was simply a waste of good food. However, there was nothing else she could do. Like Bulletin Fang had said, she came to the store as a customer. If she wanted to taste the dishes, she would naturally need to make an order and pay for them with crystals. That big black dog was not a customer, so Bulletin Fang could just feed it with the sausage. Simply put, this was an issue with their identities. Even though Yan was angry, she could still reluctantly accept this reason. After Yan looked through the menu, she was frankly shocked internally. Every single dish on the menu was ridiculously expensive. However, contrary to her expectations, there really were customers who patronized the store. Looking at the obese men wrapped within their overcoats in the next table, Yan was slightly speechless. Bai Fang soon walked out of the kitchen while holding 2 white porcelain plates in his hands. The sliced pieces of 2 of the Wandering Dragon cow meat sausages were scattered on the plates. A rich fragrance that was close to solidifying wafted out from the porcelain bowls. How fragrant! Everyone within the store was attracted by the smell. They could not help but sniff the air, hoping to smell even more of the fragrance. "This is the Wandering Dragon cow meat sausage that you ordered, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang said to Yan and then placed the other plate in front of Tang Yin. He turned around and went back into the kitchen and then came back with the last plate, placing it before Lu Xiao. The 3 of them eagerly started eating. Tang Yin swallowed a piece of sausage with a single bite. His eyes almost popped out as he vigorously chewed the food in his mouth, seemingly intending to even swallow his own tongue. Lu Xiao's appearance while eating was pretty similar to Tang Yin. She was completely immersed within the delicious flavor and was unable to control herself. On the other hand, Yan was more rational. She was solemnly sizing up the sausage and evaluating the dish by carefully observing its color, smell, appearance, and various other aspects. After understanding the situation, Yan picked up a piece of sausage and began slowly savoring its flavor in her mouth. The rich meaty flavor was like a stream as it gradually blossomed in her mouth, causing both of her body and mind to be captivated by the deliciousness. How fragrant! How delicious! Is this really a sausage? This is the most delicious sausage I've ever had. Yan was extremely astonished. She had completely fallen. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened into a smile as he watched the 3 of them eating with relish. He turned around and headed back into the kitchen to start preparing the dishes of Fatty Jin and the others. When Bulletin Fang had fulfilled all the orders, Yan and her disciples had also recovered from the deliciousness of the Wandering Dragon cow meat sausages. They were looking at Bulletin Fang with strange gazes. Yan's eyes were staring straight at Bulletin Fang. Her gaze was seemingly intending to swallow Bulletin Fang in a single bite. "Tell me, how did you prevent the spirit energy within the meat of the spirit beasts from dissipating? I've been researching this sort of technique for a long time, but I've still been unable to control the spirit energy residing within the meat of the spirit beasts." Immediately after taking the first bite, Yan understood why Bulletin Fang was selling the sausages at such an expensive price. The effects of eating one of his sausages were more potent than swallowing a 6th-grade elixir. The spirit energy contained within the sausage was beyond her imagination. The meat used to produce this sausage was definitely not from an ordinary spirit beast. Wandering Dragon cow, could it be that Wandering Dragon cow? Bulletin Fang wiped off the water droplets on his hands and gave Yan a glance. The eyes of this peerless beauty were filled with the thirst for knowledge. Her large eyes, which seemed to contain circulating water ripples, were filled with expectation as she stared at Bulletin Fang. Even Bulletin Fang was nearly moved by her. "This is a secret," Bulletin Fang said. Yan was exasperated. She nearly forgot that beauty was useless in front of this block-headed fellow. Once the meat of a spirit beast was damaged, the spirit energy contained inside would dissipate. The higher the grade of the spirit beast, the faster the rate of dissipation. From the looks of this meat, the grade of the spirit beast it came from is definitely not low. "How did you do it?" "This is a secret," Bulletin Fang replied. Yan's complexion darkened. At that moment, she had an impulse to turn this infuriating fellow into minced meat with a single slap. "Then, you should at least be able to tell me the grade of the spirit beast that this meat came from, right?" Yan asked in a huff. The incredible concentration of spirit energy within the meat gave Yan some suspicions of her own. However, she was still unsure. If her suspicions really were true, it would be really terrifying. "This is a sec. Oh, I can tell you this." Bulletin Fang was going to give the same answer out of habit, but he paused for a moment and quickly changed his reply. The true energy within Yan's body started moving erratically as she endured the urge to throw out a punch. "You even got into a habit of saying it was a secret? Why do you think a sausage could be sold for such an expensive price?" Bulletin Fang asked as he looked Yan. "That's because the meat itself is expensive. This meat is from a 7th grade wandering dragon cow. 10 miles away from the imperial city's gate, the third prince's army had set up camp on an empty plain. They did not choose to enter the imperial city. The third prince took off his military attire and changed into a refined white robe. He elegantly stood in front of the troops with 2 people following behind him. One of them was wearing a bamboo hat with a black veil, while the other was a vigorous person who was both tall and burly. Your Highness, entering the imperial city would definitely be perilous. Your subordinate must accompany you at all times, in order to ensure your Highness' safety." The tall and burly man opened his mouth and said. Ji Chinsu helplessly glanced at the man, but he did not refuse him. He slowly headed toward the towering imperial city underneath the morning sun with his hands held behind his back. As he stepped through the city gate, the winter wind was blowing, but he still felt a familiar feeling rushing into his face. Ji Chinsu felt nostalgic as he looked at the streets of the imperial city. There was not much difference from before he left, but he could still feel a bit of change. From a distance, 2 groups of people were slowly approaching to receive Ji Chinsu. "We welcome the third prince's return to the imperial city. Would your Highness please enter King Yu's manor for a chat," an elderly official said to Ji Chinsu. His tone was actually not considered respectful. Ji Chinsu recognized this person. He was a high-ranking official within the imperial courts. From the looks of it, he chose to side with King Yu. Nevertheless, this was not a good enough reason for his arrogant attitude. Ji Chinsu expressionlessly gave the man a cold glance and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "Your Excellency, how arrogant you are! No matter how much of a dire straits I am in, I am still a prince. While I was fighting and killing our enemies outside of the border, I wonder which brothel your Excellency was staying in. What's your basis for talking to me in such a manner?" That court official was immediately startled. His pupils constricted and his entire back was dripping with cold sweat. The burly man standing behind Ji Chinsu immediately gave an angry snort as he stepped forward and ferociously glared at the court official. The court official was so frightened that he took several steps backward and fell on his buttocks. This court official was only a scholar. How could he withstand the angry glare from a man who was like a vicious beast? From a distance, another group of people slowly approached. The person leading them was a young eunuch. They were evidently the crown prince's subordinates. "This humble servant greets your Highness. The crown prince found out that your Highness has returned to the imperial city today, so he specially ordered this humble servant to receive and invite your Highness to enter the imperial palace for a chat with him." The young eunuch was a good talker and his attitude was reverential and respectful. Ji Chinsu's expression slightly improved and he nodded. However, even though he nodded, he did not show any intentions of moving. He swept his gaze over the 2 group of people and started chuckling. A gentle voice sounded out from his mouth. "Go back and tell my dearest elder brothers, tell them that I am exhausted after a long trip and I don't want to see them. If they have anything to say, we'll talk, during father's funeral." Chapter 115, Master, don't just focus on eating. King Yu's manor, in the middle of the pavilions next to a pond. King Yu was calm and composed as he slowly walked along a covered walkway with his hands held behind his back. He was wearing a long robe with a feather cloak draped over his shoulders. Behind him, the high-ranking official who went to receive the third prince had a trace of fear on his face as he followed King Yu without making a single sound. "You're saying that my third brother rejected the invitations from both me and the crown prince?" King Yu's indifferent voice sounded out, startling the high-ranking official. That high-ranking official hurriedly nodded in response. King Yu suddenly started to chuckle with a laughter that contained a trace of amusement. The corners of his mouth curled up as he stared at the pure white snow that covered the courtyard. "What's this supposed to be? Now that your wings have grown tough, you have come to participate in this mess? The situation within the imperial city is already chaotic enough, do you think it's not chaotic enough?" King Yu muttered to himself. He seemed to be questioning something and then a trace of disdain appeared on his face. "You're just a prince that was almost abandoned. What right do you have to compete with me?" Next to the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, in the Crown Prince Palace. Two figures were standing straight, looking into the distance from the Crown Prince Palace. They could nearly see the entire plaza of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery from where they stood. "Regarding my third brother's return, does Elder Zhao have any questions or suggestions?" The Crown Prince looked toward the elderly man standing next to him. Calling him elderly was not actually correct. Even though Zhao Mushen's hair had already turned white, his facial features were not considered old. Zhao Mushen's gaze was both cloudy and ever-changing, as if he could see through the fickleness of the world. He indifferently said, "There's no need for the Crown Prince to be worried. Even though the third prince is a noble prince, he was still disregarded by the former emperor after all. After spending long periods of time on expeditions outside the border, he has the air of a soldier ingrained upon him. He's destined to have no connection with the throne." The Crown Prince was immediately pleased when he heard those words. Even though he was not really concerned about his third brother, the interference of a prince while the imperial city was in such a chaotic situation was enough to create some disturbances. Zhao Mushen gave the Crown Prince a glance and put up a faint smile. With the support of the Wang family and Yang family, as well as the Zhao family, what other worries does the Crown Prince have? So what if His Majesty's will has not been announced? With your subjects' support, Your Highness only needs to wait for your enthronement. There seemed to be some kind of magic in Zhao Mushen's words. The anxiety in the Crown Prince's mind could not help but be soothed, making him feel at ease. Even though the Crown Prince kept feeling something was strange, he was unable to find the source of the strangeness. "Your Highness, this Gate of Heavenly Mystery was built by the Lightwind Empire's founding emperor. According to legends, a spirit array was engraved into this place. Is there any truth to this?" Zhao Mushen asked as he pointed toward the vast plaza of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery in a distance. The Crown Prince was startled for a moment. He looked toward the plaza of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery that had long since been covered by a layer of pure white snow. There are indeed mentions of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery's oddness within the records left by our forefathers. However, the earliest record is already dating back to a few hundred years ago. Now, we have no way of verifying the truth. At least, Father has never made any mentions about the Gate of Heavenly Mystery having a spirit array. Perhaps, this is just a legend, the Crown Prince said. Zhao Mushen seriously sized up the Crown Prince for a moment. When he saw that the Crown Prince did not seem to be lying, he knitted his eyebrows together. "Is it really only a legend? Here's your golden shumai, please enjoy your meal." Bulletin Fang said as he placed a bamboo steamer filled with piping hot golden shumai in front of Ni Yan. When he subconsciously glanced toward the porcelain plates on the table, he realized this woman had actually ordered every single dish in his store. Ni Yan's pretty eyes immediately lit up when she saw the glittering golden shumai. She hurriedly nodded and swallowed the last piece of red braised meat in her mouth. "Burp. It's been a long time since I've tasted such delicious food." After letting out a burp, Ni Yan stretched her rosy tongue out and licked her petal-like, tender, red lips. Her pearly white teeth were partly visible. Her dazed expression was filled with charm. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up as he glanced at her actions. He wiped off the water droplets on his hands before pulling over a chair and sat down opposite to Ni Yan. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao had ordered some dishes as well, but they were already full from eating. However, even though she was a woman and a beautiful one at that, Yan was unexpectedly eating without a care in the world. Her appearance while eating was completely like that of a veteran glutton. As she picked up a golden shumai with her chopsticks, the slight squeeze immediately caused the oil within the shumai to shake and almost spill out. Yan carefully held her hand below the chopsticks as she ate the shumai with a single bite. She looked really adorable with her cheeks bulging from the food in her mouth. "Senior! I didn't expect that you really were an authentic chef," Tang Yin exclaimed as he looked at Bulletin Fang. He always thought that was just an excuse for Bulletin Fang to conceal his identity. "I am as real can get. I am a professional chef, the chef of a small restaurant located in the Imperial City," Bulletin Fang said with a nod. Lu Xiaoxiu's large eyes blinked as she looked at Bulletin Fang. She was feeling slightly suspicious about how Bulletin Fang's current behavior was completely different from how he was in the wildlands. However, when she saw her own master wolfing down her food in an unladylike manner, her suspicions toward Bulletin Fang were immediately dispelled. Compared to her own gluttonous master, this senior was simply far more exemplary. "Senior, may I ask whether the phoenix blood herb from the fallen Phoenix Valley is in your possession?" Lu Xiaoxiu seriously asked. Bulletin Fang was slightly surprised when he heard this question. He expressionlessly gave her a glance and nodded without concealing the truth. At that time, the two of them probably went back to the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix after getting into safety. When they discovered the phoenix blood herb was already harvested, they naturally suspected Bulletin Fang. Seeing that Bulletin Fang did not deny, a trace of delight immediately appeared on Lu Xiaoxiu's face. She hurriedly turned toward her master, only to discover that Yan had once more picked up another 2 golden shumai and was shoving them into her mouth with a face filled with happiness. "Master! Don't forget our purpose for coming to the Imperial City," Lu Xiaoxiu thought, while not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This gluttonous master of hers immediately forgot about everything else once she found something delicious. "Junior sister, there's no need to hurry. Senior is right here. We can discuss the matter of the phoenix blood herb after master has finished eating." Tang Yin slightly frowned as he gave Lu Xiaoxiu a glance. Bulletin Fang leaned on his chair as he glanced toward the three of them. He looked pensive as he thought, "So, the objective of these three for coming to the store is the phoenix blood herb. Haha. Owner Bulletin, it's been a long time." Just when Bulletin Fang was contemplating, a gallant laughter suddenly came from outside. This laughter was somewhat familiar and interrupted Bulletin Fang's contemplation. Bulletin Fang puzzledly looked toward the entrance and saw 2 figures stepping into the store together. That person who was laughing, was he not Ji Chensu, the third prince who had just returned after an expedition outside the border? There was also a man wearing a bamboo hat with a face veil standing next to Ji Chensu. His figure was rather familiar as well. It's you? Did you just come back from your business trip?" Bulletin Fang asked with a smile. Ji Chensu was startled, seemingly unable to understand Bulletin Fang's words. However, that did not matter. With a smile, he sat down at a table and urgently said, "Owner Bulletin, it's been a while since I've drank the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. I am really craving for a jar right now. Hurry and give me a serving." Bulletin Fang nodded. As he stood up, he looked toward the man wearing a bamboo hat with a face veil and asked, "What about you?" "I'll have the same." A hoarse voice sounded out as the man took off his bamboo hat, revealing a handsome face that was familiar to Bulletin Fang. Xiao Yu chuckled as he nodded toward Bulletin Fang. It was the two of them as Bulletin Fang had expected, but he was still somewhat puzzled. Why would the two of them be hanging out together? "Are you not going to order any side dishes to go with the wine?" Bulletin Fang asked as he turned around after reaching the entrance to the kitchen. "No, I just want the wine. I am here today to sate my craving for wine," Ji Chensu said with a smile as he shook his head. Xiao Yu responded the same way as well. Bulletin Fang immediately felt a tinge of disappointment as he entered the kitchen. Xiao Yu was sitting opposite to Ji Chensu. When his gaze landed on the face of the peerless beauty that was gobbling down her food, he stared blankly at her for a moment. Thereafter, Xiao Yu's pupils constricted as he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman! Why would she be here? Chapter 116, Fine Wine, Dragon's Breath. Xiao Yu recognized this woman. Or, to put it differently, there were very few people within the top experts of the 10 great sects that could not recognize this outrageously beautiful woman. The Celestial Arcanum sects, Third Elder. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the scene of Nian gorging herself with food and took a deep breath. Leaving aside Nian's cultivation level, her identity as the elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect alone was enough to attract Xiao Yu's attention. Even though the Celestial Arcanum sect was considered part of the 10 great sects, strictly speaking, they had already transcended the level of the group. The Celestial Arcanum sect focused on divination and astrology. Each and every one of their disciples were extremely mysterious, and the ones roaming about in the world were all at least 5th grade battle kings. Furthermore, their combat capabilities were strong and they were experts at setting up magic arrays to battle their enemies. They were an existence that every sect was wary about. The Celestial Arcanum sect's legacy dated back a long time ago. Furthermore, they rarely involved themselves with worldly matters and did not have any form of interaction with the imperial power. Even though Emperor Changfeng was aiming to destroy the 10 great sects, he had never made any bold claims about eradicating the Celestial Arcanum sect. The sect was like a taboo that elicited reverence from many people. Furthermore, as the third elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect, Nian's cultivation level had reached the level of 7th grade battle saint. She was not any weaker than the Lightwind Empire's #1 guardian, Xiao Meng. This woman. Why would she appear here in the imperial city at such a sensitive time? Xiao Yu was truly feeling somewhat puzzled. According to the Celestial Arcanum sect's usual way of doing things, they should have no interest in worldly affairs or matters related to the imperial power. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Lu Xiao said in dissatisfaction as she widened her eyes and gave Xiao Yu a glare. She knew this gluttonous master of hers was outrageously beautiful, but this rather good-looking man was actually staring at her in such an open manner. What a shameless fellow! When Tang Yin gave Xiao Yu a glance as well, his dashing eyebrows knitted together and he became on guard. This was the ability of experts to sense each other. Xiao Yu's cultivation level had already reached the pinnacle of Battle Emperor and Tang Yin was a Battle Emperor as well. Their combat capabilities were evenly matched and the both of them could naturally sense a dangerous aura from each other. What's going on? Ji Chinsu puzzledly asked when he felt the destructive aura exuding from Xiao Yu. Thereafter, he turned his head and looked toward Nian and her disciples. These 3 people are not simple, Xiao Yu serenely said as the aura exuding from his body suddenly dissipated. Within Bullet Fang's store, he neither wanted nor dared to cause trouble. He still remembered the terrifying combat capability of that puppet as well as that thing lying at the entrance, that supreme beast. Tang Yin dispelled his aura as well and looked away. The two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding and resolved the situation in silence. Bullet Fang soon walked out of the kitchen, grabbing 2 jars of ice heart jade urn wine in his hands. This gluttonous woman, Nian, seemed to be only interested in food and unexpectedly did not order the ice heart jade urn wine. Here's your wine, please enjoy, Bullet Fang said as he placed the jars onto the table. Xiao Yu and Ji Chinsu were already close to reaching their limits. They each grabbed a jar of wine and removed the cloth covers. When the rich aroma of the wine instantly pervaded the air, Xiao Yu and Ji Chinsu were immediately intoxicated by this enchanting aroma and they were unable to control themselves. This wine aroma! Nian and her disciples were attracted by the aroma of the wine as well. Their eyes suddenly widened as they looked toward the ice heart jade urn wine. Nian shoved the last piece of golden shumai into her mouth and finally finished eating every single dish in Bullet Fang's store. She had an enjoyable time eating the food. At least, she subconsciously felt delighted when looking at the entire table filled with porcelain plates. The aroma of this wine is pretty good, Nian stood up and lazily stretched her body. She fondled her belly before walking over to Xiao Yu and Ji Chinsu's table. Owner Bulletin's ice heart jade urn wine is the best wine that I've ever drunk. Would the young lady like to have a taste? Ji Chinsu gently said with a smile. Nian blinked for a moment and naturally took up the offer. She requested a porcelain cup from Bullet Fang, placed it in front of Ji Chinsu and said, "Fill it to the brim." "The best wine that you've ever tasted, hee, is this better than the dragon's breath brewed by the old drunkard?" Nian murmured with a smile. A clear liquid like spring water was poured into the porcelain cup, filling it to the brim. Nian lifted the porcelain cup and took a small sip. The bitterness immediately spread in her mouth. The taste is unexpectedly pretty good. Nian smacked her lips and said with a nod, "However, compared to the dragon's breath brewed by the old drunkard, it's still lacking by a little bit. Bulletin Fang was somewhat surprised. This was the first time someone said that his wine was inferior to another wine. This made him very curious. Is dragon's breath a type of wine? Bulletin Fang asked. Yan looked toward Bulletin Fang and raised her eyebrows as she thought, even a rascal like you has moments where you have questions to ask me. She nodded in a tsundere-like manner and said with a snort, I admit that the taste of the dishes in your store are pretty good, but I've eaten dishes that are far more delicious than your food. Since the hidden dragon continent is so vast, there's naturally a lot of delicious flavors. There are artificial flavors as well as natural flavors. It's only natural for there to be food that are more delicious than yours, Yan said. Bulletin Fang agreed with what she said. Even though he was confident, he was not arrogant. He nodded with a somewhat serious and solemn expression on his face. Let's take dragon's breath for instance. The old drunkard's dragon's breath used several hundred types of valuable spirit herbs. In order to brew this wine, it needs to be placed at the bottom of the crater lake at Mount Tiandang and allow it to ferment for 3 years. The color of the liquid is like a burning flame and is exceptionally beautiful. It tastes bitter with a tinge of mellowness. After drinking a mouthful, you'll feel as if you're standing under a dragon's fire breath and both your body and mind will feel renewed. Even though this wine is pretty good as well, it's still lacking a little compared to the dragon's breath, Yan truthfully said. The old drunkard was a mysterious expert from the Celestial Arcanum sect and his cultivation level was unfathomable. At the very least, Yan was unable to see through his cultivation level. Moreover, she was fortunate enough to have drunk a small cup of that dragon's breath. The wine left her with an extremely deep impression, and therefore she gave such a speech. System, our wine seems to have lost, Bulletin Fang said to the system. The system did not reply immediately and was silent for a long time. It was so long that Bulletin Fang nearly assumed the system did not feel like replying him. Abrupt mission, would the host please research and create your own wine that can surpass the dragon's breath and subdue the old drunkard? Young man, there will be many obstacles on the path to maturity. Destroy the obstacles. Spread your wings and soar. System reward, dragon blood rice and 10% of true energy cultivation progression. The system's serious and very solemn voice suddenly rang out next to Bulletin Fang's ears, causing him to jump in surprise. Thereafter, Bulletin Fang was feeling somewhat dumbfounded. The system just issued an abrupt mission at the slightest disagreement. Furthermore, the abrupt mission this time was rather interesting. He had to create a better wine than the dragon's breath that Yan introduced. The difficulty was higher than usual. While Bulletin Fang was lost in thought, Yan had already finished the cup of wine. Looking at her, she was indeed uninterested in the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. Burp. Yan let out another burp and a cloud of spirit energy gushed out from between her tender, petal-like, red lips. Her pretty face was slightly reddened, making her beautiful beyond comparison. After eating so much delicious food that was brimming with spirit energy, there seemed to be signs of a breakthrough for Yan's cultivation that had not shown any signs of activity for a long time. To be able to trigger signs of a 7th grade battle saint's breakthrough, it clearly showed how much spirit energy Yan had ingested just now, especially the 7th grade wandering dragon cow meat sausage which contained the highest amount of spirit energy. Even though Yan was a glutton, she was extremely meticulous about her cultivation. When she perceived that she was about to reach a breakthrough, she paid her bill and swiftly dashed out of the alleyway while pulling along Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao. Within an instant, she was gone. While Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao were being dragged away by Yan, they were in a state of confusion as they thought, Master, what about our purpose for coming to the Imperial City? You seem to have forgotten again. Chapter 117, The Arrival in Force of Experts from the Sects. Bulletin Fang was dumbfounded as he watched Yan disappear in a hurry. The corners of his mouth widened into a grin. He was originally planning to discuss things with her so that she could be the appraiser of the fine wine he was going to brew. After all, Yan was the only person he knew who had tasted dragon's breath before. No matter what, owner Bulletin's wine is already the best wine I've ever tasted, Ji Chinsu said with a smile as he raised his cup toward Bulletin Fang. After giving his heartfelt praise, he drained the cup in one gulp. Xiao Yu performed the same actions as well. They had never drank dragon's breath or whatever before, so they were not clear which wine was superior between the two. However, compared to the bejeweled nectar wine that they had before, Bulletin Fang's Ice Heart Jade Urn wine was the best and nothing else was comparable. The two of them believed that seeing was believing. Bulletin Fang nodded his head toward them in appreciation and said, "I know that there's always someone better out there, so I won't let myself be blinded by arrogance. I'll work hard to research a new kind of fine wine. When the time comes, the two of you can come over to taste the wine. I believe it'll definitely surpass that dragon's breath or whatever." Bulletin Fang's voice was very calm, like his usual way of speaking. It was a reserved confidence that did not needlessly reveal itself. The eyes of Ji Chinsu and Xiaoyu immediately lit up and they nodded, one after another. The two of them were naturally overjoyed that they could become Bulletin Fang's wine tasters. After all, with the quality of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine as an example, any wine that was meticulously created by Bulletin Fang would definitely be good. Afterward, the two of them drank their wine as they chatted with Bulletin Fang. Even though Bulletin Fang's replies were still indifferent and terse as usual, they still had a good time since they had already gotten used to Bulletin Fang's mannerism. After their wine was finished, the two stood up and paid their bill before bidding farewell with Bulletin Fang. With their hands held behind their backs, the two satisfiedly stepped out of the store and into the snowy world outside. The winter wind blew past and caused the sleeves of their robes to flutter. Bulletin Fang cleaned up the blue and white porcelain jars as well as the pile of plates that were cluttering Yan's table. The corners of his mouth involuntarily widened into a grin. Even though that woman looked so beautiful and had a great figure as well, her appetite was frighteningly large. She was unexpectedly a genuine glutton. However, to be able to eat is a blessing, Bulletin Fang thought. After tidying up everything, he curled up on a chair near the entrance and watched the monotonous snowy scenery outside of the store. While waiting for the customers to arrive, he pondered over how he was going to develop a fine wine that could surpass Dragon's Breath. A group of beautiful figures were walking on the streets of the imperial city with their hips swaying. The white snow falling from the skies seemed to have turned into pink petals and a melodious and heart-titillating sound of bells seemed to be resounding in the ears of the pedestrians. As their fair and delicate feet trod on the street covered by pure white snow, the layer of snow sunk a little but their delicate feet remained fair and sparkling clean. Red string bracelets attached with bells were worn around their ankles and produced tinkling sounds as they walked. Clink, clink. In this cold winter with snow covering the entire sky, these 5 women all had pink gauze outfits. Their facial features were beautiful, and they were seductive and charming. As they swayed their bodies from side to side, their arousing figures were vividly displayed. The eyes of the pedestrians in the area were almost popping out from their heads. The 5 beauties with voluptuous figures parading themselves were a feast for the eyes of many men. There were even some with lesser composure that had 2 streams of blood trickling from their nostrils, triggering coquettish giggling from the 5 beauties. Xiao Yu and Ji Chinsu were standing with frowns on their faces within the crowd, watching the 5 enchanting back figures. The Joyous Union sect is here as well, and they're even prancing about in the imperial city. If father was still around, he would have already executed these demonesses. Ji Chinsu shook his head and softly sighed. Once Emperor Changfeng passed away, these sects and factions were immediately buzzing with activity. Now, they were even brazenly swaggering around the imperial city. However, with the unstable situation within the imperial city, there was no one who had the time to deal with them. What is the group of women from the Joyous Union sect doing here in the imperial city? Are they planning to participate in the fight over the throne as well? Xiao Yu puzzledly asked with a cold expression. Ji Chinsu chuckled while slowly moving forward and said, that second elder brother of mine has even accepted the Soul sect, so what if he accepts another Joyous Union sect? Perhaps, the White Bone Palace and Death Soul Palace would send their members here as well. He's ready to risk everything for the sake of the throne and has already stopped caring about the risk of asking a tiger for its hide. King Yu's manner. With a stern expression, King Yu was sitting high above the hall and solemnly looking down at the sex experts with powerful auras. With his back hunched over, Hun Qianyuan, who was wrapped within a black robe, said, King Yu, the experts from both the Joyous Union sect and White Bone Palace have already arrived. As the Death Soul Palace had suffered huge losses because of Emperor Changfeng, they will temporarily unable to send anyone. However, within the experts that came, the Joyous Union sect dispatched 2 battle emperors, 3 battle kings, and several dozens of battle maniacs. The White Bone Palace has sent 2 battle emperors, 2 battle kings and 100 battle maniacs. With the addition of my soul sex forces, will definitely help King Yu ascend the throne. King Yu indifferently listened to Hun Qianyun, but the more he listened the more alarmed he became. As expected of sex with 1,000 years of legacy. Despite the constant expeditions conducted by Emperor Changfeng, they could still dispatch so many experts. There were even quite a number of 6th-grade battle emperors. The thing was, battle emperors were already considered the top combat force within the imperial city. Very good. Then, I shall rely on everyone here. Your rooms have already been prepared. I am sure that all of you must be tired after a long journey, you may go ahead and rest, King Yu said. Among the 5 erotic beauties of the Joyous Union sect, a beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure who was wearing a pink gauze outfit that revealed her fair and slender arms and legs gave King Yu a coquettish glance and said, I've often heard that King Yu is dignified and imposing. After witnessing your splendor today, this lowly woman has really been awed by King Yu's air of sovereignty. As the woman spoke, a hint of redness appeared on her face. She appeared bashful and timid as she continued, I wonder if it's possible for King Yu to have a chat with this lowly woman tonight. Kikik. Wei Xiangxi, you flirtatious hussy. Even though you're in the presence of King Yu, you're still behaving in such a lewd manner. How could someone like King Yu be interested in you? Why don't I accompany you instead? A high-pitched laughter rang out as the man leading the White Bone Palace's side started laughing and his gaze greedily ran over Wei Xiangxi's shapely figure. Wei Xiangxi's expression immediately turned cold. She gave the man from the White Bones Palace a glance and said with a sneer, Bone King might be in the mood, but this lowly woman isn't. With your thin and weak body, this lowly woman is afraid you won't be able to get it up. Once those words were spoken, coquettish laughter immediately burst out from the Joyous Union sect's side. That Bone King was so angry that he was staring daggers. True energy suddenly gushed out from his body, as if a fight was about to occur from the slightest disagreement. Hun Qianyun did not say anything. The spirit fire hidden underneath the black robe was slightly pulsating. King Yu indifferently swept his gaze toward the two of them. The corners of his mouth curled up as he leaned on one side and used his left hand to support his head. He coldly observed the two. Behind King Yu, a figure had appeared without anyone noticing. That figure seemed to be assimilated into the empty air. With a snap of King Yu's fingers, that figure instantly appeared in front of the two. 2 daggers that sent chill down their spines were each pressed against the neck area of Wei Xiangxi and the Bone King. I'll naturally reward those who aid me, but if you mess around in front of me, there's nothing stopping me from slaughtering all of you. Remember, I am King Yu. You all are just dregs from the sections. As an eerily cold voice rang out, a dreadful presence and aura burst forth from King Yu's body and true energy vigorously circulated around him. The experts from the sects standing below suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air as their pupils constricted. King Yu had already become a 6th-grade battle emperor. The front entrance of the Xiao Manor was tightly shut. A cold winter wind blew past, swirling up the spotlessly white snowflakes. A figure wearing a bamboo hat with a black veil was quietly standing from a distance, calmly looking at the Xiao Manor with eyes filled with nostalgia. What? Are you homesick? Ji Chinsu's mild voice rang out from behind him as he stood next to Xiao Yu. With a hoarse voice, Xiao Yu replied, Mother said before, she once asked father, if the emperor were to pass away one day, which prince would he support? Ji Chinsu's pupils slightly moved as he asked, oh? And, the result was. Xiao Yu did not immediately reply him, but started to chuckle instead. He took off his bamboo hat and his bright eyes looked straight at Ji Chinsu as he said, the result was, Mother is still sleeping, while I am standing in front of you. Chapter 118, Amethyst Heart Orchid and Sky Spirit Abalone. On Xiao Yu's handsome face, those pitch-black pupils resembled twinkling stars in the night. They were blooming with dazzling splendor while staring straight at Ji Chinsu. Ji Chinsu was stunned when he heard Xiao Yu's words. His dashing eyebrows furrowed together and almost touched each other as they continued to approach. He sucked in a deep breath of cold air and then exhaled a white cloud of hot breath, dispersing the falling snowflakes. What's the meaning of your words? Ji Chinsu asked with a tone that was slightly colder than before. He had always been unable to understand why Xiao Yu would harm his own mother, Gruer. Even though Xiao Yu was deeply immersed in the art of the sword before the incident occurred, he did not display any signs of going too far. The incident 3 years ago when Xiao Yu stabbed his mother and shattered her heart with a sword strike was even more bizarre and difficult to understand than Xiao Yu's desertion and later admission into the Void Sword Pavilion. There was a time when Ji Qinsu was enraged because Gruer was his biological sister and his closest relative within the imperial palace. She was someone he had always depended on, a haven where he could receive comfort whenever he suffered a grievance. During that time, when Gruer was getting married, he even held a sword against Xiao Meng's chest and had him swear an oath. Even though this was an action that appeared childish, it clearly showed the importance of his elder sister in his heart. After his mother passed away, Gruer became Ji Qinsu's most important loved one. 3 years ago, when Ji Qinsu found out that Gruer had fallen into a coma after Xiao Yu struck her down, he chased after Xiao Yu with a sword throughout the night with the intention of killing him. Even though he did not succeed in the end, this was a clear display of his feelings for his elder sister. On the last expedition against the sects outside of the border, Xiao Yu was the one who took the initiative to pay Ji Qinsu a visit. During a dangerous moment, he rescued Ji Qinsu and saved his life. This was the reason why Ji Qinsu was puzzled and needed Xiao Yu's explanation. "My dear uncle, you might not believe my explanation. However, what if I told you that mother did everything for your sake as well as the sake of the Xiao family?" Xiao Yu let out a soft sigh. His eyes slightly lowered and revealed a faint sadness. Father's cultivation level is unrivaled. A 7th grade battle saint is already unequaled within the imperial city. If he really wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, I am still alive and well. Do you know why? Xiao Yu said. At that time, when he fought with Xiao Meng from Fang Fang's little store to the imperial city, there were several opportunities for Xiao Meng to directly slay him, but he still stayed his hand in the end. Xiao Yu understood that his profoundly powerful father must have discovered something. Ji Qinsu's eyes slightly narrowed as he beckoned Xiao Yu to continue. Perhaps, this might be the moment his doubts would be completely dispelled. However, Xiao Yu did not say much and did not give Ji Qinsu any detailed explanations either. He turned his head toward Ji Qinsu and said, "Mother had always hoped that father would support you. After His Majesty passed away, she hoped you would become the next emperor. Unfortunately, father refused. He refused to support any prince because he only wanted to serve the true emperor. Mother said father was being too honest, that he might cause a calamity to befall the Xiao family." Ji Qinsu's eyes narrowed as he meaningfully looked at Xiao Yu and discovered the latter's expression remained the same. "What does all these have to do with you stabbing your mother's heart? After saying all of this, what are you trying to tell me?" Ji Qinsu's gaze was sharp as a sword as he pressed Xiao Yu to continue. Xiao Yu turned his head and said, "She just wanted to fulfill you as well as protect the Xiao family. You should understand the meaning of having meritorious deeds that eclipse one's master. If the reigning emperor was still Emperor Changfeng who inspired awe throughout the empire, the Xiao family would naturally be safe. However, once Emperor Changfeng has passed on, the new emperor would never let leave Xiao family be. Whether it's the crown prince or King Yu, the Xiao family would be a thorn in their side once they ascended the throne. You're the only one who might refrain from destroying the Xiao family because of mother's sake. As expected of my elder sister, she has always been exceptionally intelligent. She thoroughly understood the situation. So, she made you shatter her heart in order to understand the way of the sword, and then forced you to rebel against the empire and join the Void Sword Pavilion? What's her objective?" Ji Qinsu asked. "She wanted me to support you as a representative of the Xiao family," Xiao Yu serenely said. His state of mind was like a well of water without a single ripple. "Ridiculous. What would a woman like her know? Does she think that I need her to sacrifice herself? How dare she make such a decision without first discussing things with me? Did she never think about how upsetting her current situation would be for me? And you, why are you causing trouble with her?" For the first time, Ji Qinsu lost his refined attitude and became somewhat hysterical. His eyes were red as he angrily scolded Xiao Yu while pointing at him, one sentence at a time. After a long while, he finally became tired. "Now that father has passed away from his illness, you've come to endorse me as the next emperor? I can't compare against my elder brothers and you can't represent the entire Xiao family either. How am I supposed to compete with them?" What she did, only made herself suffer. Ji Qinsu let out a sigh. He always thought Xiao Yu's ambition caused Gruer's coma. He had never anticipated that everything was part of his own elder sister's plan for him to become the next emperor. As he recalled his childhood and his elder sister's gentle gaze whenever he suffered a grievance, Ji Chinsu's desire to compete against his elder brothers over the throne became even stronger. He was not doing it for any other reason, but for the sake of his elder sister's good intentions. The winter night arrived quickly, and the snow had stopped. In the starry night sky, 2 crescent moons were calling out to each other and releasing a chilly radiance. The store's opening hours had ended and Bulletin Fang was starting to put the doorboards back in place. Blackie, who was lying at the entrance, widely yawned and mumbled to itself for a moment before going back to sleep. Giving Blackie a glance, Bulletin Fang broke into a grin. This lazy dog was still as lazy as ever. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the alleyway and a figure gradually appeared from the darkness. Bulletin Fang puzzledly looked at the somewhat familiar figure. He wondered why this person would come to the store at such a time. "Owner Bulletin, are you closing up for today?" Xiao Yu hoarsely asked while faintly smiling at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly gave him a glance before he replied, "The business hours are over, so I am naturally closing up." Xiao Yu nodded. Suddenly, with a flash of light, a sandalwood box appeared in his hand. The exterior of the box was gorgeously decorated and a rich medicinal fragrance was wafting out from within. Xiao Yu solemnly looked at Bulletin Fang and gravely said, "Owner Bulletin, I have a humble request. The effect of your elixir cuisine, the sage herb phoenix chicken soup, was astonishing. Are you capable of cooking other types of elixir cuisine as well?" "As long as the ingredients are provided, I can," Bulletin Fang confidently replied before he curiously looked at Xiao Yu. Could he be requesting him to cook the elixir cuisine? This is the 6th grade spirit herb amethyst heart orchid as well as the 5th grade sea spirit beast sky spirit abalone. I hope owner Bulletin can use them to cook an elixir cuisine. I am willing to pay a heavy sum as remuneration, Xiao Yu earnestly said as he looked at Bulletin Fang with expectation. Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows as he glanced at the abalone that was the size of 2 palms and sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not anticipate that Xiao Yu would be able to obtain such ingredients that were truly hard to come by. Bulletin Fang seemed to be able to feel Xiao Yu's sincere gaze. Even though he did not know what Xiao Yu was planning to do with the elixir cuisine, he could tell from the ingredients that it was meant for saving someone. Bulletin Fang did not refuse. He nodded as he accepted the ingredients. After storing them into the system's storage space, he said, "Since you only brought a single portion of ingredients, I can't guarantee success. If I fail, I won't collect remuneration." Xiao Yu was startled for a moment and then nodded. He understood that cooking an elixir cuisine was very difficult, so he did not insist on a guarantee. However, the ingredients were truly difficult to find, so he could only prepare a single portion. "Then I shall thank owner Bulletin in advance. If you succeed, when should I come to collect the elixir cuisine?" Xiao Yu asked. Since Bulletin Fang had already collected the ingredients, he did not say much. After placing the last doorboard in place, his voice came from behind the doorboard, "If there are no accidents, come back in 3 days." Xiao Yu nodded, turned around and left. There was only 3 days left until the emperor's funeral. Chapter 119, An abalone with its own magic array. After Bulletin Fang placed the doorboards back in place, he went back into the kitchen. He originally wanted to practice his cooking, but he did not anticipate that Xiao Yu would actually present such a difficult problem to him when the store was closing. Even though Bulletin Fang had only cooked a single type of elixir cuisine, the sage herb phoenix chicken soup, before, he was very familiar with the principle behind the cooking process. The main point was the test of the chef's familiarity of the true energy culinary method, since more attention needed to be paid on the control over true energy when cooking elixir cuisines than ordinary cooking. System, could you give me an explanation on the origins and effects of these 2 ingredients? Bulletin Fang directly asked the system without feeling abashed. For him, the system was an encyclopedia that basically contained information on all ingredients. The system was silent for a moment before giving Bulletin Fang a reply. Amethyst heart orchid, a 6th grade spirit herb that grows on amethyst ore veins. Its maturity period is 100 years and only 3 amethyst heart orchid will grow on a single amethyst ore vein. Every single herb has a reddish-purple color and its surface is covered with vein patterns that resemble burn marks. The herb is also filled with a rich amount of spirit energy and amethyst fire spirit energy. It is an extremely excellent medicine for treating patients with mental trauma. Deep Sea Sky Spirit Abalone, a 5th grade sea spirit beast that can be found at the bottom of the deep sea. It has underwent purification by the spirit energy at the bottom of the sea. Its shell possesses a naturally formed spirit array, and during the cooking process, this spirit array will be able to unendingly provide water spirit energy. It has the medicinal effect of replenishing life force and alleviating mental traumas. The system earnestly provided Bulletin Fang with detailed information on the 2 ingredients. Bulletin Fang took a deep breath after reading through the information. From the introduction given, he could tell how valuable these 2 ingredients were. Their preciousness were at least a grade higher than the heavenly sage herb and phoenix blood chicken. Bulletin Fang suddenly felt a sense of pressure because the more valuable the ingredients, the higher the difficulty of cooking the elixir cuisine. Furthermore, Bulletin Fang realized that both of the ingredients shared a common trait, possessing the effectiveness of treating mental traumas. Without a question, Xiao Yu was planning to use this elixir cuisine to treat someone suffering from a mental trauma. Mental traumas were not easy to resolve. The fact that Xiao Yu would entrust Bulletin Fang to cook this elixir cuisine meant that Bulletin Fang might be the only person in the imperial city that could prepare a high-grade elixir cuisine, and also showed Xiao Yu's trust toward him. Xiao Yu believed that Bulletin Fang was someone who adhered to his principles. He could tell it from the various rules that existed in the store. Furthermore, he was very reassured about the store's security. System, is it possible for these 2 ingredients to be provided for my practice? Bulletin Fang quietly asked. It's possible. If the host wishes to use an ingredient, you can purchase them from the system. The system seriously replied, Amethyst Heart Orchid, 1,000 crystals. Sky Spirit Abalone, 1,000 crystals. Bulletin Fang's face immediately darkened. For the first time, he realized the system was so despicable. For the sake of supporting his grand undertaking into becoming the god of cooking, should the system not provide these practice ingredients for free? Bulletin Fang sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, System, can't you make it cheaper? No. However, in order to increase the chances of success in cooking the elixir cuisine, the system suggests the host purchases other ingredients that are similar, as a replacement for your practice. Replacement ingredients: 3rd grade spirit herb fire spirit orchid for 50 crystals, 3rd grade sea spirit beast black spirit abalone for 100 crystals. Bulletin Fang was stunned for a moment. He was left speechless by the system's flawless logic. Then, give me 3 portions of the replacement ingredients. In order to ensure the success of the elixir cuisine, Bulletin Fang chose to purchase the ingredients from the system in the end. The money used to pay for the purchase was directly deducted from his sales earning. This made Bulletin Fang's heart ache. Every single crystal spent came from his cultivation level. From within the cupboard where 3 portions of ingredients had already appeared, Bulletin Fang took out a single portion. The black spirit abalone was naturally not as good as the sky spirit abalone, and the amount of spirit energy was not as abundant either. However, he put up with it since it was only a replacement for his practice. After washing the black spirit abalone, Bulletin Fang carefully observed its shell and discovered faint lines on its surface that formed an unusual magic array. This array was slowly circulating and gathering a rich amount of spirit energy. Putting it plainly, the black spirit abalone was just like an ordinary abalone. It was not as big as the sky spirit abalone and was around the size of a large abalone in his previous world. The best method to cook an elixir cuisine was simmering. After using an abalone to make soup, the soup itself contained the most medicinal value. Especially after adding spirit herbs, the value of the soup would rise even further, and it could even be said to be the essence of the elixir cuisine. Taking out a clay pot, Bulletin Fang placed the black spirit abalone inside and then poured the spring water provided by the system into the clay pot. The refreshingly sweet spring water was filled with spirit energy. After Bulletin Fang exchanged some other spirit herbs from the system, he sliced them up and carefully placed them into the clay pot. The arrangement of these spirit herbs was carefully decided. If their positions were different, the taste and medicinal effects of the elixir cuisine would be affected. After making some more adjustments to the arrangement of the ingredients, Bulletin Fang covered the clay pot with the lid and began to simmer it. This was a process that must not be rushed. Once steam started emerging from the clay pot, Bulletin Fang removed the lid and a cloud of steam billowed out. Using the dragon bone kitchen knife, he made an incision on the fire spirit orchid and let the highly concentrated spirit juice drip into the clay pot. A rich fragrance immediately started wafting out from within. During this phase, Bulletin Fang needed to infuse his true energy to control the spirit juice so that it would continuously permeate into the black spirit abalone. The second time the lid was removed, Bulletin Fang placed the fire spirit orchid into the clay pot and replaced the lid once more to let it simmer. After another half an hour, the elixir cuisine was completed. Inside a luxurious inn within the imperial city, an enchanting and voluptuous figure was sitting cross-legged on top of a large bed. Yan's jet black hair spilled down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were tightly shut while her hands formed a hand seal. True energy was continuously circulating outside of her body. After eating so much delicious food at Bulletin Fang's store, the abundant true energy within her body allowed Yan to attempt advancing toward the next stage. Even though her current cultivation level was at the early phase of 7th grade Battle Saint, she might be able to directly reach the later phase with this breakthrough. Even though she would not become an 8th grade, this was already considered very good. After all, after reaching the level of Battle Saint, every single improvement was a dramatic change in power. Buzz. As a sound wave spread out, mysterious symbols seemed to be circulating within Yan's eyes and her crystal clear skin was overflowing with bright lights. At that moment, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating, like a celestial maiden whose beauty was unparalleled. Suddenly, Yan let out a long shout. She felt as if she had just pushed open a tightly shut door. Although only a small crack in the door was opened, a surging wave of true energy instantly flowed through her body and she could not help but cry out. Underneath the peaceful and flourishing outward appearance of the imperial city, an earth-shaking event occurred. The long shout was accompanied with a pillar of light extending into the sky that was extremely conspicuous within the dark night. Within the Xiao Manor, Xiao Meng suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the direction of the pillar of light that extended into the sky. With a sudden change in expression, his body moved and he exited the room. While stepping on thin air, he started heading toward the location of the pillar of light. A 7th grade battle saint appearing within the imperial city at such a moment? I wonder if this is an enemy or an ally. Minister of the Left's Manor. Wearing an overcoat, Zhao Mushan indifferently looked at the pillar of light. As he narrowed his eyes, a golden light seemed to be slightly circulating in the depth of his eyes. This is the aura of someone from Celestial Arcanum sect. Could it be that even the Celestial Arcanum sect is intending to participate this time? He muttered to himself before smiling. With slow strides, his entire body gracefully floated into the air as he leisurely headed toward the direction of that conspicuous location. At that moment, it was not just the Minister of the Left and Xiao Meng, but all of the factions within the imperial city were startled by it. Only someone with at least the cultivation level of a 7th grade battle saint could cause a phenomenon where true energy extended toward the sky. With a new battle saint appearing within the imperial city at such a sensitive period, anyone would be alarmed. If either the Crown Prince or King Yu could obtain the support of this battle saint, their faction would be able to crush their opposition. Chapter 120, Get lost all of you, don't come and bother me. Outside a room in a luxurious inn within the imperial city, Tang Yin was solemnly standing at the doorway with his arms crossed and a long sword in his embrace. His expression was extremely grim as he looked into the distance. Waves of true energy were circulating outside his body, appearing like sparkling lights in the darkness. Behind him, the pillar of light that extended into the sky was emanating surging waves of energy. He knew that his gluttonous master was advancing to the next level. However, this was giving Tang Yin a headache as he understood the current situation within the imperial city well enough. In this sort of situation, only his master would dare to advance to the next level in such an eye-catching manner. How was this any different from telling others that you were there to cause trouble? Within the current imperial city, what would the appearance of a 7th grade battle saint mean? The Crown Prince and King Yu would be completely green with envy. After all, experts were equivalent to important resources that could ensure their ascension to the throne. As expected, Tang Yin spotted a tall and sturdy figure heading in their direction while walking in the air. He softly exhaled as he focused his attention on the figure. The Lightwind Empire's guardian, 7th grade battle saint. Xiao Meng. Tang Yin muttered as he watched the approaching Xiao Meng. This was his first meeting with this legendary figure as well. Nearby, his junior sister, Lu Xiao, had unexpectedly appeared as well and timidly stood behind Tang Yin. Her surprising action made his heart feel rather warm. Might I ask who you are, and what is your purpose for coming to the imperial city? Before even arriving, Xiao Meng's imposing voice had already reached them as if an intimidating aura had landed on Tang Yin, causing his body to slightly tremble. "We're members of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Please be assured that our master and the two of us have come without any ill intentions," Tang Yin said with a fist and palm salute to Xiao Meng, while behaving neither servile nor haughty. Holding his hands behind his back, Xiao Meng slowly approached step by step while his sleeves flapped behind him. With a solemn expression, he soon landed in front of Tang Yin. "The Celestial Arcanum sect?" Right after His Majesty passed away, the Celestial Arcanum sect dispatches a 7th-grade battle saint into the Lightwind Empire. "And you're telling me that you have no ill intentions? Do you really expect me to believe you?" Xiao Meng mildly said as the corners of his mouth curled up, seemingly sneering at Tang Yin. Tang Yin was really put in a difficult position. They really did not have any ill intentions. Their only purpose for coming to the Imperial City was to obtain the Phoenix Blood Herb from Bulletin Fang's hands. Now that things had reached this stage, Tang Yin was helpless as well. Gluttony was to blame. Tang Yin did not know whether to laugh or cry. If that gluttonous master of his did not eat every single dish in Bulletin Fang's store, everything would be alright. While enduring Xiao Meng's deliberate release of his aura, Tang Yin could only once again emphasize their lack of ill intentions. The pillar of light within the room was rapidly shrinking. Evidently, the person inside had completed their breakthrough and was concealing their aura. Soon, the pillar of light completely disappeared. Da da da. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Zhao Mushan slowly approached with his eyes squinting and a smile on his face. "General Xiao, go easy on them. There are guests after all. It's rare for experts from the Celestial Arcanum sect to appear within the Imperial City. As the host, we should show proper etiquette." Zhao Mushan's voice was very gentle, revealing his slyness at handling matters. His jovial attitude made anyone else unable to be angry at him. However, Xiao Meng was furious the moment he saw Zhao Mushan's face. He thought, this wily old fox, he's unexpectedly a 7th-grade battle saint. Everyone was fooled by him for so long. No wonder why His Majesty would always be on guard against Zhao Mushan when he was still alive. The truth was he already realized this wily old fox was not simple. He was a 7th-grade battle saint and yet he hid his cultivation level for so many years. What was his identity? What was his objective? Xiao Meng knew nothing at all. Therefore, Xiao Meng was not happy to see Zhao Mushan in the slightest. The pressure Tang Yin was feeling increased even further. An empire's general and minister of the left were both distinguished people. The aura that they were subconsciously releasing made his heart tremble. Just as Tang Yin felt the pressure on him increase even further, the door to the room behind him suddenly opened. A wave of breeze like true energy swept past, brushing away the pressure on Tang Yin like melting snow. A figure wrapped within a long robe walked out from the room. "Master!" Tang Yin and Lu Xiao hurriedly shouted. Xiao Meng and Zhao Mushan both looked toward the direction of the door as well, and saw a woman wearing a veil. Zhao Mushan's eyes constricted. He immediately recognized the identity of this woman at a glance and was slightly surprised. The third elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect was an extremely distinguished identity. What was her objective for coming to the Imperial City? Xiao Meng narrowed his eyes at the woman before him. The wave of true energy that surged out had not dissipated yet and he could feel a trace of danger. This woman was not simple. "Zhao Mushan, it's been a while." The middle-aged man from back then has now become an elderly man, Yan said with a faint smile. The corners of Zhao Mushan's mouth curled up as he sighed with feeling. The brat from back then has grown up into a distinguished personage. The Celestial Arcanum sect is not simple indeed. What purpose does your excellency have for entering our imperial city? Xiao Meng said with a frown. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to be rather familiar with Zhao Mushan. Could Zhao Mushan be a member of the Celestial Arcanum sect as well? Yan's devastatingly beautiful face turned towards Xiao Meng and the smile on her face disappeared. She lifted up her hand and then pointed toward Zhao Mushan. She said, "Whatever he's doing within the imperial city, we're here, to do the same thing." The moment Zhao Mushan heard those words, he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. After so many years, this brat was still as impish as ever. With a single sentence, he was directly dragged down with her. Nearby, Tang Yin and Lu Xiao were both dumbfounded. What was their master saying? Weren't their objectives for entering the imperial city purely to obtain the phoenix blood herb? When did they ever have any other objectives? What nonsense are you talking about? This old man has been staying in the imperial city for all these years. Climbing up the ranks until the position of Minister of the Left was all for the sake of serving the empire. Zhao Mushan said with a chuckle, indicating that his purpose for staying within the imperial city was pure. Xiao Meng let out a chuckle. Who would believe Zhao Mushan's nonsense? What? Old man? Am I wrong? Why don't the two of us have a fight, and whoever wins will be the one speaking the truth? How about that? Ni Yan said with a chortle as her large eyes stared at Zhao Mushan. Zhao Mushan pursed his lips and shook his head. He immediately turned around and began to leave without staying for too long. These old bones of mine wouldn't be able to take the torment. Xiao Meng meaningfully gave Ni Yan a glance, but Ni Yan was naturally not afraid. Even though Xiao Meng was the guardian of the Lightwind Empire, she was completely unafraid. After all, Ni Yan had just reached a breakthrough and her confidence was still quite high. Xiao Meng left as well. He did not bother Ni Yan too much. After Xiao Meng left, an imperiousness gradually appeared in Ni Yan's large eyes. She scanned the surroundings and then her sweet-sounding voice sounded out, spreading into the surroundings of the inn. All of the Tom, Dick and Harry in the surroundings, get lost. Don't come and bother me, I don't want to see anyone. The faces of King Yu and the Crown Prince who were on their way immediately turned black. The temper of this female battle saint seemed a little violent. Buledin Feng, who had climbed into bed and was about to fall asleep, was suddenly woken up by a feminine shout. He drowsily rubbed his eyes. For some reason, he found the voice strangely familiar. However, after thinking for a while, he could not point out the reason for the familiarity and went back to sleep. He was extremely tired after preparing an elixir cuisine. Without any question, his first try of preparing the elixir cuisine failed. It failed not because it was not edible, but because it failed to meet Buledin Feng's expectations. It did not completely bring out the medicinal effects of the elixir cuisine and he also made some mistakes while infusing his true energy. Xiao Yu had only provided a single portion of ingredients, so no mistakes must be made. Therefore, Buledin Feng had to review that day's mistake in order to obtain success tomorrow. When the sun rose up on the following day, the imperial city began its busy day. Within the imperial palace, many eunuchs and court ladies were busily making preparations inside of the majestic main hall. There were only 2 more days before the emperor's funeral and there were still things that needed to be prepared. The atmosphere within the palace was somewhat sorrowful. Outside of the gate of heavenly mystery, Ji Chensu, dressed in a white robe, was slowly walking toward the main hall. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Chapter 121, The Smelly Boss Who Prefers New Over Old? Rustling white snow that was light like goose feather drifted down from the sky, covering the opulent imperial palace with a layer of silvery coat and adding a slight eeriness to the majesty of the main hall. Ji Chensu was wearing a white robe as he slowly headed toward the main hall. His hair was bound using only a string and he was wearing very little accessories. The snow that accumulated on the path toward the main hall was already cleared away by the imperial palace's eunuchs, making the path easy to walk on. However, the further Ji Chensu walked, the more he felt an oppressive feeling. After passing through the gate of heavenly mystery, the main hall was right before his eyes. He climbed a set of stone stairs and reached the entrance of the main hall. The eunuchs and court ladies that were nervously making preparations in the area hurriedly greeted him. Ji Chensu gently nodded and indicated them to continue with their work. With his hands held behind his back, he stepped into the main hall, the place where his father often stayed while he was still alive. In the current main hall, the figure filled with vigor and determination from back then had already disappeared. Only an empty hall, seemingly left with helplessness and lament, remained. Lian Fu slowly walked out from the back of the main hall. He seemed somewhat tired and faint dark circles had appeared around his eyes. His head of hair became eye-catching after turning white. Lian Gonggong, Ji Chensu did not dare to look down on this chief of eunuchs. After all, he was a 7th-grade battle saint as well as his father's trusted aide. Your Highness, what is your purpose for coming here? Lian Fu said as he lightly swung his horsetail whisk. His high-pitched voice revealed a hint of fatigue and sorrow still lingered on his face. Lian Fu and the emperor had a close relationship and the two of them apparently grew up together. Now that Emperor Changfeng had passed on, there was no one who was more grief-stricken than Lian Fu. Ji Chensu took a deep breath and bowed toward Lian Fu as he said, "Lian Gonggong, I would like to see my father." Lian Fu dispiritedly pinched his thumb and middle finger together as he gave Ji Chensu a glance and immediately refused. "No, His Majesty once gave a command that no one is to see his remains before the funeral. As a son, can't I see my father for one last time?" Ji Chensu asked with a frown. "Your Highness, please turn back. You should know that this humble servant would never disobey His Majesty's decree, even if His Majesty has already passed away." When Ji Chensu saw Lian Fu's resolute attitude, he sighed internally and did not continue pestering him. He turned around and left the main hall. Lian Fu's gaze was brooding as he watched Ji Chensu's disappearing back figure. Bang bang bang! The sound of someone banging on the door interrupted Bulletin Fang, who was practicing the Big Dipper carving technique. He expressionlessly turned his head and glanced toward the doorboard that was shaking from the knocking. Who in the world would be banging on the door at such an early hour? Bulletin Fang washed his fair and slender hands and then wiped off the water droplets on them, before walking to the entrance and removing the doorboard. Reflected in his eyes was a devastatingly beautiful face covered with a veil. The eyes on that face were excitedly staring at him. "Owner Bulletin, you finally opened the door. Hurry up and let me in," Yan impatiently said. However, Bulletin Fang did not move. Using his body to block the way, he expressionlessly looked at her and said, "It's not opening hours yet. Why are you here at such an early hour?" Yan was stunned for a moment. She immediately lifted up the ingredients in her hand toward Bulletin Fang and said, "I benefited a lot from eating your dishes yesterday, so I have a sudden itch to demonstrate my skills for you to have a look." Yan had a lot of confidence in her culinary skills. Everyone within the Celestial Arcanum sect was subdued by the delicious dishes that she cooked. Bulletin Fang pursed his lips as he thought, there must be something wrong with this woman. Coming here at such an early hour and announcing that she wants to cook for me, is she trying to borrow my kitchen? "I don't want to look, and the kitchen isn't for loan," Bulletin Fang indifferently said. Yan was suddenly at a loss for words. She was indeed planning to borrow his kitchen. Without a kitchen, how was she going to cook? Seeing that Bulletin Fang was about to place the doorboard back in place, Yan immediately became anxious. True energy gushed out from her body as she held onto the doorboard and stopped Bulletin Fang. "Wait a moment!" Yan shouted. "Are you trying to cause trouble?" Bulletin Fang indifferently asked while feeling the surging wave of true energy coming from Yan's body. Thereafter, a beam of red light appeared next to him as Whitey's plump body emerged. "Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others," Whitey mechanically said as its eyes flashed. "Sheesh! You're such an insensitive person. I am sincerely planning to cook for you, yet you are trying to drive me away. How could you treat a beauty in such a manner?" Yan's large eyes were watery, as if she was about to burst into tears. Yan could feel a terrifying sense of danger from Whitey. She thought, as expected of someone who could obtain the phoenix blood herb. "What's your objective?" "Don't beat around the bush," Bulletin said with a frown as he gave Yan a glance. Once those words were spoken, the tears in Yan's eyes instantly disappeared and she returned to her previous transcendent appearance. "I want to learn your technique that preserves the spirit energy within the meat of spirit beasts," Yan directly said. Bulletin Fang calmly looked straight at Yan, and not wanting to be outdone, Yan stared back at him in return. Both of their gazes collided in the air without any restraints. Bang! Bulletin Fang admitted defeat in the end. This woman's gaze was too sharp, so Bulletin Fang chose to put the doorboard back in place. "I am not going to teach you." After the doorboard was placed back in place, Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice drifted out and travelled into Yan's ears, causing her to space out at the entrance. After a long while, Bulletin Fang finally finished his morning practice. While carrying the sweet and sour ribs that was just prepared, he removed the doorboard. Wrapped in a long robe, Yan was squatting at the entrance. When she saw Bulletin Fang, she immediately stood up in excitement. Bulletin Fang was feeling a slight headache as he thought, why is this woman still around? "Blackie, it's time to eat," Bulletin Fang softly said, ignoring the woman. He placed the sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie and stroked its soft and warm fur before going back into the store. The opening hours officially began. "Smelly boss, I am back." The sound of running footsteps came from the alleyway and Liang Xiaoai's voice came from afar, soon reaching Bulletin Fang's ears. Bulletin Fang was just placing the dishes in front of Fatty Jin when he looked up in surprise and saw Liang Xiaoai, who had been missing for the past few days, skipping into the store. From the ecstatic expression on her face, she looked like she was just released. Even though Liang Xiaoai was indeed just released. The moment Liang Xiaoai stepped into the store, she saw a veil-wearing woman in a loose robe following the smelly boss around. Her eyes immediately widened as she puzzledly asked, "Who are you? Has the smelly boss already found a new waitress? Has he already gotten tired of me?" Liang Xiaoai thought. "And who's this little brat?" Yan said with a snort after giving Liang Xiaoai a glance and continued to follow Bulletin Fang around. Bulletin Fang walked into the kitchen. Yan wanted to go in as well, but Whitey mercilessly blocked her from entering. If Yan had not felt that the oppressive feeling that this lump of steel was giving her was too strong, she would have already tore it apart. Liang Xiaoai pursed her lips. Her heart hurt so much that she could not breathe. The smelly boss who prefers new over old actually found a new waitress. She suddenly felt as if the entire world had forsaken her. "Xiaoai, serve the dish." Just when tears welled up in Liang Xiaoai's eyes and was about to flow out like a dam opening its floodgates, Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice drifted out from the kitchen. Liang Xiaoai was stunned for a moment. She sniffed and her face instantly brightened as she eagerly ran toward the window. The smelly boss did not change waitresses. After passing the dish to Liang Xiaoai, who was cheerful for some reason, Bulletin Fang looked toward Yan and asked with a frown, "Aren't you tired of following me around? If you teach me the technique to control the spirit energy within the meat of spirit beasts, I won't bother you anymore," Yan unreasonably said with a snort. After thinking for a moment, Bulletin Fang seriously said, "Then, go and cook a dish that you're most confident in. If you can satisfy me, I'll teach you. Otherwise, don't bother me." Chapter 122, This elder sister is so beautiful, why don't you spare me a few more glances? Bulletin Fang's words immediately caused Yan's eyes to light up and almost curve into crescent moons. She excitedly said, "You better keep your promise. Lend me your kitchen first." Without a question, her request to borrow the kitchen was mercilessly rejected by Bulletin Fang once more. "Go and borrow the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's kitchen. My kitchen is not available for outsiders' use," Bulletin Fang said, while feeling impressed with his own wit. Yan suspiciously gave Bulletin Fang a glance and snorted before leaving. Since Bulletin Fang was not going to lend her the kitchen, she could only use the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's kitchen. This was her only choice. As for whether the Immortal Phoenix restaurant was willing, did they have any other choice? Only after seeing that Yan had left, Bulletin Fang let out a sigh of relief. This woman had been following him around like one's shadow since early in the morning and had already severely affected his business. The alleyway was still filled with whirling snow and whistling cold wind while the interior of the store was particularly warm and cozy. Ji Chen-su, wearing a white woolen coat, exhaled a cloud of breath as he entered the alleyway. As he stepped into the store, the warm atmosphere inside made him feel somewhat joyful. He took off his thick and heavy woolen overcoat and greeted Bulletin Fang before turning his gaze toward the menu behind him. During the period when he was on an expedition against the sects, there should be quite a number of new dishes. He said, "Owner Bulletin, let's see what new dishes you have here." "Owner Bulletin, I'll have a serving of red braised meat as well as a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine." "Oh my, Xiaoai! It's been a while. You've grown taller and become even prettier," Ji Chen-su said with a chuckle as he patted Liang Xiaoai's head. Bulletin Fang nodded. As he headed for the kitchen, he said, "Wait a moment." A hint of a smile appeared on Ji Chen-su's face as he sniffed the fragrance wafting within the store. Only when he was inside the store he could truly relax. Within this place, he did not need to think about anything, to a point where he did not even need to worry about his safety. In a way, he was somewhat infatuated with the store's atmosphere. While Ji Chen-su was waiting for Bulletin Fang to finish cooking the red braised meat, a burst of coquettish laughter came from the alleyway. That laughter was filled with seduction and there was even the sound of bells ringing. "Elder sister, don't you think this is the store? That incomprehensible black-hearted store from the rumors?" A feminine voice languidly asked in puzzlement. "It's opened within a remote alleyway. According to the descriptions given by that old man, Hun Qianyuan, this should be the place. Let's go, sisters. Let's see what sort of magic this little restaurant has that even Hun Kyunyun had to suffer losses. Thereafter, a burst of merry laughter sounded out, accompanied with the sound of bells ringing as several enchanting and seductive figures stepped into the store. As her delicate feet stepped into the warm and cozy interior of the store, Wei Xiangxi's red phoenix eyes slightly widened. The outside was a world of ice and snow, yet the interior of the store was like blooming spring. She was truly surprised by the sudden change in environment. Furthermore, the fragrance wafting within the store was causing Wei Xiangxi to involuntarily lapse into a euphoric state as well. It was truly aromatic. "Xiaoai, serve the dish," Bulletin Fang called out as he placed the red braised meat at the window. Xiaoai eagerly ran over and brought the red braised meat to Ji Chinsu's table. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen with a jar of ice heart jade urn wine in his hands and placed it in front of Ji Chinsu. "Please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang said. As he finished speaking, his gaze landed on the three figures that had just stepped into the store. These three women were wearing revealing outfits, and they were all extremely beautiful and seductive, completely expressing a woman's charm. "Oh my, the owner is a handsome-looking young man. Come over here, this elder sister wants to make an order." As Wei Xiangxi's gaze landed on Bulletin Fang, she suddenly covered her mouth and let out a chuckle. Ji Chinsu sneered as he shook his head and turned his attention back to the red braised meat. These women from the Joyous Union sect would be fine if they were here to eat, but if they were here to cause trouble, things would be interesting. When Ji Chinsu looked at the overpoweringly fragrant red braised meat with a rosy luster, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He picked up his chopsticks and swiftly popped a piece of meat into his mouth. The meaty flavor was like a bomb that exploded within his mouth, instantly enveloping his taste buds and causing him to completely enter an euphoric state. "If you want to order something, look at the menu behind you," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said as he gave the three women with revealing outfits a glance before heading toward the kitchen. Wei Xiangxi did not anticipate that Bulletin Fang would actually ignore her and was slightly infuriated by this. "This elder sister is so beautiful, why don't you spare me a few more glances?" Clink, clink, clink. With the sound of bells ringing, Wei Xiangxi appeared behind Bulletin Fang and her fair slender hand clasped onto his shoulder. Her red lips seductively opened and she softly whispered, "Don't go, stay here with this elder sister and give this elder sister your recommendation on what's delicious." Wiang Xiaoai only sensed a wave of fragrance wafting past her and her eyes widened when she saw a woman clinging onto the smelly boss as if she was trying to stick her entire body on Bulletin Fang. How could there be such a shameless woman in this world? Wiang Xiaoai furiously thought, is she trying to seduce the smelly boss? Bulletin Fang was frowning as he gave the woman a glance. He expressionlessly said, "Take your hand away from me and stay further away from me. The odor coming from your body is too pungent." "Oh my, is this younger brother feeling shy?" Wei Xiangxi was surprised for a moment before she let out a chuckle. She stretched out her fair and slender hand and reached for Bulletin Fang's chin. Slap! Bulletin Fang expressionlessly lifted his hand and immediately swatted Wei Xiangxi's hand away. Wei Xiangxi was startled for a moment. Thereafter, the expression on her face gradually became cold and surging waves of true energy appeared around her body as well. "You're really not planning to give this elder sister any face?" Wei Xiangxi started to sneer. Even since she entered the imperial city, she kept hearing that the owner of the black-hearted store was extremely arrogant. Not only were the price of his dishes expensive, his temper was terrible as well. Now that she had seen the person in question, she thought that he truly lived up to his name. "Are you planning to cause trouble within the store?" Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked as he gave her a glance. "Until now, there's still someone foolish enough to cause trouble within my store? These three women must be either bimbos or fresh off the boat." Bulletin Fang thought. Sitting nearby, Ji Chinsu was feeling extremely pleased as he popped a piece of red braised meat into his mouth and drank a mouthful of ice heart jade urn wine. Incidentally, he could also watch owner Bulletin getting teased. He was in an extremely relaxed mood as he spent the day in a very comfortable manner. Nearby, Wiang Xiaoai was fumingly glaring at Wei Xiangxi, thinking, "This shameless woman." When Bulletin Fang saw that the woman was not responding, he could not be bothered to care about her anymore and continued to head toward the kitchen. However, as he took the first step, Wei Xiangxi, who had just recovered from her daze, tried to get close to him once more. Buzz! A ray of red light flashed by and Whitey appeared in front of Wei Xiangxi. Its mechanical eyes turned toward her as it mechanically said, "Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others." "Oh my, you little hooligan, you actually want to strip this elder sister. How annoying. However, this elder sister likes this kind of younger brother." The corners of Wei Xiangxi's mouth widened into a sneer as her eyes went cold. The true energy within her body intertwined around her flawless hand as she reached toward Bulletin Fang. Bang! However, in the next moment, a dull thud sounded out and Wei Xiangxi screamed as she stumbled several steps backward. She looked toward Whitey who pushed her backward in surprise. "This puppet is a little interesting. Could this be your store's trump card that Hun Qianyun mentioned? Sisters, let's attack together and tear this lump of steel apart. We'll bring it back and parade it in front of Hun Qianyun. Incidentally, we could give this as a meeting gift to His Highness," Wei Xiangxi said with a chuckle. Since they were working with King Yu, they must give him a meeting gift. At the very least, they had to make King Yu acknowledge the Joyous Union sect, and the best method was to let King Yu know about their capability. Currently, Hun Qianyun was highly acknowledged by King Yu. However, as long as they could deal with this store that once caused Hun Qianyun to admit defeat, they would be able to prove that they were more capable than him. Chapter 123, Go back, don't embarrass yourself any further. Since they were working together, they naturally needed to display their capabilities so that King Yu would acknowledge them. Within the current imperial city, there were not many chances for them to display their capabilities. However, they coincidentally heard some rumors about this black-hearted store and that Hun Qianyun had once admitted defeat at this store as well. This was practically the ideal chance for them to display their capability. Therefore, Wei Xiangxi came along with two of her Battle King subordinates. From Wei Xiangxi's point of view, Hun Qianyun, who looked like he had one foot in the grave, was defeated probably because he was incapable. However, just because Hun Qianyun lost did not mean that they were unable to win, especially when they found out that the owner of the store was a male. From their point of view, there was no man that they could not handle. The Joyous Union sect was one of the heterodox sects within the 10 great sects. The majority of its members were female and specialized in harvesting yang energy to replenish their yin energy in order to increase cultivation level, which was considered an evil method. However, the Joyous Union sect was still a sect with a powerful background after all. They had a lot of capital and their methods were innumerous. Wei Xiangxi and her two companions stood together, forming a magic array with their bodies. As true energy emanated from their bodies, a pink mist drifted out from between the three of them. The dense cloud of pink mist seemed to have a strange scent, causing one to enter an unconscious state after inhaling the smell. Bulletin Fang immediately started frowning after inhaling some of the scent, and a trace of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. Within a store that was filled with the aroma of several dishes, including this scent was as disgusting as adding rat poop into a pot of soup. "Whitey, throw the three of them out," Bulletin Fang coldly said after finally losing his patience. Whitey's mechanical eyes flashed after receiving Bulletin Fang's command and suddenly disappeared from the spot. "Do you really think a lousy lump of iron can deal with the three of us? Right now, are you feeling as if the blood within your body is boiling? Do you feel extremely uncomfortable?" Wei Xiangxi seductively asked with a smile. She could not feel even the slightest trace of true energy from Whitey's body, so she thought there was probably nothing special with Whitey and was completely looking down on it. However, in the next moment, from Wei Xiangxi's perspective, Whitey's mechanical eyes suddenly enlarged as it suddenly appeared right in front of her. Wei Xiangxi was surprised for a moment, and soon discovered that her entire body was flying in the air. Rib. During the instant Wei Xiangxi was sent flying, she felt a terrifying force acting upon her, causing her pink gauze outfit to be torn into shreds and leaving only a pink dudu and underpants. Bang! The magic array formed by the three women was destroyed by the violent wind produced while Whitey was waving its arms, and Wei Xiangxi and her companions were directly thrown out of the store by Whitey in an almost naked state. The sound of three heavy objects landing on the snow sounded out, producing dull thuds. Subsequently, a high-pitched scream came from within the pile of snow and Wei Xiangxi clambered out from the snow, wearing only a dudu and underpants. Her fair and slender legs were white as snow, and her curvaceous, stunning figure was completely exposed. Wei Xiangxi took out a gauze outfit from her storage space and put it on. Her pretty face had become extremely frosty. Getting stripped naked and thrown out of a store, Wei Xiangxi had never suffered such a heavy loss in her life. It was simply too humiliating. Wei Xiangxi stamped the ground with her delicate foot and true energy gushed out from her body, dispersing the snowflakes around her. She suddenly charged toward the store with her long hair fluttering behind her. Whitey was standing watch at the entrance of the store. Seeing that Wei Xiangxi was charging over, its mechanical eyes slightly flashed and it threw out a punch. Boom! Wei Xiangxi flew backward and fiercely collided into a wall, deeply embedding into it. Reoffenders will be eliminated, Whitey mechanically said. While its mechanical eyes were flickering, a ray of purple light seemed to have flashed past, causing Wei Xiangxi, who had just clambered out from the wall, to stiffen for a moment. Oh! How terrifying! Wei Xiangxi's pretty face had turned deathly pale and her red phoenix eyes contained a hint of fear. If she still had not realized Whitey's formidableness, then she would really be a bimbo. This black-hearted store was terrifying indeed. A mere puppet was enough to suppress her to a point where she could not even retaliate. Within the tranquil alleyway, only the heavy breathing of Wei Xiangxi, who was enduring Whitey's dreadful suppression, could be heard. Just then, the sound of footsteps rang out. At the entrance of the alleyway, a figure was slowly approaching at a leisure pace. Wei Xiangxi turned her head with much difficulty. When she saw the face of the approaching person, her pupils immediately constricted and she sucked in a breath of cold air. Your Highness! King Yu was wearing a brocade robe with a purple crown on his head. The belt inlaid with precious gemstones around his waist fully expressed his muscular figure. Holding his hands behind his back, his eyebrows knitted together when he indifferently swept his gaze toward Wei Xiangxi, whose attire was disheveled. Go back, don't embarrass yourself any further, King Yu mildly said before directly stepping past the three women and entering the store. Whitey did not obstruct King Yu, so he directly stepped into the store. Stepping from a world of ice and snow into the warm interior of the store, the warmth that instantly enveloped his body startled King Yu. However, King Yu soon recovered and his gaze landed on Ji Chensu, who was, at that moment, popping a piece of red braised meat into his mouth. Ji Chensu seemed to have sensed King Yu's gaze and let out a chuckle. Raising a piece of red braised meat in King Yu's direction, he swallowed it in a single mouthful and drank a cup of ice heart jade urn wine before smacking his lips. Owner Bulletin, I'll have a serving of red braised meat and ice heart jade urn wine as well, King Yu said with a chuckle as he nodded toward Bulletin Fang. He was different from that bimbo, Wei Xiangxi. King Yu understood clearly the horror of this store. That puppet was definitely not the store's trump card. The real trump card was the black dog soundly sleeping at the entrance. Therefore, King Yu would not choose to cause trouble within the store, and the purpose of his visit was not to cause trouble either. Bulletin Fang gave King Yu a glance and nodded before entering the kitchen. After Bulletin Fang was gone, King Yu stood in front of Ji Chensu and condescendingly looked down at him. His gaze contained a trace of oppressive feeling. Why have you come back? If you had obediently stayed outside, everything would be fine. What are you trying to do by coming back? King Yu asked. Ji Chensu put down his chopsticks. He lifted up the jar of ice heart jade urn wine and poured the wine that was clear like mountain spring water into the wine cup. The rich aroma of the wine, accompanied with the sound of the liquid being poured, spread into the surroundings. Father has passed away. Am I not supposed to fulfill my duty as a son and attend his mourning? Ji Chensu mildly replied after taking a sip of the ice heart jade urn wine. Mourning? With your army camping right outside the imperial city? King Yu retorted with a sneer as he sat down opposite to Ji Chensu, with his gaze suddenly turning cold. Ji Chensu had returned and brought along the expedition army as well. His true intentions were somewhat thought-provoking. In normal circumstances, Ji Chensu as the commander of the expedition should have returned alone if he wanted to attend the mourning. Once the mourning ended, he could return to his army. However, once Ji Chensu brought his army along with him, the meaning behind his action would be quite different. Wang Xiao's eyes widened. She suddenly felt as if the atmosphere within the store had become somewhat strange. She only felt slightly better after moving to the kitchen window. A question and answer session occurred between King Yu and Ji Chensu, like they were having a good time. However, Wang Xiao kept having the feeling that the two were having a tense confrontation. Soon, Bulletin Fang came out from the kitchen with the overwhelmingly fragrant red braised meat in one hand while carrying a jar of wine with the other hand. Buleten Fang placed the wine and the meat in front of King Yu and the latter nodded toward him. Ji Chinsu was slightly tipsy as he stood up after he finished eating and drinking down the last cup of wine as well. He handed over the crystals to Buleten Fang and put on his fur overcoat before heading outside. Since you're insisting on participating, then you should be ready to pay the price. This price might be unbearable for you. Ji Chinsu had just reached the entrance when King Yu eerily spoke up. Ji Chinsu suddenly stopped and lightly breathed out. He turned his head toward King Yu and tauntingly asked with a smile, "What sort of price?" "My life." With a laughter, Ji Chinsu stepped out of the store and his figure gradually disappeared in the snowstorm. Chapter 124, Fire Tree Blossoms, Spirit Energy Dish. After Ji Chinsu left, a travel-worn figure entered the store with two other people following behind. Buleten Fang glanced in their direction and saw Nian and her two disciples. Nian was carefully carrying a wooden lunchbox which was enveloped by her true energy, preventing the cold air from entering the lunchbox and ruining the flavor of the dish. "Owner Buleten, my dish is done. Try it out and see whether you're satisfied." Nian was very confident. Above the veil that covered her face, her eyes were sparkling like gemstones. Buleten Fang softly exclaimed. He never anticipated that Nian would actually bring a dish over. Since there were no pending orders and Buleten Fang was in the mood as well, he sat down at a table and beckoned Nian to bring the dish out for him to have a look. King Yu was having his meal nearby and he saw Nian and her disciples as well. He was slightly startled because he recognized Nian. After all, the disturbance created by this woman from the night before was not small. This hot-tempered female battle saint actually came to owner Buleten's store? Are the two of them part of the same group? King Yu thought. Buleten Fang was not putting much thought into it and was rather looking forward to Nian's dish. The other party was reportedly the number one chef within the Celestial Arcanum sect and her cooking managed to subdue everyone within the sect. Therefore, her culinary skills should not be too bad. Nian placed the wooden lunchbox onto the table and dispersed the true energy before uncovering the lunch. Immediately, the rich fragrance of fresh vegetables wafted out from the wooden lunchbox. Buleten Fang took a deep breath. He raised his eyebrows and indiscernibly nodded. Judging from the smell alone, he could tell that the taste of Nian's dish should be pretty good. This fragrance was even capable of provoking Buleten Fang's appetite. When Nian brought out the dish, Buleten Fang's eyes slightly narrowed. He raised his head and gave Nian a meaningful glance. This was a dish that broke new ground. Evidently, Nian spent a lot of effort on this dish. The dish was a fist-sized fruit with a rind that was the color of fire and there was even a faint amount of flames burning on its surface. This fruit was directly sliced open down the middle by Nian and the pulp was dug out before being replaced with golden rice grains. The rice grains were covered with a layer of sauce with a unique and rich aroma. Steam could be seen rising from the dish. "What's the name of this dish?" Buleten Fang asked after inhaling the fragrance. "This is my signature dish, Fire Tree Blossoms, and it's also the dish which my control over the spirit energy is the most stable. This dish should still be able to store around 30% more spirit energy," Nian earnestly said. This was a dish that contained spirit energy. Buleten Fang was starting to acknowledge the dish as well because it was very similar to his own dishes. Not only was the aroma of the dish unique, but it also contained spirit energy. Buleten Fang took out a porcelain spoon and gently scooped a spoonful of the golden rice grains. The fragrance emanating from the rice was not any inferior to Buleten Fang's egg-fried rice. This fragrance contained the scent of various fruits, and there was also a distinct smell of a pleasurably sour sauce. As Buleten Fang shoved the golden rice grains into his mouth, these rice grains were unexpectedly savory and also extremely chewy. They were just like soft candies. After biting down, he felt as if those rice grains were bouncing between his teeth, producing a unique flavor. The taste was pretty good as well. Mixing the flavor of the pulp and the sauce, it instantly enveloped his taste buds. Buleten Fang's eyes lit up and he shoved 2 more spoonfuls into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he said, "Not bad. This Fire Tree Blossoms was indeed not a bad dish." Even though the amount of spirit energy contained within the dish was low and was even lower than the store's normal egg-fried rice, its flavor was astonishing. "I chose the second-grade spirit fruit, fire spirit fruit, for my dish. The pulp of the fruit and its rind have different colors, but their tastes are very compatible. It's not only deliciously sweet and sour, but also contains spirit energy. This golden rice was soaked with firehead bee honey beforehand and then cooked together with the pulp of the fire spirit fruit. After enclosing the rice within the rind of the fruit and steaming it for a while, the fire tree blossoms is completed, Yan said, while feeling rather proud of her dish. Buletin Fang wanted her to demonstrate her signature dish, so she did in order to subdue Buletin Fang. However, in the next moment, the triumphant expression on her face froze. Buletin Fang rubbed his chin as he gave her a glance and said, "The taste of this dish is not bad and the flavor is very unique as well, but there are still many flaws present. Since you're using the rind of the fire spirit fruit to envelop the golden rice grains before carrying out the steaming process, you need to be extremely precise about the steaming duration and ensure every single grain of rice was soaked with honey. Evidently, you did not notice this mistake while carrying out this step." Once Buletin Fang started giving his assessment, he did not hold back in the slightest. Even Yan did not realize there were so many flaws present in her dish. "My main problem is that I didn't properly control the spirit energy. If I can increase the concentration of spirit energy by a little more, this dish would definitely be even tastier," Yan said, feeling slightly unconvinced by his assessment. Buletin Fang gave her a glance and mildly replied, "The amount of spirit energy cannot completely determine the flavor of a dish. Are you saying that dishes can't be delicious without spirit energy? This kind of thinking does not tally with the ideology of a chef." Tang Yin and Lu Xiao were dumbfounded as they stood behind Yan and their expressions were filled with astonishment. This was the first time they saw someone pointing out so many flaws in their master's cooking. As expected of their senior. "Therefore, I suggest you start from the basics. Once you're able to satisfy the taste of the general masses with ordinary dishes that don't contain spirit energy, that would show that you've improved." This was Buletin Fang's suggestion to Yan, which made Yan ponder for a long while. As the night descended, the snowstorm that lasted for a whole day finally stopped. Only the sound of the whistling wind was left in the cold winter night, driving away the silence. In the end, Buletin Fang did not choose to teach Yan about the cooking method of spirit energy dishes. Rather, he told her to practice making ordinary dishes every day and only come back after she was satisfied with her own work. Under the kitchen's gentle lighting, Buletin Fang had carefully started the elixir cuisine's practice cooking. Since Xiao Yu had only provided a single portion of ingredients, Buletin Fang did not dare to rashly start the actual cooking of the elixir cuisine without having complete confidence. After all, there were times when even he would fail. As billows of steam filled the entire kitchen, the rich aroma of the abalone and medicinal fragrance were entangled together. The evening passed while he was cooking this elixir cuisine. The next day, Buletin Fang woke up as usual and started practicing the Big Dipper carving technique. Every day, he would complete the training missions arranged by the system. Buletin Fang understood clearly that there was no shortcut to success and he needed to put in more effort than anyone else to become the god of cooking. Success was not achievable with words alone. The store opened and closed as usual. During the night, it was time for Buletin Fang to practice cooking the elixir cuisine again. Finally, after practicing like this for the past 2 days, the actual day had arrived. On this day, Buletin Fang was preparing to use the actual ingredients to cook the elixir cuisine that was able to treat mental traumas. Within the Xiao Manor, Xiao Meng suddenly received an invitation from the third prince, who seemingly wanted to discuss an important matter. With the unstable situation in the imperial city, Xiao Meng did not dare to idle about. He left the Xiao Manor and headed for the third prince's residence. Shortly after Xiao Meng left, Xiao Yu, who was wearing a bamboo hat with a black veil while holding a longsword in his hand, appeared within the snowstorm, staring straight at the majestic Xiao Manor. Chapter 125, You unfilial son, where do you think you're going? Snow was swirling about and falling from the sky, accompanied with the rustling winter wind. Deep inside the Xiao Manor, between the pavilions, there was a small path leading toward a tranquil location. Inside of a lavish room, candles were lit and the fireplace was burning, increasing the temperature within the room to a rather warm level. A censer was placed in front of a wooden window that was propped open. The smoke from the censer lingered in the area, filling the entire room with the smell of incense. A delicate figure with a fur cloak draped over her shoulders was sitting next to the censer and a zither was placed in front of her. Her flawless hands were dexterously moving about on the zither, just like a transcendent elf. The melodious sound of the zither drifted out and was pleasing to the ears, like the sound of raindrops falling on lotus leaves, causing its listeners to fall into enchantment. There was a faint trace of sorrow on Xiao Yunyu's flawlessly beautiful face. As her beautiful fingers played the zither, her emotions seemed to have turned into notes and drifted out from the zither. The bangs of her hair spilled over her eyes, covering half of her facial features, which was like that of a banished immortal. Xiao Zilong's figure walked into the room. He brushed away the snow that accumulated on him and softly said with a smile, "Elder sister, you're playing the zither in mother's room again. Aren't you worried about disturbing mother?" The sound of the zither stopped and was followed by a sigh. "If only it could disturb mother, then I would play the zither every single day." Xiao Yunyu gave Xiao Xiaolong a glance and snappily said, "You rascal, isn't father forcing you to cultivate? Why do you have the time to come over and chat today?" "Hee, father went to look for the third prince, so he let me off today. I've been cultivating so much recently that my bones are aching." "That's right, why don't we go and eat at owner Buledin's place? It's been a while since we've been there. I am really craving for his dishes," Xiao Xiaolong said. Xiao Yunyu rolled her eyes at Xiao Xiaolong. This was probably his real purpose for visiting her. Who said he was a prodigy? He was just a glutton. "You're really... Who's there?" Just when Xiao Yunyu was about to reprimand Xiao Xiaolong, her expression slightly changed and she suddenly looked outside of the window. Within the whirlwind of snow outside, a figure was slowly approaching while stepping on the frozen surface of the pond. The black robe he wore was flapping violently in the cold wind and the bamboo hat concealed his face, preventing anyone from seeing his appearance. However, when Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong saw this figure, their pupils slightly constricted. Xiao Yu stepped into the room, took off his bamboo hat and breathed out a cloud of breath. As he looked at Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong who were staring at him in bewilderment, he suddenly smiled. "It's been a while." Xiao Yu's hoarse voice rang out. However, the reply he got was a surging wave of true energy attack. Xiao Yunyu's face was filled with rage as she stared at Xiao Yu. Xiao Xiaolong was also vigilantly staring at Xiao Yu, not knowing his purpose for suddenly appearing within the Xiao manor. "You still dare to come back? You still have the cheek to come back?" Xiao Yunyu shouted. The smile on Xiao Yu's face disappeared and he indifferently gave Xiao Yunyu a glance. As the corners of his mouth widened, the tip of his toes brushed against the ground and as if a burst of wind had just blew past, he appeared next to Xiao Yunyu. Xiao Yunyu's entire body froze. She felt as if the true energy within her body was being impeded by a terrifying mass of sword energy and was completely immovable. Her body could not even move a single inch, so she could only vehemently stare at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled in a carefree manner. He stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Yunyu's head. Thereafter, he slowly walked past her and headed in the direction of the person lying on the bed. "What are you trying to do?" A touch of redness emerged on Xiao Zilong's fair skin as he blocked Xiao Yu's path in a huff, preventing him from going any further. "You mischievous brat, you've grown up as well. You even dare to block my way." Xiao Yu broke into a grin. Xiao Zilong's pupils constricted and true energy gushed out of his body. The cultivation of a peak-level third-grade battle maniac was fully displayed. He raised his hands and took a fighting stance. Xiao Yu tilted his head and a hint of amusement appeared on his face as he watched Xiao Xiaolong charge toward him. He slowly raised a finger and poked Xiao Xiaolong on his forehead. Xiao Zilong's figure that was charging forward was immediately stopped. His eyes widened as his body staggered backward and fell to the ground. "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions." Xiao Yu's hoarse voice slowly resounded inside the room. Xiao Yunyu did not believe his words but she was unable to move her body. She was so anxious that she felt like screaming out loud. Xiao Yu stopped next to the bed. Smoke was slowly emanating from a censer placed next to the bed. A graceful woman was serenely lying on the bed with her eyes closed. The woman had a beautiful face. In a closer look, some resemblance between her and Xiao Yunyu could be seen. Xiao Yu's eyes were somewhat complicated as he let out a soft sigh. He took off the heavy and thick cloak from his shoulders and placed it over the woman's body. "You can't take mother away." Xiao Xiaolong struggled to get up from the ground. However, Xiao Yu raised his hand and an invisible force pressed down on Xiao Zilong's body once more, causing him to fall on his behind. He could only watch with bloodshot eyes as Xiao Yu carried their mother, Gruer, away. Xiao Yunyu's entire body was trembling as she bit her lips tightly. She was filled with rage as she stared at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was carrying Gruer on his back. As he reached the doorway, he turned toward them and said with a smile, "The two of you were so much cuter back then. Don't worry, I really don't have any bad intentions. I'll wake our mother up." After he was done speaking, Xiao Yu put on his bamboo hat once more and leapt into the air, disappearing from their view. Only the rustling winter wind blowing in from the doorway was left. As the sword energy on her body dissipated with a loud noise, Xiao Yunyu's body trembled for a moment before she hurriedly moved toward the door. She stared into the snow outside, but Xiao Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Buzz! After a while, as a figure approached while stepping on thin air, the falling snow that filled the air seemed to have stopped. Xiao Meng's face was gloomy as he landed in the small yard. When he saw Xiao Long limply sitting on the ground and Xiao Yunyu on the verge of tears, he suddenly felt an anger rising in his chest. Father! Mother was taken away. When Xiao Yunyu saw Xiao Meng, the grievance in her heart immediately spilled out. Xiao Yu! Anger flashed in Xiao Meng's eyes, but he was feeling even more suspicious. Ji Chinsu invited him over to discuss matters at his manor and Xiao Yu arrived right after Xiao Meng left. There was definitely something strange about this. Suddenly turning around, Xiao Meng instantly dashed out of the Xiao manor and rose into the air above. He rapidly scanned the surroundings. Xiao Meng was slightly agitated as he took a step forward and swiftly sped into the distance. Xiao Yu was carrying his mother, Gruer, on his back. His true energy was covering her body to block the swirling snow so that his mother would not freeze from the cold weather as he slowly headed in the direction of the alleyway. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from behind him, startling Xiao Yu for a moment. A mass of intense sword energy gushed out from his body and turned into an indistinct longsword, slashing behind him. Bang! As Xiao Yu's sword energy dissipated with a loud noise, his body trembled for a moment. He increased his pace and dashed toward the alleyway. Fang Fang's little store was not far away. Xiao Meng's face was clouded with fury as he landed. Watching Xiao Yu, who was making a run for it in the distance, he angrily shouted, "You unfilial son, where do you think you're going?" As Xiao Meng's figure moved, it was as if the ground was shrinking as he swiftly closed the distance between them, creating a series of after-images. A dreadful pressure approached Xiao Yu like a surging wave, pushing away the swirling snow in the surroundings. As Xiao Yu turned around, his longsword flew out of its sheath and exposed its dazzling edge. He formed a sword finger gesture with his hand and the sword transformed into 4 swords, forming a sword array. Xiao Yu made a pushing motion with his hand and the swords flew toward the approaching Xiao Meng. This time round, Xiao Meng did not hold back in the slightest. His palm was glimmering as he threw out a palm strike, instantly destroying the sword array. Xiao Yu let out a groan. Borrowing the force of this impact, he reached the store's entrance and burrowed into Fang Fang's little store. Xiao Meng was already seeing red. He gathered true energy into his palm, planning to blast the store away. However, the big black dog lying on the ground lazily gave him a glance and let out a snort. With a wave of its exquisite and delicate paws, the true energy gathered on Xiao Meng's shimmering palm was shattered with a loud bang. Xiao Meng himself felt as if a tremendous force slammed into him, causing him to stumble a few steps backward. Xiao Meng felt as if a basin of icy cold water was poured on his head and immediately became clear-headed. Only then did he realize that Xiao Yu had burrowed into Bulletin Fang's store. Chapter 126, Amethyst Spirit Abalone Soup. Xiao Yu brought Ruer into Fang Fang's little store? What exactly was this rascal planning to do? Seeing that Xiao Yu had burrowed into Fang Fang's little store, Xiao Meng breathed a sigh of relief. The reason being, since Xiao Yu had chosen to enter the store, he was naturally not going to harm Gruer. As Xiao Meng recalled the dreadful aura just now that caused his true energy to disperse, his gaze became somewhat grave when he looked at the lazy big black dog lying at the entrance. Placing both of his hands together, he performed a fist and palm salute toward Blackett to express his apology for his disrespectful action just now. If someone else was around to witness this scene, their jaws would be dropping to the ground. The number 1 expert of the Lightwind Empire was actually expressing his apology to a big black dog. This was definitely an eye-opening scene. Blackie gave Xiao Meng a glance before letting out a snort and going back to sleep. At the same time, Xiao Meng breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the pressure surrounding him had suddenly disappeared. After giving Blackie an uneasy glance, Xiao Meng turned and stepped into Bulletin Fang's store. From the system's storage space, Bulletin Fang took out the 2 ingredients that Xiao Yu had given him, the amethyst heart orchid and the sky spirit abalone. The entire amethyst heart orchid was emanating a clear purple light with a faint trace of burning aura. It was not obvious just from looking, but when one's eyes were closed, one could feel energy radiating from the amethyst heart orchid, as if it was a small sun. The sky spirit abalone was slightly larger than the black spirit abalone, and the amount of spirit energy within the sky spirit abalone was much higher as well. After all, it was a 5th grade spirit beast. Its value was naturally not something the black spirit abalone could compare with. Furthermore, the veined patterns on the shell of the sky spirit abalone were much more complicated than those of the black spirit abalone, and its spirit array was clearly of a higher grade. Since Bulletin Fang had already used replacement ingredients to practice twice before, he had already memorized the steps to cook the amethyst spirit abalone soup. In addition, Bulletin Fang had already made proper adjustments to the true energy culinary method according to the difference in spirit energy level between the 2 sets of ingredients. After washing the sky spirit abalone, Bulletin Fang took out a huge clay pot, which was the only one he had that could contain the entire sky spirit abalone. Using the dragon bone kitchen knife, Bulletin Fang made a cut on the meat of the sky spirit abalone. After the opening was made, he chopped the other spirit herbs and placed them around the sky spirit abalone. Thereafter, he filled the clay pot with spring water from Tian Shan and placed the lid over the clay pot before simmering. While the clay pot was simmering, Bulletin Fang began to prepare processing the amethyst heart orchid. This was an orchid with a blue flower bud. Both its petals and leaves were plump, as if containing an extremely huge amount of energy. With the dragon bone kitchen knife, Bulletin Fang cautiously removed the petals and the leaves and placed them separately apart. After making a cut on every petal, thick purple juice flowed out from the openings. The juice had a peculiar characteristic that caused a slight burning sensation on the skin when in close proximity. Taking out a jade cup, Bulletin Fang stored the juice from the petals into the cup and exactly filled it to the brim. The purple liquid was crystal clear and emitted a rich aroma. Next, Bulletin Fang removed the lid of the clay pot, and the rich aroma of the sky spirit abalone immediately gushed out, causing him to be unable to help but take a deep breath. The aroma of the sky spirit abalone did not possess the fishy scent that seafood usually had and was extremely sweet instead. Before even tasting, Bulletin Fang's mind was already affected by the sweetness, and both his body and mind were already relaxed. After Bulletin Fang diced the leaves of the amethyst heart orchid, he added them into the clay pot and replaced the lid. His expression became serious. With one hand placed on the lid of the clay pot, the true energy that was naturally circulating within his danshan surged to his hand, causing the surface of his palm to sparkle and then float into the clay pot. Within Bulletin Fang's mind, he could clearly view the scene within the clay pot as if it was happening before his eyes. The flow of true energy stimulated the spirit energy inside the clay pot to continuously circulate and begin infusing into the sky spirit abalone. The cut made on the sky spirit abalone slightly opened and started forming bubbles. As the bubbles popped, spirit energy was released within clay pot. As Bulletin Fang watched this scene, he became relieved and continued to stimulate the spirit energy to envelop the sky spirit abalone. Soon, he completed the first phase of the cooking process. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Compared to cooking with the replacement ingredients, the authentic sky spirit abalone used up much more of his true energy and caused Bulletin Fang to feel somewhat fatigued. Lifting up the lid, the fragrance was stronger than before and there seemed to be faint sparkles of light circulating within the clay pot. The reason was Bulletin Fang's infusion of true energy had activated the spirit array on the shell of the sky spirit abalone. As the petals of the amethyst heart orchid were tossed into the clay pot, the bubbling soup immediately engulfed the petals. Bulletin Fang picked up the jade cup, which was somewhat scalding to the touch, and poured its contents into the clay pot. The intensity of the aroma wafting from the clay pot doubled in an instant. As Bulletin Fang inhaled the fragrance, even he was feeling so comfortable that he wanted to moan. This sort of comfortable feeling was not affecting his body but his mind. The sort of magical power produced when two ingredients that could treat mental traumas were combined together was unimaginable. After the lid was replaced, Bulletin Fang continued to use the true energy culinary method to simmer the elixir cuisine. After reaching this step, this dish of elixir cuisine was basically already completed. As for the extent of success, it depended on how well Bullet and Fang could handle true energy culinary in the next phase. However, after spending 2 days of practice, Bullet and Fang already had enough confidence to complete this elixir cuisine. As Xiao Meng stepped into the store, the warmth did not dispel the frostiness on his face in the slightest. His expression was still cold as he looked at Xiao Yu, who was sitting on a chair. Xiao Yu was holding his chest and slightly out of breath. True energy was circulating on his palm as he treated the injuries within his body. What exactly are you planning? Have you not harmed Ruer enough? What are you trying to do now? Are you really planning to commit matricide for the sake of transcendence? Xiao Meng's voice was cold as the icebergs of Antarctica, and every single sentence was filled with anger. Xiao Yu let out a chuckle and shook his head. His eyes were complicated as he looked at Xiao Meng and mildly said, "Father, you know my objective. I came to owner Buletin's place today not to harm Mother, but to save her." Save her? Xiao Meng was startled for a moment. Thereafter, his pupils constricted and he asked, "Did you request owner Buletin to cook the elixir cuisine to save Ruer?" "No. The sage herb phoenix chicken soup is useless for Ruer's injury. You should know well enough. Your sword strike not only shattered her heart, but also severely injured her mind," Xiao Meng continued as he let out a sigh and shook his head. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth widened, but he did not reply and turned his head toward the kitchen instead. From the darkness of the kitchen, a slender figure walked out with a clay pot in his hands. Clouds of steam were rising from the clay pot along with a rich fragrance. As the fragrance filled the room, everyone within the store subconsciously took a deep breath and immediately felt reinvigorated and energetic. Xiao Meng was pleasantly surprised and his eyes were fixated on the clay pot. Judging from the smell, the elixir cuisine this time was obviously not the sage herb phoenix chicken soup. Bullet and Fang looked in surprise at Xiao Meng, who was standing at the doorway, and then continued to walk towards Xiao Yu with the clay pot before placing it before him. After his hands released the clay pot, only then did Bullet and Fang stop the circulation of true energy and heavily breathed out. After cooking this amethyst spirit abalone soup, Bullet and Fang was so exhausted that he felt like he was going to collapse and the true energy circulating within his dantian was almost depleted. He could not help but sigh internally. His cultivation level was indeed too low. "Here's your amethyst spirit abalone soup, please enjoy your meal," Bullet and Fang said to Xiao Yu. Thereafter, as he carefully lifted up the lid of the clay pot, dazzling beams of light immediately flooded out from within the clay pot along with a stormy wave of fragrance. Chapter 127, The Emperor's Posthumous Edict. The dish was actually glowing. Both Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu were dumbfounded and their attention were completely attracted by the glow and rich fragrance before them. Within the clay pot, beams of light appeared to be emerging from a pupa as they filled their field of vision. It was that dazzling and eye-catching. The light only lasted for a single breath before vanishing. Steam was rising from the clay pot as if the fragrance had become visible. Xiao Yu swallowed his saliva. He felt as if the injuries caused by Xiao Meng had all recovered in that moment and he did not feel even the slightest pain. His gaze landed on the dish contained inside the clay pot. The amethyst spirit abalone soup was not a thick soup and was different from the sage herb phoenix chicken soup. It was not greasy but extremely refreshing instead. The soup was clear and transparent, like spring water from the mountains. Even the sky spirit abalone lying at the bottom of the soup could be clearly seen. The sky spirit abalone was completely cooked. The inner flesh of the abalone was protruding from the cut and was emitting a rich fragrance. The soup did not possess even the slightest impurity, and the amethyst heart orchid had completely dissolved into the soup without leaving even a trace of residue. It was as if the amethyst spirit abalone soup was cooked using the sky spirit abalone and spring water from Tian Shan alone. Bullet and Fang took out a small celadone bowl and used a celadone spoon to fill the bowl with soup. The soup was extremely clear. If it was not for its fragrance, they would mistake it for a bowl of boiled water. As Xiao Yu accepted the bowl of soup from Bullet and Fang, he recovered from his surprise and set his mother, who was leaning on the chair, upright. Xiao Meng came forward and took over the bowl from Xiao Yu's hand. The calmness and composure on the face of the Empire's #1 expert, Xiao Meng, was already long gone. There was only carefulness and uncertainty left. With trembling hands, Xiao Meng scooped up a spoonful of soup and slowly fed Gruer. His heart was in his mouth as he stared at her pallid face without blinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with intense brightness. He discovered that a shade of rossiness had appeared on Gruer's pallid face after drinking a spoonful of the soup. This was something that had never happened before. It was effective. It really was effective. Xiao Meng was so excited that he almost spilled the bowl of soup in his hand. He hurriedly calmed himself and continued to feed the soup to Gruer. Spoon after spoon, he carefully fed her as if he was cherishing his most important treasure. Bulletin Fang gave the two of them a glance before using a chopstick to pick up the sky spirit abalone at the bottom of the clay pot, and then grabbed hold of the abalone's shell. The magic array on the shell was emanating a fluorescent light and was slightly hot to the touch, and the flesh of the abalone was quivering. A green wisp of smoke encircled his hand and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. After twirling the kitchen knife in his hand, Bulletin Fang chopped the meat of the sky spirit abalone into fine pieces. Feed her this. After absorbing the medicinal effects of the amethyst heart orchid and various other spirit herbs along with the catalysis effect caused by the spirit array on the shell, the curative effect of the sky spirit abalone should be much better than just drinking the soup, Bulletin Fang said as he passed the minced abalone to Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng gave Bulletin Fang a grateful glance and then fed the minced abalone into Gruer's mouth. Gruer had not been responding all this time, but her body suddenly shuddered. Her mouth widened and she gently breathed out a mouthful of air. This mouthful of air contained an abundant amount of spirit energy and filled the interior of the store with a rich fragrance. Xiao Meng became even more agitated. He excitedly watched as Gruer's long eyelashes trembled for a moment and then her eyes slowly opened. As the weather became colder and colder, the snowflakes became thicker and thicker. The pavement of the imperial city's long street was covered with snow. Two figures were slowly proceeding on the long street. Ji Chinsu was wearing a white robe with a fur cloak draped over his shoulders. As he traveled within the swirling snow, a powerfully built man wearing flaxen clothing with short sleeves was walking beside him. This man had beard growing all over his face and eyes as large as copper bells. As the two slowly walked on, they left a trail of footprints behind them. Your Highness, tomorrow is the late Emperor's funeral, yet Chief Eunuch Lien is summoning all of the princes today. Is he going to proclaim His Majesty's posthumous edict? The sturdy man with a full beard asked in a deep voice. Ji Chinsu gave the man a glance and gently replied with a smile, perhaps, but no matter what's written in the edict, those two brothers of mine would definitely have a confrontation. The man with a full beard looked at Ji Chinsu and suddenly asked, Your Highness, don't you think the late Emperor might have appointed you as his successor in the edict? When Ji Chinsu heard the question, he was suddenly stunned. He stopped walking as well and stood still on the spot. The swirling snow whizzed by and the cold wind rustled. That's impossible, there's no reason for him to choose me. After all, I am the son he hated the most, Ji Chinsu mildly replied in a distant voice filled with lament. Thereafter, Ji Chinsu continued to move on and the man with a full beard silently followed him as they headed toward the majestic main hall. At the gate of heavenly mystery, King Yu was standing there in high spirits with a purple crown on his head and a belt inlaid with gemstones around his waist. A middle-aged man was respectfully following behind him with a fawning smile on his face. With a single glance at him, it was apparent that he was someone with a nimble mind. This person was the Minister of Finance, Sun Qing, who was in charge of the imperial city's financial affairs. As Ji Chinsu slowly approached from a distance, King Yu gave him a glance and the corners of his mouth widened into a sneer. He turned around before stepping into the gate of heavenly mystery and headed toward the main hall. The gate of heavenly mystery was extremely vast and the ground of the entire plaza was covered by a layer of pure white snow. There were two obelisks with images carved upon them towering in the empty plaza and the top of the obelisks were also covered with snow. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast expanse of whiteness. There were eunuchs here and there at the plaza of the gate of heavenly mystery, clearing away the accumulated snow on the ground. The emperor's funeral was on the next day and the procession would definitely pass through the plaza to get the imperial mausoleum. Therefore, this snow was a hindrance. At the majestic but somewhat eerie main hall, a crowd of people had restlessly gathered there. These people were high-ranking officials of the imperial court and were all respected people within the Lightwind Empire. The minister of the left was standing there with a grave expression in his court uniform, seemingly resting his slightly closed eyes. The Yang family, Minister of Finance and other high-ranking officials of the imperial court were also standing there in silence, waiting for Chief Eunuch Lian to appear. They knew that day was definitely not an ordinary day. After being kept secret for such a long time, the posthumous edict of the late emperor had to be made known in the end and would also determine the eventual ownership of the throne. Would it be the crown prince? Or would it be King Yu? The many high-ranking officials present were feeling extremely apprehensive. As for the third prince, the high-ranking officials were basically not feeling optimistic about his chances. The late emperor's attitude toward the third prince gave them the feeling that Ji Qinsu was disliked and disregarded. Therefore, everyone including Ji Qinsu himself thought that his chance of inheriting the throne was the lowest. The three princes were standing within the main hall and the dragon throne cast from gold was right before them, on a platform. They only needed to take a single step to stand above everyone else. Suddenly, the main hall that was filled with whispering moments ago suddenly became quiet. The crowd parted and Lian Fu slowly entered the main hall from the outside with deliberate steps while respectfully carrying the imperial edict in his hands. His expression was solemn and dignified, causing the people gathered there to feel a sudden chill. After all, he was a 7th-grade battle saint and was at a level where any change in his emotions could affect the emotions of the people in his surroundings. Gong Gong, is this father's posthumous edict? The crown prince could not help but ask for confirmation as he looked at the imperial edict in Lian Fu's hands. Lian Fu gave the crown prince a glance and solemnly nodded. The crown prince was suddenly overjoyed because he felt that his chances of being chosen by his father was the highest. It was not only because he was the crown prince, but also the fact that he was the most highly regarded by his father. Lian Fu pinched his thumb and middle finger together and then gently spread open the imperial edict. With the unfurled posthumous edict in his hands, he stood in front of the dragon throne and was ready to start reading the edict out loud. Below, everyone was holding their breath as they stared at Lian Fu, who was standing before the dragon throne, and waited for the announcement of the next emperor. Chapter 128, Premeditated Ambush. Lian Fu unfurled the imperial edict and let out a light cough. The sound resounded within the main hall, causing everyone present to feel a sudden uneasiness. Everyone was looking at him and the expression on each of their faces was distinctive. The crown prince's face was full of confidence and his eyes were flashing with an intense brightness, as if victory was in his grasp. On the other hand, King Yu's face was filled with indifference as if he was not interested in the posthumous edict in the slightest, while Ji Qinsu's head was lowered as he played with his own fingers. Zhao Mushan was standing on the spot with his eyes narrowed, and his body was slightly swaying. The elderly Wang was pursing his lips and staring at Lian Fu. Inside the imperial court, there was a difference in the expression of every single person. However, without any exception, their minds were focused on Lian Fu's every action and were attentively listening to the posthumous edict Lian Fu was about to read aloud. Lian Fu's high-pitched voice resounded within the main hall. The content of the posthumous edict was not long. The beginning of the edict was a recount of Emperor Changfeng's military accomplishments and everyone present knew about them well enough. Their attention was not focused on them but rather on the end of the edict, the successor chosen by the late emperor and the eventual ownership of the throne. Was it the crown prince? Or was it King Yu? The third prince, Qinsu, has an upright moral character and greatly resembles me. He is certainly capable of inheriting my empire. He shall succeed my throne and become the next emperor. However, when Lian Fu read out the end of the edict, the entire imperial court was so quiet that they would hear a pin dropping. Everyone was stupefied. In His Majesty's edict, the successor chosen was the third prince? This was as if a bolt out of the blue had suddenly struck the main hall, causing everyone present to be somewhat dumbfounded. The expression on the crown prince's face completely froze and his eyes were wide from shock. His face was filled with incredulity and his mouth was slightly opened, seemingly suspecting whether he had heard wrongly. King Yu was bewildered as well. He turned his head and looked toward Ji Qinsu, who was standing beside him. Incredulity was swirling deep inside his eyes. Zhao Mushan's squinted eyes were opened. The elderly Wang almost pulled his beard off. The fawning smile on the Minister of Finance's face stiffened and he almost bit his own tongue. This was a result that no one had expected. No one could imagine that a prince who had always been sent on expeditions outside of the border by the late emperor and had always been disregarded and even disliked would actually be chosen as the successor. Ha ha ha! Just when the main hall was silent as a grave, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. The man with a full beard standing next to Ji Qinsu could not help but burst out with laughter. What happened to your arrogance from before? Now, all of you know who has the last laugh. Look at that stupefied expression on King Yu's face. Where did his cockiness from before go? The man with a full beard thought. He was really delighted as he looked at the constipated expressions on the faces of the Crown Prince and King Yu. He could not help but burst out with laughter. Previously, while they were outside of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, he was really irritated by King Yu's disdainful gaze. Ji Chinsu was slightly astonished as well. Thereafter, the corners of his mouth curled up as he patted the shoulder of the man with a full beard and softly said, "Stop that, we're still in the main hall." The man with a full beard stopped laughing, but the smile on his face could not be wiped away no matter what he did. Even though Lian Fu was the one who read the posthumous edict aloud, he did not know the contents beforehand. It was only truly made known at that moment, and even he was extremely bewildered. He thought, I didn't expect His Majesty to choose the third prince in the end. Next, Ji Chinsu adjusted his clothes and solemnly went forward to accept the posthumous edict with a respectful expression. The Crown Prince furiously snorted and left in a huff with an ashen face. King Yu gave Ji Chinsu a meaningful glance as well and expressionlessly left. It was an outcome that nobody expected, causing everyone to be still unable to recover from their surprise. On the imperial court, all of the high-ranking officials were in a somewhat melancholic mood. They had already chosen a side, but the chosen successor was not who they chose. Zhao Mushan had already left. Before leaving, he gave Ji Chinsu a long and hard look. That look was filled with deep meaning. After walking out of the main hall and passing through the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, the same two figures were walking within the swirling snow. Ji Chinsu was somewhat silent for a moment. His mood was already completely different from when they came. The man with a full beard was laughing with a wide grin on his face and was in high spirits. He was feeling happy for the third prince. There were very little pedestrians on the entire long street. The swirling snow whizzed by and the cold wind rustled. Clink, clink, clink. The clear and melodious sound of bells rang out, echoing within the long street. Ji Chinsu and the man with a full beard stopped walking and stood on the spot. In front of them, 5 beautiful women whose voluptuous bodies were wrapped in a transparent gauze attire leisurely walked in their direction. Bells were worn around their fair and delicate ankles. As they walked, the bells would produce tinkling sounds. The sound seemed to possess some sort of magical power that aroused the hearts of its listeners. The man with a full beard stepped forward and stood in front of Ji Chinsu while angrily glaring at them. He took a deep breath and then angrily shouted, "You demonesses from the Joyous Union sect, get out of our way!" His voice was like the sound of thunder. It seemed to have turned into an invisible sound wave that crushed the snow that was swirling around them and even overshadowed the sound of the tinkling bells. Wei Xiangxi and her 4 companions behind her all stopped walking. As their bodies swayed, pink true energy gushed out from their bodies and turned into a stream of true energy ribbon that floated around them. King Yu, that dog! How dare he conspire with the sects to assassinate the successor chosen by the late emperor? Is he planning to revolt? The man with a full beard angrily roared. Behind Ji Chinsu and the man with a full beard, the sound of footsteps lightly rang out. Hun Qinyun appeared in a black robe with spirit fire pulsating in his eye sockets. If your highness had not become the successor, King Yu might really not have dispatched us. If you have to blame something, blame your identity as the successor. Hun Qinyun's hoarse voice rang out and then a surging wave of true energy gushed out of his body and rushed toward Ji Chinsu. Kikik. We're finally going to do something. I've been bored to death. The Bone King's laughter rang out as he climbed out, appearing on the wall of a building nearby like a gecko. This was a desperate situation for Ji Chinsu. From the fact that experts from the 3 great sects of the heterodox path that were conspiring with King Yu had brazenly set up an ambush in the middle of the imperial city's long street, King Yu was already planning to go out on a limb. These 3 parties were not there to chat with Ji Chinsu and were truly intending to kill him. The sharp killing intent swept along with the cold wind was causing goosebumps to rise all over Ji Chinsu's body. This was a premeditated ambush that targeted him. The man with a full beard started laughing as his eye became as large as bells and the terrifying aura of a 6th grade battle emperor burst forth from his body. You bunch of reckless fools, since you're seeking your own death, I will fulfill all of your wishes. Your Highness, hurry up and go. With a shout, his flaxen shirt was suddenly torn into pieces and his muscles rapidly expanded. His entire body suddenly grew taller and he turned into a giant. The true energy circulating within him was boiling hot, and any snowflakes that landed on his skin instantly melted. His foot suddenly stamped the ground. The accumulated snow on the ground broke into pieces and the tiles fractured and caved in as well. The man with a full beard turned into a blurry figure as he vigorously charged toward Wei Xiangxi and her companions who were blocking the way. Ji Chinsu's expression was solemn as the tip of his toes brushed against the ground, and he swiftly followed behind the man with a full beard. A punch like the angry bellow of a bull was thrown out, creating a terrifying gale that carried true energy. It directly crushed the stream of true energy that surrounded Wei Xiangxi and her companions, and a tremendous force immediately smashed into the 5 women, triggering girlish squeals. Thereafter, the man with a full beard turned around with veins bulging all over his body and said, "Your Highness, I'll cover you. Hurry up and go." Ji Chinsu began to frown as he gave the man with a full beard a glance and made up his mind in the end. He clenched his teeth before turning around and dashing away. Hun Qianyun and the others hurriedly dashed forward, wanting to deal with Ji Chinsu. However, the man with a full beard took a step sideways and heavily stamped the ground, seemingly causing the entire ground to shake. He smashed his fists together and overbearingly roared, "Damn, you bunch of good-for-nothings! If you want to kill His Highness, you'll have to step over my body first." Hun Qianyun and the others were furious and immediately attacked him. Surging waves of true energy immediately flew toward the man with a full beard. Within an instant, he was completely drowned by waves of terrifying true energy. Ji Chinsu's running strides slowed down. In the end, he completely stopped and stood still on the spot. It was not because he did not want to go forward, but because a figure was standing there with his hands behind his back, not far away from him. King Yu slowly turned around and serenely looked toward Ji Chinsu. "I really didn't anticipate that Father would actually choose you in the end," Ji Chinjiu mildly said. His voice was very serene. However, it was this serenity that caused all of the pores on Ji Chinsu's body to shrink and made him feel an unprecedented danger. Chapter 129, The Future Emperor is About to Die. As the aura emanating from King Yu continuously rose, his jet black hair fluttered on its own. Surging waves of true energy was encircling his body and causing the falling snow to be easily dispersed. The pores on Ji Chinsu's body all widened as he faced the intimidating aura emanating from King Yu. As a 5th-grade battle king, he was somewhat helpless when facing King Yu, who was already a 6th-grade battle emperor. "Do you want to kill me?" Ji Chinsu calmly asked. King Yu's gaze was cold and emotionless. There was not even the slightest change in his emotion as he expressionlessly looked at Ji Chinsu and said, "I've already reminded you before. I told you not to participate in this mess, otherwise you would pay a price that you wouldn't be able to bear. It's your own fault for not listening." Ji Chinsu broke into a grin and took off his heavy cloak. A hint of malice appeared on his face that had always been gentle as well. This malice caused him to appear somewhat sinister. "Ever since we were young, you've always been acting high and mighty. You've always felt as if you're superior than others, right? If you want a fight, then I'll give you one. In any case, we're bound to have a fight sooner or later," Ji Chinsu said with a sneer. True energy started to float around his body as well as he heavily stamped the ground with his foot, dispersing the snow that had accumulated on the ground. "Among the 3 of us, my cultivation level is the highest. How are you going to fight against me?" King Yu broke into a smile and his body instantly charged forward. Bang bang bang! As the figures of the 2 interweaved in a chaotic fight, their clashes resulted in waves of true energy flooding out and affecting the surroundings. Within this freezing cold environment, they were actually having a passionate battle. However, Ji Chinsu was only a 5th-grade battle king and there was still a difference in his combat abilities compared to King Yu in the end. A mouthful of boiling bright red blood sprayed into the air as Ji Chinsu's figure continuously backed away and fiercely smashed into a wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. King Yu coldly smiled as he gathered true energy onto his palm and said, "Goodbye, my brother." King Yu's gaze was emotionless as he pushed his palm forward in the direction of Ji Chinsu, who was lying within the debris. If this attack succeeded, King Yu was confident that Ji Chinsu would be dead without a doubt. Ji Chinsu was staring at King Yu as a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Even though the saying goes that the royalty have no relatives, he never expected King Yu to be this ruthless. However, just as King Yu was about to kill Ji Chinsu with the palm strike, an intimidating aura suddenly appeared and caused King Yu's entire body to stiffen. Due to the aura, the true energy gathered in his palm dissipated as well. A figure approached them while stepping on thin air and stopped between King Yu and Ji Chinsu. Xiao Meng. Are you planning to intervene? King Yu's pupils constricted and his eyes were filled with incredulity as he stared at the interloper. Didn't Xiao Meng say that he wouldn't support any of the princes? Why did he appear at this very moment to save Ji Chinsu? King Yu thought while feeling somewhat furious. He knew ever since Xiao Meng appeared that he would not be able to kill Ji Chinsu. I am only participating on a personal basis today. Xiao Meng indifferently gave King Yu a glance and said, after all, I am his brother-in-law. You. King Yu was furious. He thought, what is this lousy excuse? If you want to rescue Ji Chinsu, then just say it. What's the point of playing a family love card? Chinsu, leave now. I want to have a nice and long chat with King Yu, Xiao Meng said. Ji Chinsu got up from the ground and gave Xiao Meng a long and hard look as he wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not understand why Xiao Meng would appear at this moment. Don't worry, your sister is recovering well, Xiao Meng softly said with his back facing Ji Chinsu. Ji Chinsu was slightly startled and then an ecstatic expression suddenly appeared on his face. Even the injuries on his body were feeling not as painful as before. Xiao Meng's words revealed a certain information, that his elder sister had awakened from her coma. This might have been the reason why Xiao Meng chose to intervene. Ji Chinsu was overjoyed as he let out a laugh. He turned around before dashing away and left this place. King Yu took a step forward and was unable to accept his defeat as he watched Ji Chinsu's departure. However, as he moved, Xiao Meng's gaze landed on him and a heavy aura pressed down upon him, causing his heart to sink. Elder sister has awakened, that's great. Looks like the ingredients that Xiao Yu gave to owner Bulletin has been successfully turned into an elixir cuisine. As expected of owner Bulletin, how formidable. Ji Chinsu thought. He was holding his chest in pain but feeling extremely delighted. The person that he was most concerned about was his comatose elder sister. After finding out about Gruer's plan, he was even more looking forward to her awakening. Now that his elder sister had awakened, Ji Chinsu was so happy that he did not even know what to say. Suddenly, Ji Chinsu was startled. He looked up and saw that the entire sky was filled with swirling snow but not a single snowflake was falling. It was as if there was a glass cloche around him that was isolating him from the snow. What's going on? Ji Chinsu thought as he suddenly felt an ominous feeling. As his gaze slowly lowered, he discovered that there was actually a figure slowly approaching from afar. Golden rays of light that felt harmonious and warm circulated around Zhao Mushin with every step he took. Each ray of light was as dazzling as a golden lotus blooming. Ji Chinsu's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand and he could not even breathe. The soft chant of a sutra was resounding in his ears and his field of vision was filled with bright rays of light, as if Buddhist aura was bathing and enveloping Ji Chinsu. Zhao Mushin. Ji Chinsu suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and the metallic taste of blood spread in his mouth. The pain caused him to sober up and see clearly the appearance of the person that was slowly approaching. Zhao Mushin's amiable-looking face was filled with harmony like a Buddha. A smile was on his lips as he serenely looked at Ji Chinsu. Did the Crown Prince send you here to kill me? Ji Chinsu eerily asked. Zhao Mushin was someone belonging on the side of the Crown Prince and yet he appeared here at this very moment. The only explanation was that the Crown Prince had the same objective as King Yu. A single posthumous edict triggered killing intent from both of his biological brothers. Ji Chinsu felt a surge of anger rise from the bottom of his heart and almost rush out from the top of his head. Zhao Mushin shook his head and his gaze was still serene as he said, His Majesty was very intelligent and kept a close eye on me. I thought His Majesty would choose King Yu but you were chosen instead. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter who is chosen. The one who will ascend the throne in the end can only be the Crown Prince. You really are loyal. You're cultivating with methods from the Mahayana island and yet you're worrying for the empire, don't you feel tired? Ji Chinsu asked with a sneer. Zhao Mushin indifferently looked at the sneering Ji Chinsu. He slowly raised his hand and true energy immediately gushed out, forming a golden Buddha statue that emanated a gentle aura in front of him. Zhao Mushin gently formed a mudra with his hand and then pushed his hand forward. That golden Buddha statue suddenly flew into the sky before slowly descending and enveloped Ji Chinsu. Loyalty? If he was ambitious like King Yu, I wouldn't be helping him. I am supporting him exactly because he's weak. Do you understand? Zhao Mushan said with a smile. I only need an obedient puppet. Plop. After Ji Chinsu heard those words, his body that was enveloped within the Buddha statue suddenly shuddered. He collapsed onto the ground with blood leaking out from his nostrils and mouth and was at death's doorstep. Zhao Mushan slowly walked toward Ji Chinsu while letting out a sigh filled with compassion. Suddenly, a feminine shout came from the sky above, and a jade talisman that was radiating bright rays of light came crashing down toward Zhao Mushan. Buzz! Zhao Mushan's pupils constricted as he formed a mudra before deftly pushing his hand out and blocked the jade talisman. The jade talisman vibrated for a moment and then released bright flashes of light, forming a simplistic magic array. A dreadful amount of true energy burst out from the magic array and forced Zhao Mushan to take several steps backward. The Celestial Arcanum Sex. Divination Spirits Array. Zhao Mushan muttered as his eyes narrowed. A figure wrapped within a loose robe landed next to Ji Chinsu. With a wave of her fair and slender hand, cracks immediately appeared all over the Buddha statue before shattering it to pieces. Thereafter, she picked up Ji Chinsu with one hand. Old man, it's not good to be so ruthless. After she finished speaking, Yan gave Zhao Mushan a smile before her figure shot out and disappeared. Fang Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang was curled up on his chair and lightly sipping from a cup of hot water in his hand. Suddenly, a figure dashed into the store. Yan appeared in front of him and at the same time, threw a bloodied figure onto the floor. Owner Bulletin, this fellow is the future emperor of the Lightwind Empire. However, he's about to die, hurry up and save him. Chapter 130, I've always been too soft-hearted. What in the world? Bulletin Fang thought as he suspiciously gave Yan a glance and then his gaze landed on the figure lying on the ground, who was at death's doorstep. He could not help but be surprised. Isn't this Ji Chinsu? Why is he in such a miserable state? After placing the cup on a table, Bulletin Fang helped Ji Chinsu up and Wang Xiaoi hurriedly ran over to help as well. They moved Ji Chinsu onto a chair so that he could comfortably lie down. What happened? After performing all of these actions, only then did Bulletin Fang expressionlessly look toward Yan who was standing at the doorway with a frown. What else could have happened? This fellow was ambushed. He was lucky that I was there, otherwise he would already be long dead, Yan said as she gave Ji Chinsu a glance and sympathetically shook her head. King Yu brought his little partners from the sects to surround Ji Chinsu, but Ji Chinsu's subordinate protected him and allowed him to escape. As a result, he ran into King Yu and was almost beaten to death. Luckily for him, Xiao Meng's appearance saved him. In the end, he was unlucky enough to run into Zhao Mushan. Yan briefly narrated Ji Chinsu's ordeal. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched as he thought, this Ji Chinsu truly is unlucky. What exactly did he do to incur so much resentment that they want to kill him so much? Just what sort of outrageous deed did he commit? Bulletin Fang asked once more as he gave Ji Chinsu a glance, noticing he was bleeding from all of his facial orifices. At that moment, Yan's expression became strange as well, seemingly wanting to laugh but being unable to do so. She said, he didn't do any outrageous deeds. He only snatched the throne from both of his elder brothers, that's all. The emperor's posthumous edict had just pronounced him as the successor. Therefore, he's going to be the future emperor of the Lightwind Empire. Of course, the precondition is that he has to survive first. Bulletin Fang understood the situation in a flash. When Ji Chinsu, who was originally the least regarded among his brothers, unexpectedly became the successor to the throne, those brothers of his were naturally infuriated from the embarrassment. Without possessing the corresponding strength, he obtained something he should not have. This was the so-called, wealth leads to disaster. Then why did you bring him here? This is a restaurant, not a hospital, Bulletin Fang seriously asked as he expressionlessly looked at Yan. Yan's slightly narrowed and seemingly turned into adorable crescent moons. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile as she said, if I send him to a hospital with his injuries, he'll be dead for sure. After getting hit by a secret technique from the Mahayama island, even a divine doctor would have difficulty in saving him. Don't count on saving him with an elixir cuisine. The two types of elixir cuisine that I can cook won't be able to treat his injuries, Bulletin Fang replied. Yan attentively stared at Bulletin Fang as her rosy tongue ran over her delicate lips and she said, since the elixir cuisine wouldn't work. Don't you have a spirit herb? Using a 7th grade spirit herb like the phoenix blood herb to treat this sort of injuries should be more than enough. Actually, a single section should be enough, Yan said. Bulletin Fang broke into a grin. As he had expected, this woman was aiming for his phoenix blood herb. After coming in contact with the blood of the ancient phoenix, the 7th grade spirit herb phoenix blood herb possessed exceptional restorative effects and was indeed the best choice for saving Ji Chinsu at that moment. However, Bulletin Fang was feeling somewhat hesitant. His original intention for holding on to the phoenix blood herb was for the sake of brewing a wine that could surpass the dragon's breath. After all, a 7th grade spirit herb was not so easy to find. Isn't your objective to obtain the phoenix blood herb? If I were to use the phoenix blood herb to save him, wouldn't you need it any more? Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. Yan gave him a bright smile as she pointed at Ji Chinsu and said, "It's rare for me to be able to get away from the sect, so how could my objective be just to obtain the phoenix blood herb? Just use it to save him, I won't feel anguished about it. There's still quite an amount of 7th grade spirit herbs back at our section." Bulletin Fang expressionlessly thought, "You won't feel anguished, but I would." Bulletin Fang could not be bothered to say anything else to this woman. His gaze landed on Ji Chinsu, who was at death's doorstep. As he looked at this handsome man who was usually gentle and refined but was now on the verge of death, he could not help but let out a sigh. "I've always been too soft-hearted," Bulletin Fang thought with a sigh. Thereafter, he had Wang Xiaoi look after Ji Chinsu while he headed toward the kitchen. In the end, he could not just watch as someone died in front of him. Even if he was the type of person who disregarded human life, he still had to help as Ji Chinsu was his longtime customer. He took out the phoenix blood herb from the cupboard. The exquisite and beautiful phoenix blood herb was brownish-red like it was carved from a carnelian stone. Due to the preservation functionality of the system's cupboard, it was still lush and filled with spirit energy. As Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen, the fragrance of the phoenix blood herb instantly spread out and the temperature within the store suddenly rose by quite a lot. When Yan saw the phoenix blood herb in Bulletin Fang's hands, her pretty eyes suddenly lit up. It was a 7th spirit herb after all. Despite what she said earlier, even the Celestial Arcanum sect did not have that many of them in their inventory. On the tiny little phoenix blood herb, the vibrant fire on its surface was like a phoenix that wished to ascend into the sky. Within the herb, there was an abundant amount of vitality as well as a dreadful destruction energy. Feed him with half of the phoenix blood herb is enough. As for whether or not he will survive, it'll depend on his own fortune, Yan reminded. The phoenix blood herb was a 7th grade spirit herb with astonishing curative effects after all. If Ji Chinsu ate the entire herb in his current state, he would not only be unable to recover but would probably immediately explode from the destruction energy contained within the herb. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly gave her a glance and nodded. A green wisp of smoke encircled his hand and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. Without any hesitation, he used the knife on the phoenix blood herb. The cut was extremely smooth and there was not even the slightest drop in the medicinal strength of the phoenix blood herb. Yan's eyes suddenly lit up brightly. As she stared at the dragon bone kitchen knife in Bulletin Fang's hands, a violent storm was raging in her heart. With a wave of his hand, the dragon bone kitchen knife turned back into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. Bulletin Fang walked toward Ji Chinsu and pried open his mouth. As he channeled true energy to his palm, a few droplets of juice that had a thick smell of blood immediately dripped down from the phoenix blood herb. The juice continued to drip until the portion of the phoenix blood herb in Bulletin Fang's hand finally completely dissolved into blood and fell into Ji Chinsu's mouth. "This should be fine, right? There's still half of the herb left. However, I can't use it as the main ingredient anymore. Looks like I'll have to find another spirit herb that can be used to brew wine," Bulletin Fang muttered to himself as he stored the remaining half of the phoenix blood herb into the system's storage space. As Bulletin Fang turned around to face Yan, he discovered the latter's eyes were filled with slight envy as she stared at his wrist. "You actually possess a semi-divine tool." "Semi-divine tool?" Bulletin Fang was somewhat puzzled. Yan looked away with a strange feeling on her mind as she smacked her lips. Semi-divine tools were extremely rare in the Hidden Dragon continent. Even though the Celestial Arcanum sect collected information on everything in the world, they did not possess any information on Bulletin Fang's semi-divine tool. If the kitchen knife had not turned into a wisp of green smoke and assimilated into the image on Bulletin Fang's wrist, Yan would really be uncertain about whether that kitchen knife was a semi-divine tool or not. nonetheless. A semi-divine tool that's a kitchen knife. Ni Yan's expression became even weirder as she thought, just which accursed tool-making master with too much time on his hands spent valuable materials to make this. Ah! Just when Ni Yan and Bulletin Fang were both deep in thought, Ji Chinsu, who had consumed half of the phoenix blood herb, suddenly let out a scream and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot as if the fire of a phoenix was blazing underneath his corneas. The process of rising from the ashes had begun. Whether or not Ji Chinsu would be able to survive would depend on his own willpower. Bulletin Fang let out a yawn. After taking a look at the sky, he turned around and drove Ni Yan out. Wiang Xiao bid her farewell with Bulletin Fang as well. Thereafter, he placed the doorboards back in place and ended the business for the day. Ji Chinsu continued to incessantly wail and howl in pain inside the store. That sort of heart-gouging pain. Bulletin Fang could not understand. Therefore, Bulletin Fang went into the kitchen and practiced making some dishes for a while. After he practiced his cutting and carving techniques and brewed a large vat of ice heart jade urn wine, he went upstairs and washed up before going to bed. It was especially important for him to maintain his sleep. The room's soundproofing was pretty good and he was unable to hear Ji Chinsu's screams. At least, Bulletin Fang fell soundly asleep after a short while. Chapter 131, The Emperor's Funeral. The next morning, the sun had just risen when the melodious sound of a bugle horn came from within the imperial palace and was soon followed by the dull and somewhat sorrowful ringing of a bell. It was as if the slumbering imperial city had woken up at that moment. The lights of each and every household all lit up and many citizens walked out of their houses wearing thick layers of cotton overcoats. While exhaling clouds of white breath, they headed toward the gate of heavenly mystery with their shoulders hunched up and heads tucked in. On this march toward the gate of heavenly mystery, the citizens were silent and the mood among them was sorrowful. They were lamenting the ruthlessness of time and mourning the atrophy of life. The regretful demise of a mighty leader was a tremendous loss to the entire Lightwind Empire. The citizens' reverence toward Emperor Changfeng were from the bottom of their hearts because having an emperor who made great efforts to govern the empire was a blessing to them. They were grateful for the period of prosperity brought by the emperor that allowed them to have a peaceful life. That was the day of Emperor Changfeng's funeral, so the citizens of the imperial city woke up early in the morning to send him off. There were also many people from outside the imperial city who rushed over just to see the emperor for the last time. As the sorrowful ringing of the bell created a melancholy mood, more and more people started to gather outside the gate of heavenly mystery. With the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the gate of heavenly mystery, no one was able to enter. However, the people gathered there did not care. They only needed to wait at the entrance for the coffin carrying the body of Emperor Changfeng to come out. Within the plaza of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, the diligent eunuchs had already cleared a wide path on the ground filled with accumulated snow, for the funeral procession to smoothly travel on. The crown prince was wearing a mourning garment and was looking toward the main hall with a sorrowful expression on his face. There were many civil and military officials standing behind him. They were all wearing white upper garments over their solemn attires to represent their mourning of Emperor Changfeng's demise. With a solemn expression, King Yu was wearing a mourning garment like the crown prince. Civil and military officials were standing behind him as well, but there were also experts from the sects who were disguising themselves as palace guards. Even they were expressing their respect toward Emperor Changfeng because he was someone who inspired fear in their hearts. The two groups solemnly stood apart as a group of court musicians wearing mourning garments slowly marched out from the main hall while playing a melancholic symphony. Xiao Meng was wearing a white upper garment over his military attire as he solemnly supported his delicate wife, Gruer. Gruer had an extremely complicated expression on her face as tears welled up in her eyes. After falling into a deep sleep for 3 years, she woke up only to find that her father had passed away. Nevertheless, Gruer was looking around her surroundings. She was looking for Ji Chinsu's figure but she soon realized that Ji Chinsu was not within the spacious plaza of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. Where's Chinsu? Why isn't he here yet? Gruer used her frail voice to ask Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng was filled with suspicion as well. Ji Chinsu should have successfully gotten out of danger the day before. How could he not appear on such an important day? As the successor named in the posthumous edict, Ji Chinsu should be behaving even more zealous. Could something have happened? Xiao Meng thought as his eyes flashed with uncertainty. However, he still forced out a smile and said, "It's fine, Chinsu might have been delayed by an important matter." He'll come soon enough. After all, he's the successor to the throne. Even though Gruer was still feeling somewhat uneasy, Xiao Meng's gentle smile influenced her and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up as she nodded. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong were standing behind them and were feeling extremely happy as they watched the loving affection between their parents. Xiao Yunyu was looking around but she was unable to find that familiar figure. According to her father's narration, the one who woke up their mother was their elder brother, Xiao Yu. Furthermore, their mother had already revealed the truth of the entire matter to Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong. Their resentment towards Xiao Yu was already long gone and had all turned into guilt. As the court musicians marched out from the main hall, Lian Fu, wearing a white mourning garment, slowly walked out after them with a haggard face and his hair hanging loosely. Lian Fu looked extremely exhausted. His eye bags were drooping and his eyes were bloodshot. The aura emanating from his body was also somewhat unstable. However, no one minded. Perhaps he was exceedingly depressed. After all, Lian Fu had a close relationship with Emperor Chang Feng. "Where's the third prince?" Lian Fu asked with a high-pitched voice as he lightly waved his horsetail whisk. Yet, no one replied him. Instead, the Crown Prince and King Yu both stepped forward at the same time and performed a fist and palm salute toward Lian Fu. Lian Fu gave the two of them a meaningful glance and then began carrying out some pre-burial ceremonies. These strict and solemn ceremonies were passed down throughout the generations of the Lightwind Empire's imperial family. Every single prince must follow them. Next, would the successor of the throne receive the coffin, Lian said as he waved his horsetail whisk once more. However, after those words were spoken, the civil and military officials down below began whispering to each other. The corners of Zhao Mushan's mouth curled up as he stood there in a calm and collected manner. King Yu and the Crown Prince stepped forward once more. King Yu opened his mouth and said, "Chief Eunuch Lian, we can't miss the auspicious timing. Just let me be the one to receive the coffin." "Why should you be the one to do it? If anyone is going to receive the coffin, it should be me," the Crown Prince said as he gave King Yu a cold glance. The tension between the two became intense once more. Lian Fu let out a soft sigh. The two princes were simply being too obvious with their attitude. From the fact that the third prince was not around, chances were high that he suffered a mishap. Otherwise, King Yu and the Crown Prince would not have stepped forward in such a sincere manner and fought over the chance to receive the coffin. However, in this situation, one person must go forward and receive the coffin. Lian Fu was feeling somewhat troubled as well. "Chief Eunuch Lian, you should make the decision. Father trusted you the most when he was still around," King Yu said as his gaze landed on Lian Fu. "Your Highnesses, please be careful with your words. Receiving the coffin is too important to be casually decided. Let's wait a while more. If the third prince still haven't arrived by then, your Highnesses will receive the coffin together," Lian Fu said. King Yu stared blankly for a moment and then let out a chuckle. Ji Chinsu was definitely not going to come. There was no point in waiting, it was only a waste of time. Even though that was what King Yu was thinking, he still had to put up a show. The Crown Prince was thinking the same way as well. The two of them looked each other in the eye and then looked away. As time passed, the civil and military officials below were soon getting impatient and their whispers could be heard from time to time. Lian Fu gave them a glance before looking away and sighing in his mind. "Chief Eunuch Lian, third brother still hasn't arrived. This is a great disrespect toward father. How could such a person succeed the throne? The important task of receiving the coffin should be left to me," the Crown Prince said as he opened his mouth once more. Not to be outdone, King Yu argued back as well. However, while they were still arguing, the corners of Lian Fu's mouth suddenly curled up as he looked into the distance. At the entrance of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, there were two figures slowly approaching. "My dearest elder brothers, I am truly sorry for worrying the two of you. The task of receiving the coffin should still be left to me. After all, I am the true successor to the throne." A cold voice came from afar and suddenly resounded within the ears of the Crown Prince and King Yu like the sound of thunder, giving them an incredulous feeling. Zhao Mushan's pupils constricted. He was feeling somewhat puzzled as he stared closely at Ji Chinsu. Xiao Yu was following behind Ji Chinsu with a solemn expression. They were both wearing mourning garments as they walked step by step toward the main hall. Soon, Ji Chinsu arrived before Lian Fu. He gently nodded toward Lian Fu and then looked toward the Crown Prince and King Yu. I am not dead yet. Are the two of you feeling surprised? Chapter 133, The Emperor's Scheme, the Double Calamity Dragon Head Array. Stop what you're doing. King Yu was furious. These people from the sects actually disobeyed his order. However, the 7th grade skeleton made of the experts from the White Bone Palace completely ignored King Yu's shouts and its skeletal hand reached out for the coffin. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton were filled with greed and yearning. The 8 battle kings that were carrying the coffin were unable to endure the aura of a 7th grade battle saint and their faces suddenly went red as they fell on one knee. The bronze coffin that they were carrying dropped onto the ground with a loud noise as well. Dawn. A dull and heavy sound resounded within the entire gate of heavenly mystery. Everyone's action stopped as they subconsciously looked toward the fallen coffin. The coffin touched the ground. The funeral is ruined. The same thought flashed across everyone's mind and they could not help but have a somewhat mixed feeling. He was an outstanding emperor and yet his funeral was wrecked in the end. King Yu's pupils constricted as anger welled up in his heart. True energy violently surged within his body as he angrily stared at that gigantic skeleton. The aura emanating from Ji Chinsu became even stronger than before. With the help of the Phoenix Blood Herb, his cultivation level had already reached 6th grade Battle Emperor. This was an unexpected surprise for him. After forcing back the 5 women from the Joyous Union sect with a palm strike, Ji Chinsu's expression was frosty as he shouted, "You impudent rebels!" The gigantic skeleton was startled for a moment and then became overjoyed. With a wave of its hand, it released a powerful wave of aura that swept the 8 battle kings to one side. With a single step forward, it reached the bronze coffin. Its gaze was burning with desire as it stared at the bronze coffin and its skeletal arms were even somewhat trembling. Within the coffin, it could feel the faint aura of something that it was longing for, the Death Soul Palace's semi-divine tool, the departed soul orb. Even though the White Bone Palace was on the same level as the Death Soul Palace, they did not possess a semi-divine tool. This had always been a thorn in their flesh. After the Death Soul Palace was destroyed in one go by Xiao Meng, their semi-divine tool was brought back to the Imperial City as well. The departed soul orb had the functionality of appeasing souls and even prevent decomposition. It was the best funerary object. Since Emperor Changfeng had obtained the departed soul orb, it would definitely be used as a funerary object. Xiao Meng was fighting a distance away with a sullen expression on his face. The simulacrum of the King of Hell being controlled by Hun Qinyun before him was rather powerful, so even he would need some time in order to deal with it. He watched as the gigantic skeleton was about to touch the coffin and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. A loud clang rang out. A ray of light emanating from a sword seemed to have poured down from the highest point in the sky as it rapidly flew toward the gigantic skeleton and reached its target in a flash. With a battle cry, a simulacrum of a phoenix appeared to be hovering over Ji Chinsu as he dashed forward and threw a punch toward the gigantic skeleton. Both Xiao Yu and Ji Chinsu made their moves at the same time and utilized their strongest attacks in order to force back the gigantic skeleton. Humph! How foolish! The gigantic skeleton stopped moving and then turned around. Its body suddenly trembled and countless amount of bone spears flew out, thrusting toward Ji Chinsu and Xiao Yu. The sky-rending attack by Xiao Yu was blocked. He was only a 6th grade battle emperor after all. He could only land on the ground. Ji Chinsu smashed a single bone spear into pieces with his punch and landed on the ground as well. With the difference in their cultivation level, there was no chance for them to get any closer. Bang! The gigantic skeleton eerily smiled and then fiercely struck the coffin with its palm. Utilizing a tremendous force, it tried to pry open the coffin. However, it soon discovered that something was wrong. Despite using all of its strength, it could not lift the coffin's lid by even a single inch. There's something wrong with the coffin. Ghost fire pulsated within the eye sockets of the gigantic skeleton. Standing a distance away, Zhao Mushan was frowning as well as he attentively stared at the coffin. Thereafter, his pupils suddenly constricted. The lid of the coffin moved. As everyone watched in astonishment, the coffin's lid slowly opened on its own. The eerie sound of the lid grinding against the walls of the coffin raised goosebumps all over everyone's body. Everyone fighting within the plaza stopped moving as they looked toward the coffin in amazement. Lian Fu's high-pitched laughter sounded out. As blood dripped from his mouth, he pinched his thumb and middle finger together and swept his gaze over the plaza. With a pause between each word, he said, "Rebels from the sections. All of you must die." As he finished speaking, a figure sat up within the coffin and a dreadful wave of aura surged out. What? The gigantic skeleton was the closest to the coffin and suddenly felt a surging wave of aura rushing from it. It was a type of imposing aura that belonged to a ruler. It was both supreme and inviolable. The gigantic skeleton was immediately thrown backward by the aura and directly disintegrated in mid-air into chunks of bones. Its fusion technique was actually dispelled. Zhao Mushan sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the figure sitting within the coffin. He thought, Ji Changfeng is not dead. That's wrong. There's no sign of life in this figure at all. He should be dead, but what's going on with this surging wave of energy? Furthermore, this energy is flowing into the surroundings. Zhao Mushan muttered, and then he seemed to have thought of something as his face instantly went pale. He thought, Ji Changfeng. What an amazing plan. The entire gate of heavenly mystery suddenly shook as the snow melted and evaporated. The stone pillar covered under a layer of snow emitted a burst of multicolored light and profound veined patterns appeared on its surface. Everyone present was somewhat perplexed. What was going on? The double calamity dragon head array. Ji Changfeng actually activated this magic array. The old man's prediction was actually right. Yan exclaimed as she watched the scene unfold while standing in mid-air outside of the gate of heavenly mystery. Her primary objective for coming to the imperial city was actually for the sake of this double calamity dragon head array, the magic array used for protecting the Lightwind Empire. When the empire was first established, the first emperor of the Lightwind Empire once depended on this magic array to eliminate over a dozen 7th-grade battle saints. It was a dreadful magic array that made countless sects tremble with fear. Its fearsome might was even comparable to an 8th-grade war god. Within the records of the Celestial Arcanum sect, this double calamity dragon head array could be ranked within the top 5 among the magic arrays. Yan was tasked by the sect leader of the Celestial Arcanum sect to record down this double calamity dragon head array. With a flip of her hand, multiple jade talismans were suddenly tossed into the air. As she infused her true energy into these jade talismans, they started trembling with a rustling noise. The jade talismans shone brightly and formed a gigantic eyeball above Yan's head. That eyeball silently observed and recorded everything within the gate of heavenly mystery. Suddenly, Yan's eyes became blank for a moment and she puzzledly looked toward the entrance of the gate of heavenly mystery. A slender figure suddenly entered the gate of heavenly and slowly headed into the battlefield. Owner Bulletin? Is he insane? There's a battle going on. What's a chef doing here? Rays of light soared into the sky from underneath the tiles within the gate of heavenly mystery. The lights gathered in mid-air and then spread in all directions, forming a gigantic energy barrier over the entire place. The 2 stone pillars seemed to have come alive as they each shot out a pitch-black chain toward the bronze coffin. The chains coiled around the coffin and suspended the coffin in mid-air. Thereafter, an endless amount of energy formed a vast magic array with the coffin acting as the center. With a draconic roar, a gigantic simulacrum of a divine dragon flew out from the magic array and proudly hovered above the gate of heavenly mystery. Energy continuously leaked out from its slightly open mouth. I've been conquering sects for so many years and countless amount of experts have died in my hands. How could you dare to dishonor me on my funeral? Even if I have fallen, I am still not someone the likes of you can humiliate. Therefore, all of the sect rebels within the gate of heavenly mystery must die. Chapter 134, King Yu's 3 Crimes. Abrupt mission suggestion, obtain the 3 stripes path understanding fruit from the Emperor's funerary objects. This is a 7th-grade spirit fruit which has 3 stripes on it that emits 3 different types of fragrance at the same time. This is an excellent ingredient for brewing wine. The system recommends this as an alternative main ingredient. Bulletin Fang was standing at the entrance to the gate of heavenly mystery. As he took a bite of the crispy oyster pancake, the large and plump oyster entered his mouth and he almost swallowed his own tongue from the delicious taste. Once he finally shoved the last piece of oyster pancake into his mouth, the solemn voice of the system resounded within his mind. Bulletin Fang was immediately startled for a moment. He had to obtain the old emperor's funerary object, the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. Furthermore, the system recommended it as an ingredient for wine brewing. The system's sudden announcement was completely outside of Bulletin Fang's expectations. Based on its contents, the system was making a suggestion using the abrupt mission. According to Yan, Dragon's breath used over 100 types of spirit herbs and they underwent special preparation methods before brewing. The steps of the methods were onerous and its ingredients were extravagant. It was already completely incomparable to ordinary wine. If Bulletin Fang wanted to brew a better wine than Dragon's breath, he definitely had to use ingredients and brewing techniques that were more superior. If Bulletin Fang had to search for the ingredients on his own, he really would be uncertain on how to proceed. The system's sudden suggestion was a boon for Bulletin Fang. As expected of the system that's assisting me to become the god of cooking, it's so considerate and so perfect, Bulletin Fang thought. As Bulletin Fang broke into a grin, a resonant draconic roar came from the gate of heavenly mystery. An enormous simulacrum of a divine dragon nearly obscured the sky and almost filled Bulletin Fang's entire field of vision. System. Do I really have to go? I have a feeling that it's dangerous inside, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly asked the system. Young man, as someone aiming to become the god of cooking, how could you show any fear on the path toward obtaining ingredients? For the sake of the ingredient, march on. The system seriously encouraged him. Bulletin Fang was speechless. All sect rebels, must die. The Emperor's imposing voice resounded within the gate of heavenly mystery and sounded deafening in the ears of everyone present. It was as if thunder had fallen from the sky and suddenly exploded. The divine dragon simulacrum opened its mouth and actually spoke in the Emperor's voice. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their faces were filled with incredulity. The Emperor had fallen, this was a fact. However, he used an unconventional method to come back to life. With the help from the ancient magic array within the gate of heavenly mystery, he turned his consciousness into the spirit of the magic array. As the spirit of the magic array, the Emperor had absolute control over the double calamity dragon head array. Simply put, the current Emperor possessed the dreadful might of the double calamity dragon head array. The astonishment on Zhao Mushin's face slowly faded as a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. He thought, as expected of Emperor Changfeng, I've indeed underestimated him. However, does he really think he could wipe out all of the experts from the sects by relying on the double calamity dragon head array? In its current state, it's only a shadow of its former self. Father! Is that really you? Ji Chinsu looked up and stared blankly at Ji Changfeng who had turned into the divine dragon simulacrum. He had a weird feeling as he listened to the familiar voice coming from the simulacrum's mouth. I now pronounce you as my successor. I hope you won't disappoint me, the divine dragon simulacrum indifferently said with an aloof and remote attitude that disregarded all living things. Ji Chinsu took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Why? Father, why is he the one? An angry voice filled with bitterness came from a distance away. A malevolent expression as well as intense resentment appeared on King Yu's face as he questioned the divine dragon simulacrum. He was unable to understand. He was mystified. He was unable to accept the decision. What was his father's basis for choosing Ji Chinsu, who had the least sense of presence among them, as the successor? A bitter expression appeared on the crown prince's face as well. However, he did not ask, or to be more exact, he did not dare to ask. The current Ji Changfeng was no longer the sickly Ji Changfeng but rather the Emperor Changfeng who had turned into a divine dragon simulacrum. Within the magic array, Emperor Changfeng could take their lives with a single thought. The divine dragon finally moved. As its enormous body swayed around, it sounded like claps of thunder. The gigantic head of the dragon turned and the dragon's eyes indifferently gave King Yu a glance before opening its mouth. Did I give you permission to question my decision? The extremely overbearing words immediately made King Yu feel as if cold water was poured upon him. His pupils constricted as an immense aura that seemed to have fallen from the sky suddenly landed on him and made him fall upon his knees. Conspiring with rebels from the sects is your first crime. Disrespecting me is your second crime. Attempting to murder your brother is your third crime. These 3 crimes will be punished together. I shall seal your cultivation level and abolish your kingship. You shall guard the imperial mausoleum for 3 years. Within 3 years, you're forbidden from stepping out of the imperial mausoleum, the divine dragon simulacrum indifferently said while hovering in the sky. The body of King Yu who was kneeling on the ground suddenly shuddered. He raised his head with a belligerent expression on his face and angrily roared in a cracked voice, Why? King Yu! The women from the Joyous Union sect cried out in alarm. A distance away, the aura of Hun Qianyun suddenly trembled and his mind was filled with incredulity. Sealing his cultivation, abolishing his kingship, and sentencing him to guard the imperial mausoleum for 3 years. Isn't that equivalent to imprisonment? If this really is going to be his sentencing, King Yu would be completely ruined. King Yu's enraged roar and frustration resounded within the gate of heavenly mystery. His voice was almost gone and his eyes were bloodshot. With his personality, it was impossible for him to accept such an end. Attack! Attack! Slay this dragon! I, Ji Chenjiu, will not resign myself to such fate. Ji Chenjiu started shouting. The members from the sects who stood a distance away were all somewhat hesitating. Hun Qianyuan, did you forget what I promised you? If I don't become the emperor, none of my promises will be fulfilled. Ji Chenjiu yelled. The eyes of Wei Xiangxi and Hun Qianyuan as well as the Bone King who had just gotten up from the ground were all gleaming. They were all somewhat indecisive. In the end, they all clenched their teeth as if they made a huge decision. Boom boom boom. The King of Hell simulacrum appeared and Hun Qianyuan's aura dramatically rose. While shaking the joyous union bells, the 5 women formed a strange magic array and were emanating a powerful aura. With an eerie laughter, the Bone King turned into a malevolent skeleton once more. 3 figures whose cultivation levels were not inferior to a 7th grade battle saint rose into the air and charged toward the divine dragon simulacrum. Xiao Meng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even he felt that he would definitely be severely injured if he was the one facing their combined attack. After all, this was equivalent to the combined attack of 3 battle saints at the same time. The power of the attack was simply too terrifying. However, as a draconic roar sounded out, everyone subconsciously covered their ears. A squall arose and an enormous golden dragon claw suddenly descended from the sky. The dragon claw was emanating an alarming aura as it headed directly for the members of the sects. Rebels from the sects, I haven't gotten even with you yet, and you still dare to intervene. Fine, it's time for you to die. As a draconic roar sounded out, the members of the sects were smashed into the ground by the dragon claw. The entire gate of heavenly mystery intensely trembled as if an earthquake was occurring. After a long while, the cloud of dust dissipated and revealed the scene of the aftermath. Everyone including Zhao Mushan felt a chill go up their spine. Their eyes were filled with incredulity as they fearfully looked at the divine dragon simulacrum. King Yu was shocked and a hint of terror gradually appeared in his eyes. Before his eyes, the experts from the 3 great heterodox sects were smashed into minced meat by the claw of the divine dragon simulacrum. They were completely beyond recognition. The 5 enchanting beauties from the Joyous Union sect, Hun Qianyuan, the head elder of the Soul sect, and the skeleton, Bone King, were all turned into a pile of minced meat on the ground. As the eyes of the divine dragon simulacrum fell upon Ji Chenjiu once more, an indifferent voice rang out. Do you still refuse to comply? Chapter 135, I am just passing through. Yan was standing in mid-air outside the gate of heavenly mystery. As she saw the divine dragon simulacrum crush the combined attack of 3 experts from the heterodox sects whose cultivation levels were equivalent to 7th grade battle saints, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. She thought, as expected of the magic array that even our sect leader is concerned about, the capability of this double calamity dragon head array is indeed formidable. The enormous eyeball that was formed with jade talismans was hovering above her head and recording the battle going on in the gate of heavenly mystery. In truth, she was more curious about Bulletin Fang who was inconspicuously loitering inside. She was very curious about Bulletin Fang's aim. However, Bulletin Fang had not done anything yet, so Yan stopped paying attention to him and diverted all of her attention toward the divine dragon simulacrum. The fact that the emperor had fused his consciousness with the divine dragon simulacrum could be considered resurrecting himself. However, strictly speaking, he was still deceased. Turning himself into the spirit of the magic array was just a temporary measure and he would eventually disappear. However, before dissipating, Ji Changfeng was going to eliminate all hidden troubles. Maybe this was something that he had been planning for a long time. King Yu was kneeling on the ground. His bitterness was already long gone when that catastrophic dragon claw descended. When faced with such power, King Yu could only admit defeat. Buzz! King Yu's pupils constricted as a stream of true energy flowed into his body. He felt this foreign true energy that occupied the space above his dantian had suppressed the true energy throughout his body and the circulation had completely stopped. Emperor Changfeng had really sealed his cultivation level. As the eyes of the divine dragon simulacrum turned toward the crown prince, his body suddenly shuddered and he was extremely frightened. The divine dragon simulacrum stared at Crown Prince for a long while and then let out a sigh. Without saying anything, it turned its gaze away. Everyone was surprised and the Crown Prince himself was stunned as well. This? What's the meaning of this? Why didn't father say anything? The Crown Prince was infuriated. However, he did not dare to say anything, so his expression became somewhat comical. Suddenly, Zhao Mushan, who had been standing next to the Crown Prince all this time, made his move. As overwhelming true energy emanated from him, brilliant rays of golden light appeared around his body. The divine dragon simulacrum turned toward him. With a draconic roar, a finely detailed dragon claw descended toward Zhao Mushan. Ji Changfeng! I've underestimated you. I didn't anticipate that you would actually choose to become the spirit of this magic array in order to activate it. However, with your current state, you wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. With a carefree smile and his hands held behind his back, Zhao Mushan arrived before the divine dragon simulacrum within an instant. He raised his hand and the aura of a 7th grade battle saint instantly spread out and a Buddhist aura radiated around him, as if a golden lotus was blooming. He formed a mudra with his hand and pushed forward, aiming for the divine dragon simulacrum. As the dragon claw and the mudra collided together, an earth-shaking explosion rang out and Zhao Mushan stumbled several steps backward in the air. On the other hand, the divine dragon simulacrum became slightly dimmer and the coffin that was wrapped in chains shook a little. Zhao Mushan's eyes lit up. As he had expected, Ji Changfeng's double calamity dragon head array was not the complete version. Thereafter, he took a step forward with a laugh. He appeared at the abdomen area of the simulacrum and ruthlessly threw out a palm strike, causing the divine dragon simulacrum to flicker for a moment. This is not the complete version of the double calamity dragon head array after all. Zhao Mushan said with a sneer and then spat out the essence of his blood. As he exerted all of his strength, he actually pierced through the divine dragon simulacrum. With an earth-shaking draconic roar, the divine dragon simulacrum shattered with a loud noise. At the same time, the coffin that was wrapped in chains fell onto the ground and produced a loud thud. Within the coffin, the aura emanating from Emperor Changfeng, who was sitting upright, slowly subsided and then the corpse peacefully lay back down. Zhao Mushan's body swayed for a moment and his expression became somewhat pale as well. Even though he exploited a gap and the double calamity dragon head array itself was originally not going to last long, he still received a considerable backlash. However, there was not even the slightest concern about his own injuries on Zhao Mushan's face. On the contrary, he was excitedly staring at the bronze coffin. As he formed a mudra with his hand and exerted his will, 3 dots of bright lights flew out from the coffin. The light faded away and revealed the appearance of the 3 objects, a dazzling sarara, an aromatic fruit with 3 cloud-like patterns on its round surface, and a pitch-black stone. These 3 items were things that Zhao Mushan had desired for a long time. The sarara was an extremely precious relic left by an expert from the Mahayana island after he passed away, while the pitch-black stone was the Death Soul Palace's semi-divine weapon, the departed soul orb. As for the fruit, it was an extremely valuable 7th grade spirit fruit, the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. If someone consumed this fruit, he would have a high chance of achieving enlightenment. In order for Ji Changfeng to activate the double calamity dragon head array, he had to rely on numerous treasures to provide sufficient energy. Among the many treasures, Zhao Mushan was only interested in these 3 objects. Originally, Zhao Mushan was planning to help the Crown Prince become the Emperor and control him from behind the scenes. However, with Ji Changfeng's interference, all of his plans were ruined. King Yu was demoted and the 3rd prince after obtaining Xiao Meng's support was not someone the Crown Prince could defeat. Therefore, in simple terms, the conclusion was already foregone. Since there's no turning back, I might as well forsake all pretense and obtain some benefits before returning. At the very least, I have to bring the sarara dot. That was what Zhao Mushan thought. As Zhao Mushan held the sarara in his hand, his eyes became even more benevolent as a warm feeling enveloped his body. King Yu lost and the Crown Prince had lost all chances of winning. In the end, the 3rd prince was the winner of this fight over the throne. The magic array that had encompassed the entire gate of heavenly mystery gradually dissipated and its lights faded away. Snow began to voluminously descend from the sky once more. Do you really think you could leave just like that? Xiao Meng said as he looked at Zhao Mushan, who was about to leave. Zhao Mushan's identity was already revealed. Evidently, he was not only an expert from the sects, but also an extremely powerful expert from Mahayana Island. However, even if he was an expert from the Mahayana island, Xiao Meng would never allow him to leave so easily. You won't be able to stop me, Zhao Mushan said as he serenely looked at Xiao Meng. The corners of Xiao Meng's mouth curled up as the true energy within his body surged. He said, how would I know without even trying? However, just as true energy surged out from their bodies and they were about to confront each other, a slender figure slowly walked over. The clear footsteps were extremely conspicuous within the vast gate of heavenly mystery. At least, the gaze of Zhao Mushan, Xiao Meng as well as other people were all attracted by the sound and landed on the figure who was slowly approaching. The expression on Ji Chensu's face suddenly became somewhat lively as he stared at the person with a look of incredulity on his face. Xiao Meng raised his eyebrows and looked at that person in surprise. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong were both dumbfounded. Owner Bulletin. What is he doing here? Xiao Yunyu said, wondering whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Mushan's expression was strange as he looked at the young man standing before him, whose cultivation level was only 4th grade battle spirit. In his eyes, the young man was calm and composed as he walked toward him and actually waved at him before expressionlessly opening his mouth. I am just passing through. I'll leave right after I borrow something from you, Bulletin Fang said as he gave Zhao Mushan a glance. Zhao Mushan was bewildered. Borrow? Borrow what? Thereafter, Bulletin Fang raised his hand and pointed toward the fruit with 3 could-like patterns in Zhao Mushan's hand. He seriously said, there, that fruit in your hand. Chapter 136, Why is Owner Bulletin so adorable? There, I want to borrow that fruit in your hand, Bulletin Fang seriously said with an extremely solemn expression. At that moment, the gate of heavenly mystery was very quiet with the sound of the wind whistling in the background. Therefore, Bulletin Fang's words were clearly heard by everyone there even though his voice was not loud. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong grimaced in embarrassment for Bulletin Fang. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even though the mood was so serious, he actually came over to borrow the fruit. Furthermore, he's even trying to borrow a 7th grade spirit fruit. Does he really think the other party is an idiot? Xiao Xiaolong wanted to make a sarcastic comment. However, when he saw that serious expression on Bulletin Fang's face, he was unable to find the words to say. He thought, Owner Bulletin might really be here to borrow the fruit. The aura emanating from Xiao Meng subsided as he gravely looked at Bulletin Fang. He thought, what is Owner Bulletin doing here? He's alone? Where's the 9th grade Supreme Beast and the strange puppet? He didn't bring them along. Without the Supreme Beast and the strange puppet, Bulletin Fang would be powerless because he was only a 4th grade battle spirit. Almost every single person here could easily crush him. If that was the case, where did he find the courage to ask Zhao Mushan for the fruit? Zhao Mushan uninterestedly looked at Bulletin Fang. He was unfamiliar with Bulletin Fang, but he had heard of such a person. He thought, the owner of the black-hearted store which is being guarded by a 9th grade Supreme Beast. Zhao Mushan simply sniffed at those rumors. How could an existence like the Supreme Beast be guarding a store? Those persons spreading the rumors exaggerated too much. Oh? You want to borrow the fruit in my hand? Why should I lend it to you? Zhao Mushan asked with a faint smile on his face. As he raised his hand, the 3 stripes path understanding fruit hovered on his palm. A rich amount of spirit energy was leaking from the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. When Bulletin Fang saw this phenomenon, he was immediately overjoyed. The 3 stripes path understanding fruit was incredible. It was indeed qualified to be the main ingredient for brewing wine. Forcing himself to calm down, Bulletin Fang's face remained expressionless as he gave Zhao Mushan a glance and indifferently replied, Why? It's not like I am borrowing from you, who are you to ask me why? The expression on Zhao Mushan's face stiffened and the harmonious feeling was suddenly replaced by anger from embarrassment. Bulletin Fang's words were basically correct because the 3 stripes path understanding fruit actually belonged to Emperor Chang Feng. If Bulletin Fang wanted to borrow the fruit, he would be borrowing from Emperor Chang Feng. Right now, the fruit is in my hand. Tell me, why should I give it to you? Zhao Mushan let out a sneer as he gave Bulletin Fang a disdainful glance. Sensing that Bulletin Fang was merely a battle spirit, he said, How are you going to convince me with your cultivation level of a battle spirit? Nearby, Xiao Meng was feeling somewhat nervous. Strictly speaking, Bulletin Fang was considered his benefactor because his elixir cuisine woke Gruer from her coma. Therefore, he did not want to see Bulletin Fang getting beaten to death by an enraged Zhao Mushan. As that dog and that puppet were not around, Xiao Meng could not figure out where Bulletin Fang drew his courage to stand firm against Zhao Mushan. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he seriously looked at Zhao Mushan. I don't like fighting. However, if necessary, I don't mind using violence to resolve problems. Thereafter, he raised his hand and the image on his wrist suddenly flashed. As a wisp of green smoke encircled his hand, a pitch-black kitchen knife appeared. Both Zhao Mushan and Xiao Meng were stunned. Even Ji Chensu, who had just recovered from his surprise, went into a daze as well. Could you imagine the hilarious feeling when a 4th-grade battle spirit holding a kitchen knife said that he would resolve the problem with violence when facing a 7th-grade battle saint? Up in the air, outside of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, Yan could not help but burst into laughter as she watched this scene. She thought, why is owner Bulletin so adorable? Yan was amused for quite a while as she watched Bulletin Fang hold the kitchen knife with a serious expression as if he was provoking Zhao Mushan. She was wondering why Bulletin Fang would participate in this conflict, and it turned out his motive was the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. As expected of a chef, he's willing to risk his life for the sake of a valuable ingredient, she thought. Suddenly, Yan abruptly stopped laughing and an incredulous look appeared on her peerless face. Her eyes widened as she looked into the distance. She saw that the double calamity dragon head array, which had been deactivated when Zhao Mushan destroyed its crux, was actually operating again. A far more powerful wave of aura was bubbling up from underneath the Imperial Palace. The aura emanating from the double calamity dragon head array was far more frightening than before. What's going on? Yan's face was filled with bewilderment. Inside the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, everyone was amused by the sight of a figure holding a kitchen knife. A 4th-grade battle spirit was challenging a 7th-grade battle saint. Was this not an act of suicide? The gulf of difference between them was completely insurmountable. True energy started circulating within Xiao Meng's body once more. He was ready to save Bulletin Fang at any moment. He could not watch his benefactor get beaten to death by Zhao Mushan without lending a hand. However, the scene that was about to happen was so shocking that it almost caused everyone's eyeballs to explode from shock. Zhao Mushan viewed Bulletin Fang's provocation with contempt. If any battle spirit was allowed to provoke a battle saint without any fear of reprisal, then what would happen to the dignity of a battle saint? Therefore, Zhao Mushan's response was a single palm strike. The true energy contained within that palm strike was enough to easily erase a battle spirit. The palm strike seemed light as a feather, as if he was about to squash a fly. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly watched as Zhao Mushan threw out a palm strike. He raised up the kitchen knife and directed true energy from his dantian into the knife. Suddenly, a huge change occurred to the pitch-black kitchen knife. Brilliant and dazzling rays of golden light radiated from the kitchen knife and almost illuminated the entire Gate of Heavenly Mystery. Subsequently, a distant and violent draconic roar came from within the kitchen knife. Roar! As the draconic roar sounded out from the kitchen knife, the entire Gate of Heavenly Mystery shook for a moment as another distant draconic roar rang out. After slicing apart Zhao Mushan's palm strike, Bulletin Fang hoisted the gigantic dragon bone kitchen knife over his shoulder and puzzledly scanned his surroundings. Why was there 2 roars? Zhao Mushan's complexion immediately changed when he heard the draconic roar. That kitchen knife was giving him an enormous sense of danger. Furthermore, he sensed that the double calamity dragon head array, which should be deactivated, had been reactivated. How could it be operating again? Was the crux of the magic array not Ji Changfeng's corpse? With the crux destroyed, how could the magic array be reactivated? Zhao Mushan's complexion was somewhat unsightly as he scanned his surroundings. However, he soon discovered that the lights of the magic array were not projecting toward Ji Changfeng's coffin. Instead, they were casting on the gigantic kitchen knife that was held by the young man before him. Bulletin Fang was in a slight daze as he let the golden dragon bone kitchen knife rest over his shoulder. He was not startled by the magic array. Rather, he discovered that quite a bit of information had suddenly appeared in his mind. Apparently, it was the instructions to control this magic array. Bulletin Fang was feeling somewhat puzzled as he expressionlessly swept his eyes over the astounded people in his surroundings. Subsequently, an idea struck him and he exerted his will according to the instructions. The light radiating from the golden dragon bone kitchen knife became even brighter as a burst of dazzling energy emanated from underneath Bulletin Fang's feet. A ferocious simulacrum of a divine dragon rose into the sky in a serpentine manner. There was a difference between this divine dragon simulacrum and Ji Changfeng's version. Bulletin Fang's dragon seemed to be equipped with some intelligence. With a roar, the divine dragon climbed into the sky. Thereafter, under Bulletin Fang's control, the dragon lowered its head and slowly focused its eyes on Zhao Mushan. With victory assured, Bulletin Fang broke into a grin and changed his carrying pose for the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. He turned to Zhao Mushan and indifferently said, "Now, do you still want to settle the problem with violence?" Chapter 137, Your Highness, I brought our brothers to root for you. Yan was high above in the air, outside the gate of heavenly mystery. She was bewildered as she stared at Bulletin Fang, who became the crux of the magic array, with her mouth wide open. How was owner Bulletin able to activate the double calamity dragon head array? This doesn't make sense at all. This magic array is among the top 5 within our sect's records. Even if we ignore the complexity of the magic array, controlling it shouldn't be possible for most people without acquiring the proper knowledge. The imperial family of the Lightwind Empire has records of this magic array's control method, and every generation of emperor would study them carefully. Therefore, Emperor Changfeng was able to use the magic array. However, why the hell is owner Bulletin capable of controlling this magic array as well? Yan's expression was odd as she stared at Bulletin Fang's figure inside the gate of heavenly mystery. Multiple pieces of jade appeared in her hand and she started to divine the reason by fiddling with them. Thereafter, she understood what was going on. The cause of everything was the kitchen knife that underwent a dramatic change in appearance in Bulletin Fang's hand. Yan sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in her mind. A semi-divine tool made from dragon bones. Furthermore, it was not made from ordinary dragon bones. The magic array was actually activated by the aura of the dragon bone kitchen knife and automatically appointed the knife as its crux. As a result, the owner of the kitchen knife, Bulletin Fang, logically obtained the qualification to control the magic array. Up to this point, Yan had no more words for the current situation. She could only click her tongue in wonder and envy Bulletin Fang for owning a semi-divine tool. Zhao Mushan swallowed his saliva as he gazed at the massive head of the divine dragon. The immense draconic aura made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. He could not understand why the double calamity dragon head array, which he already destroyed, was suddenly reactivated. Furthermore, the person controlling it became a young man who was holding a kitchen knife. Even though he did not want to admit it, the kitchen knife Bulletin Fang was holding was somewhat magical. Even though the large kitchen knife still possessed the appearance of a kitchen knife, it was giving him an astonishing impression at first glance. Now, do you still want to resolve the problem with violence? Bulletin Fang asked with a smile. As true energy slowly circulated within Zhao Mushan's danshan, the draconic aura that was suppressing him to the point where breathing was somewhat difficult quietly dissipated. He narrowed his eyes at Bulletin Fang. As an expert from the Buddhist sect, the Mahayana island, Zhao Mushan knew the rarity and value of the Three Stripes Path Understanding fruit very well. It was a spirit fruit that could help a 6th grade battle emperor become a 7th grade battle saint. He was obviously reluctant to surrender the fruit just like that. Holding the Path Understanding fruit on one hand, it started to slowly rotate within the dense amount of true energy and emanate a rich fruity fragrance. You're not someone from the imperial family. So what if you can activate this magic array? You don't know how to control it at all, there's nothing you can do to stop me, Zhao Mushan said with a sneer as he tapped the ground with his toes. He rose up into the air and started heading outside of the magic array. Xiao Meng's eyebrows were knitted together. He was planning to intervene. He could not allow Zhao Mushan to take away those 3 treasures. Otherwise, how was the Lightwind Empire going to uphold its dignity in the future? However, just when Xiao Meng was about to intervene, from the corner of his eye he saw a smile appear on Bulletin Fang's lips. This expression? Xiao Meng thought as he raised his eyebrows. The true energy surging within his body calmed down once more. Evidently, owner Bulletin was not going to let Zhao Mushan escape so easily. Who told you that I can't control this magic array? Bulletin Fang asked as he wielded the dragon bone kitchen knife that appeared to be cast from gold and pointed it toward Zhao Mushan. As he exerted his will, a draconic roar sounded out and the entire magic array brightly lit up as if waking up in that instant. The divine dragon simulacrum reached its claw toward Zhao Mushin, who was walking in mid-air. Humph! With a snort, Zhao Mushin fully released the aura of a 7th grade battle saint. Forming a mudra with one hand, he started chanting a profound sutra. Behind him, a gigantic simulacrum of a Buddha slowly materialized. Secret technique of the Mahayana island, the Arhat's finger. The simulacrum of a Buddha pointed a finger toward the dragon claw. The air seemed to be boiling as the two attacks collided together in the air, and then, there was nothing after that. Everyone watched in astonishment as Zhao Mushin's Arhat was directly smashed into pieces by the dragon claw, and a loud explosion rang out, as if a balloon was popped. Zhao Mushin violently vomited out a mouthful of blood and his body fell to the ground like a withered leaf. The 3 stripes path understanding fruit was caught in mid-fall by the divine dragon simulacrum and handed over to Bulletin Fang. After receiving the path understanding fruit from the dragon's mouth, Bulletin Fang experienced a sense of dizziness. The true energy within his body was nearly depleted and the light on the dragon bone kitchen knife had grew dimmer as well. Thereafter, the splendid kitchen knife turned back into a pitch-black knife once more. Controlling the double calamity dragon head array consumed Bulletin Fang's true energy as well. With the feeble true energy of a 4th grade battle saint, he could only control the divine dragon simulacrum to perform a single attack. Bulletin Fang was rejoicing inwardly as well. Fortunately for him, Zhao Mushin actually chose to meet his attack head-on. If Zhao Mushin had not chosen to meet his attack head-on and decided to dodge the attack, he might have discovered in the very next moment that Bulletin Fang was putting on a false front. But who cares? In any case, I've obtained the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. With this, I have the main ingredient for the wine, Bulletin Fang thought. He had already thought up a name for the wine. He decided to call it the 3 stripes path understanding wine. Bulletin Fang pondered for a moment as if something was wrong. Forget it, I'll just use this name for now. Spurt! Zhao Mushin spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet. His complexion was a waxy yellow and his breathing was irregular. He actually suffered defeat in the hands of a 4th grade battle spirit who provoked him with a kitchen knife. He was bewildered, he felt regret, and he harbored doubts about his own life. However, he was an expert from a Buddhist sect after all, and his mind calmed down after a short while. When he saw Bulletin Fang's weakened appearance, he immediately understood. He thought, this fellow could only activate one attack using the magic array. After that attack, his true energy will be drained and he'll be extremely feeble. Even Emperor Changfeng had to gather so many treasures as well as utilize Chief Eunuch Lian's true energy as support in order to control the double calamity dragon head array. How could a mere 4th grade battle spirit have that sort of assets? Good. Very good. Your owner Bulletin, correct? I, Zhao Mushin, have committed you to memory. Zhao Mushin steadied his body and stared closely at Bulletin Fang. Thereafter, he gave a smile before turning around and then forcibly circulated the true energy within his body. He was planning to escape. It was unwise for him to stay there any longer. If he did not leave immediately, he might not be able to leave anymore. Zhao Mushin, you old thief! Where do you think you're going? Xiao Meng glared daggers at Zhao Mushin as the aura of a 7th grade battle saint erupted. With a single step, he rose into the air and charged toward Zhao Mushin. However, just as he took off from the ground, Zhao Mushin turned around and threw a stone as black as ink toward him. That stone appeared to be warping the air and also seemed to possess a magical power that was completely attracting Xiao Meng's attention. Boom! The aura of immense amount of spirits burst forth from the stone and untold sounds of wailing could be heard. Xiao Meng's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly suppressed the stone. If the grudgeful spirits escaped from the departed soul orb, it would definitely be disastrous for the imperial city. At the same time, Zhao Mushin made use of this opportunity to swiftly escape. Till we meet again. Owner Bulletin, next time, I will definitely pay a visit to your store. Zhao Mushin's voice rang out from afar and then his figure disappeared into the distance. After Zhao Mushin left, the sound of armor rattling rang out from outside the gate of heavenly mystery. A man with a full beard whose entire body was wrapped in bandages limped into the gate of heavenly mystery, wearing only half of his armor. Your Highness, I brought our brothers to root for you. The man with a full beard unclearly shouted. His appearance was so comical that Ji Chinsu did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he saw that the man with a full beard was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief inside. In a distance, Bulletin Fang kept his dragon bone kitchen knife and slowly headed toward Ji Chinsu with the three stripes path understanding fruit in his hand. Chapter 138, The Egg Fried Rice That One Could Never Get Tired Of. Owner Bulletin, many thanks for your help, Ji Chinsu said with a smile as he performed a fist and palm salute. As he looked at Bulletin Fang's serene appearance, he could not help but be somewhat amazed. A 4th grade battle spirit was actually able to injure a 7th grade battle saint to the point where he was vomiting blood and force him to run away. Even though he might have exploited the magic array to accomplish this, this was already considered an incredible achievement. It was a fact that the difference between a battle spirit and a battle saint was like a chasm and was basically insurmountable. Owner Bulletin is mysterious indeed. His identity is definitely not simple. Ji Chinsu thought. Bulletin Fang gave Ji Chinsu a glance and went into a daze for a moment. Only then did he gestured toward the three stripes path understanding fruit in his hand and said, "This fruit. Can you give it to me?" Bulletin Fang looked at Ji Chinsu very seriously. He believed the latter would not refuse him. Even though the path understanding fruit was valuable, Bulletin Fang used the phoenix blood herb to save Ji Chinsu before. The value of the phoenix blood herb was not any lower than the path understanding fruit. Besides, in order to return the favor of saving his life, Ji Chinsu would probably not refuse. Emperor Changfeng had already passed away and King Yu was punished by him. The crown prince fell from grace while Ji Chinsu was the successor named in the posthumous edict. Now, he was the person who was definitely going to ascend the throne. In other words, Ji Chinsu was already confirmed to be the next emperor of the Lightwind Empire. Give the fruit to owner Bulletin. I don't see a reason not to. Ji Chinsu solemnly replied. Subsequently, Bulletin Fang delightedly nodded and patted Ji Chinsu on his shoulder. He thought, I knew I didn't save you for nothing. The lid of the coffin was put back in place and the 8 topless battle kings lifted up the coffin once more. They followed the path and walked all the way out of the majestic gate of heavenly mystery. As they stepped into the imperial city's long street, the citizens were all standing on the sides of the street and quietly looking at the bronze coffin. The silence was filled with grief and reverence. Emperor Changfeng, an outstanding ruler, was indeed worthy of their reverence. The snow swirling in the sky seemed to have turned into withered petals as they drifted down in large volumes, as if accompanying the elegy being played by the court musicians. As the funeral procession proceeded on, the sides of the street were filled with citizens. Some of them had puffy eyes, while others were kowtowing despite the chilly weather. People could not help but sigh as they watched these scenes unfold. Ji Chinsu's gaze was filled with determination. The various actions of the citizens were all affecting him emotionally. He was astonished to realize that the stern and imposing father in his eyes was actually loved and respected by so many people. This was a true monarch, the actual sovereign of an empire. He wanted to become an emperor like this as well. Bulletin Fang returned to the store and collapsed on a chair. He was so tired that he did not want to move at all. After activating the double calamity dragon head array, the true energy within his dantian was completely depleted. It was as unbearable as going without food for 3 days. However, even though he suffered so much, Bulletin Fang was still quite pleased with the result. There was no other reason but the fact that he obtained the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. It was a 7th grade spirit fruit, a treasure with a price but no market. It was the main ingredient for the wine he was going to brew next. Bulletin Fang took out the path understanding fruit and its fragrance immediately permeated the store. The 3 cloud-like patterns on its surface were like drifting white clouds, causing Bulletin Fang's eyes to follow them. Each of the cloud-like patterns seemed to be emanating a strange fragrance. As Bulletin Fang breathed in the fragrance, he felt the rotational speed of the true energy vortex inside his body suddenly increased. According to rumors, there was a high probability of a 6th grade battle emperor gaining the opportunity to become a 7th grade battle saint after consuming the path understanding fruit. That was the reason for the fruit's high value. Dragging his tired body, Bulletin Fang entered the kitchen and opened a cupboard. He placed the remaining half of the phoenix blood herb from the system's storage space inside and the 3 stripes path understanding fruit next to it. The cupboard was provided by the system and its preservation effect was very outstanding. Furthermore, it was even capable of preventing the dissipation of spirit energy. It was very suitable for storing these spirit herbs. After giving his body a stretch, Bulletin Fang washed his hands. He ensured that any dirt or grime were washed away, then rolled up his sleeves and prepared to start cooking. The true energy within his body was completely depleted and he felt as if he had been starving for a while. He had a feeling that he would not be able to get up the next day if he did not cook something and fill his stomach with food. Even though Bulletin Fang was exhausted, he became meticulous once cooking was involved. His movements were smooth like drifting clouds and flowing water as he completed all of the preparation work. The melodious and rhythmic sound of stir-frying resounded within the kitchen. After a while, a rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. An aroma that would make a person salivate and cause their stomach to rumble. Soon, a steaming plate of egg-fried rice that seemed to be dressed with a golden sauce was placed on the table. Bulletin Fang wiped off the water droplets on his hands and sat down on a chair before letting out a long breath. As he looked at the egg-fried rice that was so exquisite that it was like a piece of artwork, his face was filled with content and satisfaction. Food was meant to make people happy and being able to cook food that delighted others was even more exhilarating. After Bulletin Fang finished admiring his handiwork, he eagerly started eating. He used a porcelain spoon to scoop up a spoonful of the egg-fried rice. The flowing egg which was 80% cooked left a string-like trail as he lifted the spoon up. The rich fragrance of the egg bundled with the aroma of the rice burst forth like an explosion and instantly enveloped Bulletin Fang's nose. No matter how many times I've eaten this egg-fried rice, I don't get tired of it, Bulletin Fang exclaimed. A single plate of egg-fried rice was not much for Bulletin Fang since he was hungry. After he finished eating, he felt a warm feeling coursing through his body. There seemed to be true energy circulating within his stomach and the true energy vortex in his dantian was vigorously spinning after he digested the spirit energy in the egg-fried rice. I've finally recovered, Bulletin Fang thought as a smile broke on his face. Thereafter, he tidied up the tableware and went back to his room on the second floor. He took a shower before getting onto his bed and going to sleep. At that moment, night had already fallen. The two crescent moons were calling each other in the sky and radiating a cold moonlight. After Emperor Changfeng's funeral, the new emperor, Ji Qinsu, guarded the imperial mausoleum for 3 days and finally returned to the imperial court. King Yu, Ji Qinjiu, was stripped of his kingship and his cultivation was sealed. He was sentenced to guard the imperial mausoleum for 3 years and prohibited from leaving. Ji Qinjiu's downfall happened in an instant. People could not help but pity his predicament. After Ji Qinsu ascended to the throne, he conferred the title of carefree king to the crown prince. He forbade the latter from controlling military forces and dabbling in politics. Perhaps, this might be the best end for Ji Qingan. With the enthronement of a new emperor, the Lightwind Empire started flourishing once more. During the period after Emperor Changfeng passed away, the entire imperial court seemed to have descended into disorder and came to a standstill. The chief of eunuchs, Lian Fu, did not return to the imperial city. Rather, he stayed at the imperial mausoleum and continued to guard Emperor Changfeng's tomb. According to Lian Fu's own wishes, he wished to guard the mausoleum for the rest of his life. This resolve caused Ji Qinsu to be speechless with esteem. Therefore, he chose not to recall Lian Fu. For Ji Qinsu, the biggest disadvantage of becoming the emperor was not being able to eat at owner Bulletin's store. He could no longer eat his favorite red braised meat and drink his favorite ice heart jade urn wine. With a thick stack of documents to handle, he could not find the time to leave the imperial palace. Furthermore, Bulletin Fang's store only allowed the oyster pancake for takeouts. If he ate oyster pancakes every single day, he would get sick. Therefore, Ji Qinsu was craving for the store's dishes. After some time passed, the Lightwind Empire finally recovered with the efforts of Ji Qinsu and many court officials. Some of the order was meticulously restored. Everything was headed toward a thriving direction. As the winter days passed by, the Lightwind Empire's spring festival was quietly approaching. Chapter 139, His Majesty Loves to Watch. Others run in the nude? The Spring Festival was a traditional holiday passed down through the generations ever since the Lightwind Empire was first founded. It was one of the most festive days in a year within the empire. Every household would gather together and celebrate the start of a new year. Simply put, this was a day where the entire empire celebrated. Within the empire's majestic palace, the opulent structures were barely noticeable under a layer of snow. Inside the main hall, the entire imperial court was respectfully assembled in front of the new emperor sitting on the throne, Ji Qinsu. Ji Qinsu was sitting on the throne, wearing a golden dragon robe and a golden crown. With a stern expression on his face, the imposing aura of an emperor was fully demonstrated and somewhat resembled Emperor Changfeng. One of the high-ranking court officials stepped forward and bowed toward Ji Chinsu. He said, "Your Majesty, tomorrow is the day of the Spring Festival which coincides with Your Majesty's enthronement. Should the scale of the 100 Family Banquet this year be expanded?" The 100 Family Banquet. Ji Chinsu thought for a moment and immediately understood the intention behind the official's question. There was a significance to this 100 Family Banquet as well. It was an event held on the day of the Spring Festival by the Lightwind Empire's imperial family. 100 tables would be set up at the Gate of Heavenly Mystery and famous chefs from all over the imperial city would be invited to cook for 100 households chosen through lottery. This was also the most popular event during the Spring Festival because all of the chefs in the imperial city would be present, including the chefs from the imperial kitchen. Tasting dishes made by the imperial kitchen was something that commoners would never dare to think about, and they were basically not qualified to taste the dishes of the imperial chefs. And so, the Spring Festival was the only chance for them to taste delicious dishes that they would never forget for the rest of their life. The purpose for holding this event was to reward the citizens for their year-long hard work, giving them a stable life under the Empire's protection. This was a good thing for both the citizens and the Lightwind Empire. As for the other chefs located in the imperial city, this was a rare opportunity as well. The 100 Family Banquet was a chance for them to display their culinary skills because the Emperor himself would personally attend the event. If their talents were recognized by the Emperor, they could become an imperial chef and bring honor to their ancestors. Ji Chinsu nodded as he looked toward the court official with interest and asked, "Expand the scale? In what way do you think the scale should be expanded?" The court official was immediately overjoyed. During the fight over the throne between the three princes, he was supporter of the crown prince. However, the crown prince lost his power and became a mere figurehead. As a court official, he was obviously fearful of making any mistakes and be demoted by Ji Chinsu. Even though the current situation of the imperial court was going well, each of the court officials was apprehensive about their future. After all, since the emperor was going to foster his own faction, he would definitely need to remove some of the older court officials. During this period of time, he had already seen quite a number of court officials getting demoted. This humble subject has already passed down an order a few days ago to select the top 3 chefs of each region to cook for this year's 100 Family Banquet. Furthermore, the scale of the 100 Family Banquet would increase to 300 tables and 300 households would be chosen, which exactly reaches the maximum limit of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. In addition, the best chef would be selected through voting. The chef who has received the most amount of votes from the households would obtain the title of the best chef and receive a reward as well, the court official respectfully said. The moment his plan was revealed, a commotion spread throughout the entire imperial court and everyone was whispering to each other. This was a bold plan and also proved that this court official had placed everything at stake in order to earn some achievements. Ji Chinsu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The corner of his lips curled up as he nodded. This was a rather good plan. Since he had just ascended the throne, the public's sentiment of him was still not stable. Hosting such an event would shape his image in the eyes of the public. A contest between chefs. As Ji Chinsu thought about this matter, Bulletin Fang's figure appeared in his mind and his expression became somewhat odd. If owner Bulletin could be persuaded to participate in the 100 Family Banquet, this year's event would definitely be very exciting. With owner Bulletin's culinary skills, he would definitely be able to conquer the preferences of the 300 households. Therefore, Ji Chinsu turned toward the court official who was feeling rather proud at the moment and asked, "This is a very good idea. Let me ask you, have you invited owner Bulletin? Or rather, has owner Bulletin agreed to participate?" The court official was surprised for a moment. Thereafter, his expression slightly changed and became somewhat unsightly. "Your Majesty, the black-hearted. This humble subject has also sent someone to invite Fang's little store." However, the expression on the court official's face became somewhat odd and he hesitated to continue speaking. Ji Chinsu suddenly became extremely curious and asked, "What's going on? What's the result?" The person that this humble subject sent, came back naked. Owner Bulletin did not agree, the court official hesitantly said, seemingly embarrassed by the topic. With those words, the entire imperial court all exchanged looks. Came back naked? Was he stripped naked? Ha 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 ha. Owner Bulletin. If my guess is right, the person you sent was definitely a pompous person and didn't understand owner Bulletin's temperament. The moment Ji Chinsu heard the court official's report, he could not hold in his laughter and suddenly started laughing. The expression of the court officials attending the imperial court became extremely odd. Why is His Majesty laughing? Is he laughing because of nude streaking? Could it be? His Majesty loves to watch others run in the nude. The court official nodded and said, the person sent by this humble subject is indeed rather pompous, but, the fact that Fang Fang's little store stripped him naked is still indecent. All right, I know what you're trying to say. You don't have to send anyone else either. You don't need to worry about inviting owner Bulletin to participate in the 100 family banquet, Ji Chinsu said while waving his hand. Thereafter, he looked toward the drowsy Wiang Zongheng. General Wiang, regarding the matter about inviting owner Bulletin, you shall personally invite him. How about it? Ji Chinsu asked. Wiang Zongheng suddenly lurched forward and woke up from his doze. There was still saliva on his beard as he asked with a dazed expression, which rebel do you want me to catch? Give me an order, Your Majesty. This old subject will definitely not take even half a step backward. Seeing his comical appearance, the court officials could not hold in their laughter. General, isn't your daughter, Xiaoai, working as a waitress in Fang Fang's little store? I'll leave in your hand the matter about inviting owner Bulletin to participate in the 100 family banquet, Ji Chinsu said with a chuckle. Thereafter, he left after dismissing the imperial court, no longer paying any attention to the bewildered General Wiang. As the winter wind rustled, the snow swirled in the air and fell. After Bulletin Fang finished cooking all of Fatty Jin's orders, he was free once more. He walked toward the entrance and cozily sat down on a chair, leaning on the backrest. In his hand, he was holding a cup of boiling water provided by the system. It was boiled using spring water from Tianshan and contained a faint amount of spirit energy. In addition, the water was both sweet and refreshing. After taking a small sip of the water, Bulletin Fang let out a deep breath with a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, ripples formed on the surface of the water in his cup. As the ripples faded away, a slight vibration came from the direction of the alleyway. Bulletin Fang puzzledly looked up and saw a crowd of figures in a distance. Wiang Xiaoai was skipping ahead while her 3 bestial brothers followed behind her. Furthermore, around the 3 barbarians of Wiang, there was still a dense crowd of people, both men and women. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly watched as the large crowd of people rushed toward the store. What's going on? Xiaoai is coming to work, while bringing her family. Chapter 140, he's treating them to a meal? What a nouveau riche! Don don don! The ground was shaking as if a gigantic creature was passing through and the 3 barbarians of Wiang appeared in front of Bulletin Fang with their large bodies. Leave some space for your father. Who told you to stand so closely together? Behind them, an exasperated shout sounded out. Thereafter, Wiang Zhen and Wiang Wu scratched their heads in embarrassment and moved sideways, letting a figure squeeze through from between them. You brats, have you been eating so much that you're suffering from indigestion? Why are you all so fat? When we get back, I am going to triple your training volume. Wiang Zongheng shouted as he pointed at the 3 barbarians of Wiang with a sour expression, nearly spraying saliva all over their faces. The 3 barbarians of Wiang wiped their faces and awkwardly laughed. However, when they heard their training volume was going to triple, their expressions immediately turned sour and they were somewhat speechless. How was their bodies considered fat? They had already trained to a point where only muscles were left. Dad! What are you doing? Owner Bulletin is watching you. Wiang Xiaoai's unsatisfied voice rang out. Wiang Zongheng's expression immediately made a 180-degree turn and he moved closer to Wiang Xiaoai with a face full of smiles. My obedient daughter, Daddy is teaching decorum to your elder brothers. The things you said before, Daddy has memorized them. After seeing Wiang Zongheng continuously nod his head, only then did Wiang Xiaoai let out a snort. She looked toward Bulletin Fang and cheerfully said, Owner Bulletin, let me introduce you. This is my dad, a great general of the empire. He's formidable just like Uncle Xiao. As Wiang Xiaoai introduced Wiang Zongheng, a solemn expression immediately appeared on his face. He stuck his chest out and nodded toward Bulletin Fang with his head held high. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at him. He raised the steaming cup of water in his hand and took a small sip before he softly replied, Oh! Wang Zonghang's face immediately stiffened. He thought, this rascal. He's as conceited as in the rumors. This is my first mom, second mom, third mom, sixth mom. Wang Xiaoi said as she one by one dragged over several elegant ladies. Seeing her cheerful appearance, Bulletin Fang broke into a grin and nodded toward them. These are my three foolish brothers, I don't think an introduction is needed. As for the three barbarians of Wang Xiaoi directly skipped past them because Bulletin Fang was actually quite familiar with them. Owner Bulletin, the three barbarians of Wang said as they solemnly performed a fist and palm salute toward Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang stood up from his chair and nodded before beckoning them to enter the store. The freezing weather outside was not suitable for staying out. Xiaoi, why have you brought so many people? Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. Dad said he wanted to discuss something with you. As for my moms, they're here to eat delicious food. Dad said he's treating them. Wang Xiaoi excitedly said. She looked very adorable with her rosy cheeks and eyes glittering like gemstones. He's treating them. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment and then he gave Wang Zonghang an odd glance. Can he afford it? Then, come right in. If you're looking to order something, the menu is right behind you. Xiaoi, you should accompany your parents today, Bulletin Fang said and then headed toward the kitchen. Wang Zonghang wanted to say something as he watched Bulletin Fang's back figure but became hesitant. He thought, forget it, I'll wait after we're done eating. Let's taste the flavor of his dishes first, see whether they're as delicious as in the rumors and whether he's worthy enough for me to personally invite. When Wang Zonghang turned around to look at the menu, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly recalled that every single dish in the black-hearted store was shockingly expensive. He thought, did I hit myself on the head or something? Why did I promise Xiaoi that I would treat everyone to a meal? As he looked at the row of prices that were using crystals as the currency, Wang Zonghang's heart was dripping with blood and both of his hands were trembling. He thought, these women better go easy on me, I only have a little bit of secret stash left. Xiaoi, which dish is the most delicious? Xiaoi's first mom moved next to her and asked with a smile. Wang Xiaoi pointed at the menu and said, sweet and sour ribs. Wang Zonghang's lips trembled for a moment and his nostrils widened. He felt as if Wang Xiaoi had just ripped apart his heart with a dagger while letting out a high-pitched laughter. 50 crystals disappeared just like that. Xiaoi, tell your second mom. Which dish is the most delicious? Xiaoi's second mom asked with a smile as she dotingly pinched Xiaoi's rosy cheeks. Wang Xiaoi pointed at the menu and said, red braised meat. The corners of Wang Zonghang's mouth twitched and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought, red braised meat. That costs 100 crystals per serving. This brat, why are you only choosing the expensive dishes? Could you not sabotage your father like that? The Xiaoi's others' moms came over as well and let her recommend dishes to them. Wang Xiaoi pointed at the menu and one by one recommended all of the expensive dishes. Wang Zonghang had already collapsed weakly on his chair. His eyes as he watched Wang Xiaoi were already devoid of life. At this rate, they were going to spend all of his secret stash. Dad? Aren't you going to order something? Wang Xiaoi charmingly asked as she puzzledly looked at her father who was looking back at her with a resentful expression. Thereafter, her eyes narrowed into adorable crescent moons and she asked with a smile, do you need me to help you order as well? No, give me a serving of, dry mixed noodles is fine, Dad isn't a picky eater, Wang Zonghang seriously said after hurriedly sitting up. The three barbarians of Wang were much more simple. They were satisfied after ordering a serving of Li's fish and a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. When Wang Xiaoi cheerfully relayed all of the orders to Bulletin Fang, even he was slightly surprised. As he looked toward Wang Zonghang who was sitting up straight, he thought, what a nouveau riche. After a short while, a rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. The aroma of the dishes captivated Wang Zonghang and his family, who came to Bulletin Fang's store for the first time. Wang Zonghang's wives were already extremely excited by this fragrance. As the saying goes, if one wished to capture the heart of a woman, they should start with their stomach. Before Bulletin Fang's dishes were even served, the fragrance alone had already enthralled the wives of Wang Zonghang. This is your sweet and sour ribs, please enjoy your meal. Bulletin Fang did not call Wang Xiaoi to serve the dish. Instead, he slowly walked out of the kitchen while carrying a celadone plate and placed the dish before Xiao Ai's first mom. Xiao Ai's first mom was already fascinated by the sweet and sour ribs. The amber-colored dish seemed to possess some sort of magic that caused Xiao Ai's first mom to continuously swallow her saliva and even toss away her usual modesty. After a piece of sweet and sour rib entered her mouth, Xiao Ai's first mom was completely captivated by the meat's flavor. Wiang Zongheng was filled with craving as he watched his wife and could not bear it any longer. He gave the sweet and sour ribs a glance and reached his hand out to grab a piece of rib. Slap! Who told you to touch my sweet and sour ribs? If you want to eat, order it yourself. Shame on you! Xiao Ai's first mom slapped away Wiang Zongheng's secretly outstretched hand with a furious expression on her face. Thereafter, she dragged the sweet and sour ribs into her embrace like she was protecting her children. Wiang Zongheng expressionlessly thought, what do you mean by order it myself? If I still have any money left, I would definitely order 2 servings. I'd have one myself and, feed the other serving to a dog. Subsequently, Bulletin Fang served the dishes one after another. The overwhelming fragrant dishes had almost completely changed Wiang Zongheng's concept of smell. He thought, how could such an aroma exist in this world? Unfortunately, he could only smell the aroma. Finally, it was the turn for his dish to be served. Wiang Zongheng was extremely melancholic and felt as if 2 streams of tears were going to flow down his face. Here's your dry mixed noodles, please enjoy your meal, Bulletin Fang said. Wiang Zongheng's eyes were devoid of life as he expressionlessly looked at the bowl of completely dry noodles in front of him. Chapter 141, Crush everything before you, young man. Slurp. Wiang Zongheng stroked his beard as he picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and sent them into his mouth. Even though the appearance of the dry mixed noodles was pathetic looking compared to red braised meat and sweet and sour ribs, it was still paid for with his money. Oh! The rich flavor of the noodles burst forth the moment it entered his mouth, causing Wiang Zongheng's eyes to immediately widen. He subconsciously exerted more strength and the noodles were suddenly sucked into his mouth with a slurp. The sauce of the noodles sprayed everywhere and a rich fragrance pervaded the air. Even though the fragrance of the dry mixed noodles was not as strong as the egg fried rice and not as enticing as the red braised meat, this sort of faint fragrance was even more tempting. The moment Wiang Zongheng started slurping down the noodles, he could no longer stop himself. In that instant, the sound of Wiang Zongheng slurping the noodles resounded throughout the store. As Wiang Xiaoai gleefully gulped down a mouthful of the fish head tofu soup, the mellow flavor of the soup spread from the tip of her tongue and caused her to be completely captivated. She felt as if she had turned into a fish and was freely roaming in a milky white sea. Once in a while, she would even cheerfully bite into corals made from tofu. Slurp. As the sound of slurping rang out, Wiang Xiaoai's beautiful fantasy was ruthlessly broken. The irritating feeling of suddenly being dragged back into reality caused her to angrily turn toward her dad who was busy slurping down noodles next to her. Can't you eat your noodles in a quieter manner? You're disturbing my enjoyment of the fish soup. Smelly dad. Wiang Xiaoai resentfully said with a pout. Cough cough cough. Wiang Zongheng's eyes widened as the sound of slurping suddenly stopped and then his entire face turned red. He covered his mouth and started coughing. He ate too quickly and choked on the noodles. Wiang Zongheng grabbed the cup of ice heart jade urn wine that Wiang Zhen was just about to drink and then finished the entire cup in a single gulp. He immediately felt a relaxing and refreshing sensation coursing through his body. Ha! How invigorating! Wiang Zongheng said with satisfaction as he wiped his beard with his sleeve. As he smacked his lips, his nostrils suddenly flared up. He thought, my gosh! What is this smell? Wine? What an aromatic wine! Wiang Zongheng looked at the celadone cup in his hand and broke into a grin when he saw Wiang De carrying a jar and pouring wine into a cup. You rascal, hurry up and fill this cup to the brim for your dad. How could you not share such a fine wine with your father? When we get back, I'll double your training volume. Both the 3 Wiang brothers and Wiang Xiaoai were speechless. Slurp. After finishing another cup of ice heart jade urn wine, Wiang Zongheng started his journey of slurping noodles once more. After finishing their meal, the members of the Wiang family were languidly leaning back on their seats in contentment. The satisfying feeling of tasting delicious food gave them great delight. Bulletin Fang wiped off the water droplets on his hands and walked out of the kitchen. When he saw the languid members of the Wiang family, he broke into a grin. The total amount is 320 crystals and 100 gold coins. Thank you for your patronage, Bulletin Fang said toward Wiang Zongheng, who was patting his stomach in satisfaction. Wiang Zongheng's action of patting his stomach immediately froze, and he suddenly felt as if the entire world had gone dim. He thought, 320 crystals, how on earth do they eat so well? Under Wiang Zongheng's extremely reluctant gaze, Bulletin Fang took the crystals and gold coins and brushed his hands together in satisfaction. After he received this sum of money, the system's solemn voice resounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving a profit of 20,000 crystals and completing a short-term objective. You shall soon receive the system reward. The system reward is being released. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment. Thereafter, the corners of his lips curled up and he let out a deep breath. Without his realization, he had already reached a profit of 20,000 crystals. It was not easy at all. In other words, he obtained an amount of true energy worth 10,000 crystals. This also meant that his cultivation level had finally reached 5th grade Battle King. I am finally a man who could be called Battle King. Bulletin Fang gleefully thought. Just when he was about to examine the system's reward, Wiang Zongheng suddenly moved closer to him. He was so close that Bulletin Fang could even smell the sauce of the dry mixed noodles that splashed on him. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he took a step backward and indifferently looked at Wiang Zongheng. If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't get so close to me, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Wiang Zongheng's movement immediately froze and he suddenly gave an embarrassed smile. He wiped his hands on his clothes and said, Owner Bulletin. It's like this, I actually came here today to discuss an important matter with you. Speak, Bulletin Fang replied. Owner Bulletin, your culinary skills are outrageously good. The flavor of your dishes has already reached an indescribable level. I don't think you want the delicious dishes that you personally cook to be stuck here in this store without anyone knowing, right? That's simply an insult to your culinary skills. Wiang Zongheng said while stroking his beard. Bulletin Fang indifferently looked at him and beckoned him to continue. Owner Bulletin, you should know about the Spring Festival. Tomorrow's the first day of the Spring Festival and the 100 Family Banquet will be held on the second day. On that day, well-known chefs from all over the Lightwind Empire would rush over to cook at the 100 Family Banquet. This is the perfect opportunity to let everyone know about your culinary skills. Wiang Zongheng said with a smile as he stared intensely at Bulletin Fang. Therefore, Owner Bulletin, wouldn't you consider participating? The Spring Festival. Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes and recalled that a few minor officials had arrogantly come to his store to cause trouble some days ago. Their intentions also seemed to be getting him to participate in the 100 Family Banquet. I don't care about your whatever 100 Family Banquet. Arrogantly coming to my store and causing trouble is your fault, Bulletin Fang thought. Therefore, Bulletin Fang ordered Whitey to strip the minor officials and throw them out. Bulletin Fang had almost forgotten about this matter but suddenly remembered it with Wiang Zongheng's reminder. This 100 Family Banquet seems pretty formidable from the sound of it, Bulletin Fang thought as he nodded and looked at Wiang Zongheng. I am not going to participate. I am not interested, Bulletin Fang replied. Ah? What? You're not participating? Why? Wiang Zongheng's expression stiffened and he immediately asked in confusion. In his opinion, participating in the 100 Family Banquet for a chef was as important as participating in the imperial examination for a scholar. As a chef, Bulletin Fang was actually not interested in participating in the 100 Family Banquet hosted by the Empire. This was simply absurd. From the sound of its name, I already know it's a troublesome matter. I only want to peacefully cook delicious dishes in my store. If they're willing to frequent my store, they're very welcome to do so, Bulletin Fang sincerely said. This was indeed his heartfelt thoughts. He was someone afraid of trouble. His wish was to sit near the store's entrance with a cup of hot tea in his hand as he observed the changes in the world and watch the flowers blossom and wilt. It was that simple. Owner Bulletin, there will be a selection during this year's 100 Family Banquet. The number one chosen by the guests would be awarded by the Empire. Aren't you interested in the rewards? Wiang Zongheng asked while staring at Bulletin Fang. Reward? The Empire's three stripes path understanding fruit was already taken away by Bulletin Fang. What else could they provide that would interest him? Abrupt Mission 2, would the host please participate in the 100 family banquet hosted by the Lightwind Empire and get voted number 1 by the guests as well as obtain the Empire's prize reward? Crush everything before you, young man. Mission reward, cooking method of the spirit turtle egg tart. Bulletin Fang sighed internally. He was afraid of trouble, but there were times when the system would issue troublesome abrupt missions to him. Chapter 142, Feeling empty, lonely and cold on the night before the spring festival. Do you really think a mere reward will be able to persuade me to participate? Bulletin Fang stood there with his back straightened as he seriously looked at Wiang Zongheng. Wiang Zongheng was surprised for a moment. He thought, as expected of the chef acknowledged by His Majesty, his strength of character is incomparable to ordinary chefs. Looks like the difficulty of inviting Owner Bulletin is very high. Owner Bulletin, are you really not going to reconsider? This is an opportunity to let everyone know about your culinary skills. Wiang Zongheng asked with reluctance. Bulletin Fang looked at him and blinked for a moment. He let out a deep breath and then asked, "First, tell me what's the reward for first place?" What? Wiang Zongheng broke into a grin as he looked at Bulletin Fang. You're already given in? What happened to your steadfastness? What happened to your moral integrity and indifference to materialistic goods? Cough, cough. Owner Bulletin, it's like this. The reward of the 100 family banquet this time is personally chosen by His Majesty from the Imperial Palace's treasury, and the reward will only be announced after the first place is selected. Therefore, I don't know the answer to your question either. However, I can assure you that you won't be disappointed by the reward. Wiang Zongheng said with confidence while patting his chest. Bulletin Fang lowered his eyes and pretended to think for a moment. Thereafter, he looked up at Wiang Zongheng and said, "All right, I agree to participate." When Wiang Zongheng heard that Bulletin Fang actually agreed to participate in the 100 family banquet, his face immediately brightened up like a blossoming chrysanthemum. Oh my, if Owner Bulletin is participating, you'll definitely win first place. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Your dishes are the best I've ever tasted, they're much better than the food cooked by the chefs from the Imperial kitchen. Just one word, excellent. Wiang Zongheng gave Bulletin Fang a thumbs up as a string of praises left his lips. If someone else saw this scene, they would never think that this salesman-like middle-aged man was actually a well-known general of the empire. Wiang Zongheng let out a deep breath and felt extremely relieved. Since Owner Bulletin had agreed, the mission given by the emperor was completed. Even though the process was so painful that he could not breathe, the end result greatly satisfied him. Even so, the stash money that he had accumulated for the past few months was all used up by his daughter. Bulletin Fang sent the member of the Wiang family off with his eyes and then went back into the kitchen. Bulletin Fang was someone afraid of trouble, but he was a serious person as well. He had always treated culinary with a serious attitude. Since he had chosen to participate, then he would perform his very best. Therefore, he would ensure that all preparations were made so that he could obtain first place in the upcoming 100 family banquet. As the spring festival approached, the streets of the imperial city became very lively and busy. Everyone was spring cleaning, putting up spring couplets, cooking delicious food, and preparing to welcome the coming new year. The vendors along Long Street had all packed up their stalls earlier than usual and eagerly headed home with joyous expressions to welcome the coming new year with their families. Dense amount of smoke drifted up into sky and was blown away by the wind. As the night descended, the two moons hovered high above in the sky like two silver plates. The moonlight, that was usually eerie, seemed to have turned warm as it illuminated the streets. On the streets, many children were running about in thickly padded clothing with rosy cheeks and breathing out clouds of white breath while holding lanterns in their hands. As they ran about, their laughter broke the silence of the night and created a festive mood. Large red lanterns were hung at the doorways of large households while the housekeepers and maidservants busily prepared the necessities for celebrating the new year. Within their kitchens, large fires blazed away as sounds of stir-frying resounded incessantly and the fragrance of dishes swirled about and lingered in the air for a long time. Plates after plates of exquisite dishes were cooked and served on their dining tables. The numerous members of large households would gather together for the reunion dinner. The mood of the spring festival was festive and lively. At Fang Fang's little store, Bulletin Fang removed a doorboard and stepped out of the store. The alleyway was quiet and desolate. Even the moonlight, which was warmer than usual, could not disperse the hint of emptiness in the alleyway. He dragged a chair toward the entrance of the store and sat down upon it. The store was not opened for business, but he still sat there as usual. As the winter wind blew into the store and struck his face, he could not help but tuck his head into his shoulders. Under the cold moonlight, a person, a chair, and a dog seemed to be out of tune with the festiveness outside of the alleyway. Bang! A stream of fireworks flew into the air and blossomed in the pitch-black night sky. Oh, how beautiful, Bulletin Fang thought. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the alleyway. Bulletin Fang immediately looked toward the entrance of the alleyway in puzzlement and saw 3 figures slowly approaching. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong were walking hand in hand with the sprightly Wang Xiaoai. That night, Xiao Yunyu was not wearing a veil and her peerless facial features were in full view. Her milky white skin seemed to be faintly shimmering under the illumination of the moonlight. "Smelly boss, we're here to bring food to you," Wang Xiaoai said with a smile. Xiao Yunyu exhibited the graceful bearing of a young lady from a prestigious family as usual. She was wearing a dress made from silk with a faint smile on her lips while holding a lunchbox in her hand. "Tisk, tisk. Owner Bulletin, are you admiring the fireworks? What a leisure mood you're in. However, I have to say, your store is an excellent spot for viewing fireworks," Xiao Xiaolong said with a smile as he dragged a few chairs out from the store on his own and placed them next to the entrance, while he himself sat down next to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was somewhat bewildered as he looked at the 3 of them. He thought, what's going on? They're here to bring food to me. Xiao Yunyu gently smiled and said, tomorrow is the Spring Festival and tonight is the time for a reunion dinner. Since owner Bulletin appears to be alone, we thought that you might perhaps be feeling lonely. Therefore, we brought some food here. This pastry was personally made by my mother as appreciation for your favor. As Xiao Yunyu spoke, she gracefully sat down on a chair and placed the lunchbox in front of Bulletin Fang. As the lid of the lunchbox was removed, a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. Even though it was not as strong as Bulletin Fang's dishes, the refreshing fragrance was rather pleasant as well. Layers after layers of exquisite and aesthetically pleasing pastries were taken out. Here, give this a try. This was personally made by my mother, Xiao Yunyu said with a smile on her lips as she looked at Bulletin Fang while holding a plate of pastries in her hands. Bulletin Fang seriously gave the 3 of them a glance. He suddenly felt a warm feeling in his chest and the corners of his lips curled up. As he picked up one of the pastries and gently took a bite, his eyes immediately lit up. The taste of the pastry was extremely delicious. It was sweet, but not sickly sweet. Furthermore, it broke into pieces upon entering his mouth. The texture was extremely good as well. In addition, the filling inside was still emitting a hint of warmth, like the warmth of eating honey. Not bad, Bulletin Fang praised, even though from his perspective, there was still quite a number of flaws in this pastry. Xiao Yunyu's eyes immediately lit up, thinking it was rare to hear a word of praise from owner Bulletin. Both Xiao Xiaolong and Wang Xiaoai eagerly grabbed a piece of pastry as well and stuffed them in their mouths. And so, the 4 of them sat in a circle and ate delicious food. The warm ambience immediately dispersed much of the coldness within the alleyway. Owner Bulletin, try this plate of pineapple jade heart cake. Finally, Xiao Yunyu took out a place of pastries from the lunchbox and offered them to Bulletin Fang with a face filled with expectations. Chapter 143, The 1000-Wrapped Silk Ear Cake. Does it taste good? Xiao Yunyu nervously asked. The light in her eyes became brighter as she watched Bulletin Fang take a bite of the pineapple jade heart cake. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together. As he savored the flavor of this pineapple cake that tasted slightly odd, a hint of strangeness appeared on his face. He thought, was this really made by the same person? The difference in the taste is a little too wide. This doesn't taste too good. It's too sweet. Furthermore, the fillings became too hard after being steamed for too long. Moreover, Bulletin Fang subconsciously began pointing out the flaws. His attitude toward food was serious. Therefore, he would talk non-stop once he started giving his assessment. Xiao Xiaolong and Wang Xiaoai were dumbfounded and the corners of their lips twitched as they watched Bulletin Fang become more and more enthusiastic as he continued with his assessment. Stop eating then. Since it's so awful. Xiao Yunyu's pretty face flushed red in an instant and a dark cloud-like redness appeared on her cheeks. She was incomparably beautiful when she looked both angry and embarrassed. She snatched the pineapple jade heart cake back and placed it back into the lunchbox in a fit of pique. Bulletin Fang was bewildered. He thought, what's going on? Was there something wrong with my assessment? There shouldn't be. This pineapple cake is really awful tasting. It's obviously made by a beginner. It was not on the same level as the pastries from before. Oh! Not on the same level. Bulletin Fang thought and went into a daze for a moment before his gaze subconsciously landed on Xiao Yunyu. He immediately noticed her eyes were filled with resentment. Bulletin Fang was not a fool and soon understood what was going on. This pineapple cake was definitely made by Xiao Yunyu and not her mother. This would also explain why there was a large difference in the flavor. When Xiao Xiaolong and Liang Xiaoai saw the somewhat embarrassed expression on Bulletin Fang's face under Xiao Yunyu's sulking stare, they could no longer endure it and burst out laughing. Owner Bulletin, it's rare for my elder sister to cook something and you actually criticized the pastries that she elaborately prepared to the point where they sound completely worthless. You've really offended my sister this time round, Xiao Xiaolong said with a laugh. Bulletin Fang pursed his lips. The pineapple cake was indeed awful tasting. Even though it was made by Xiao Yunyu, he was not accustomed to flattering others. However, the fact that the three of them would visit him on this night warmed his formerly lonely heart. He felt that he needed to do something to express his gratitude. How about cooking some dishes for them? Bulletin Fang thought before he shook his head and then tossed this idea out of his mind. The three of them frequently patronized his store and thus were well acquainted with his dishes. Therefore, cooking the store's dishes would not be sincere enough. Tonight is the night before the Spring Festival, which has the same meaning as New Year's Eve on Earth. Bulletin Fang thought for a moment before he got up from his seat and headed toward the interior of the store. Give me a moment, I'll prepare something to celebrate tonight, Bulletin Fang said as he headed toward the kitchen. Owner Bulletin was going to cook something for them? The eyes of Xiao Yunyu, Xiao Xiaolong, and Liang Xiaoai all lit up. Bulletin Fang's culinary skill was, needless to say, extraordinary, and the dishes he cooked were unforgettable. For the first time ever, he was offering to cook for them. They were immediately filled with expectation. After waiting for a short while, Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen with a large basin in his hand. The three of them were immediately perplexed. What was owner Bulletin planning to do? Bulletin Fang did not dispel their doubts and instead placed the large basin in front of them. The weight of the basin was evidently not light and the basin was also filled with glutinous rice flour. This rice flour was crystal clear and looked like crystal powder. Bulletin Fang poured boiling spirit spring water into the basin and then used his hand to stir the mixture. Owner Bulletin, what are you planning to make? Xiao Xiaolong asked as he puzzledly looked at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang gave him a glance and said, don't say anything, just watch. Thereafter, as Bulletin Fang raised his fist, true energy surged forth from his dantian and enveloped his hand like a glove. Bang! A loud noise rang out as Bulletin Fang's fist swiftly smashed into the eddy inside of the basin. With Bulletin Fang's precise control over his true energy, the eddy trembled for a moment. Bulletin Fang pulled his fist back and then it smashed downward once more. A loud noise rang out like the sound of a breaking mirror. The three of them were astounded as they watched Bulletin Fang's violent and fierce actions. They thought, is he really making food? Are you sure he's not venting his anger? Just imagine if those fists were landing on a person's body. After an unknown amount of punches, Bulletin Fang's actions gradually became less wild and even became slightly gentle. Although every punch would still produce a thunderous noise. This! Good heavens! Xiao Xiaolong cried out in astonishment as he stared at Bulletin Fang's fist that was enveloped with true energy. He saw white silk-like threads attached to Bulletin Fang's true energy. As Bulletin Fang raised his hand, numerous threads were connected to his fist. Each and every thread was glossy and even thinner and softer than the finest silk. Bang! After the final punch landed, Bulletin Fang stopped moving and dispersed his true energy. He raised his fist and the threads stuck on it disappeared as well. The three of them immediately looked into the basin in curiosity and saw a large piece of crystal clear glutinous rice block that was still emitting steam. Even though there was no trace of any fragrance, the three of them could not help but swallow their saliva. Smelly boss! This is a dish made using your fist? Is it edible? Wiang Xiaoi asked. It's edible, but it'll be even tastier after processing, Bulletin Fang said. You can actually try making it at home yourself, as long as you can control your true energy well enough. What's the name of this food? Xiao Yunyu's melodious voice rang out. 1000 wrap silk ear cake, Bulletin Fang replied. Thereafter, Bulletin Fang raised his hand and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. After twirling it around, he sliced the year cake into 4 equal pieces. Back in the kitchen, Bulletin Fang placed them onto a blue and white porcelain plate before letting it steam in a bamboo steamer. Come in, Bulletin Fang yelled toward the 3 who were still sitting at the entrance. The 3 of them immediately came into the store in excitement and saw the 1000 wrapped silk year cake placed on the table. Its appearance was plain and simple. The 3 of them could not tell what was so different about it. However, the smell was, the rich fragrance of the glutinous rice was accompanied with a sweet aroma and lingered around the tip of their noses like silk. The sweetness was not sickly sweet and not faint either. It aroused their appetite in a just nice manner and made them salivate without even noticing. Have a try. This year cake should be eaten on the night before the Spring Festival to wish for steady improvements in the coming new year, Bulletin Fang said. The ingredients used for the 1000 wrapped silk year cake was specially bought by Bulletin Fang from the system and paid for using his crystals. However, Bulletin Fang did not care about that. The sentiment behind their visit was not something that mere crystals could compare with. The only way he could express his gratitude was cooking for them. Xiao Yunya gracefully picked up a 1000 wrapped silk year cake with her chopsticks. Her glossy lips softly parted and revealed her pearly white teeth as she gently took a bite. Thereafter, Xiao Yunyu's beautiful eyes widened and were filled with incredulity. So, the so-called 1000 wrapped silk, was truly a 1000 wrapped silk. Chapter 144, Overlapping of the 2 Moons and the Arrival of the Spring Festival. As the 1000 wrapped silk year cake entered her mouth, Xiao Yunya felt as if she was biting a sponge, and each and every layer of this particular sponge was incomparably soft. The silk-like texture of the year cake rubbing against her pearly white teeth and red lips made her feel as if she was being caressed by a soft breeze and caused her body to shudder. A sweet flavor suddenly spread within Xiao Yunyu's mouth and the year cake seemed to have unfurled like a bundle of loose threads in that instant. It continuously bounced and struck the back of her mouth as if giving an extremely pleasurable and gentle massage. The sweetness enveloped her taste buds and slowly permeated her mouth inch by inch. Its speed was not fast but made Xiao Yunya feel as if the entire world had become sweet. Within an instant, Xiao Yunyu's face became flushed and her body subconsciously fidgeted for a moment. She was behaving in a somewhat unnatural manner. After taking a bite of this 1000 wrapped silk year cake that entered her mouth, she felt as if the clothes on her had fallen apart like the year cake in her mouth. How embarrassing! Xiao Xiaolong experienced the same thing as Xiao Yunyu. When Bulletin Fang gave him a glance, he saw that Xiao Xiaolong's face was flushed red as well. Bulletin Fang was dumbfounded by his bashful appearance. How delicious! Wiang Xiaoi was the first to praise out loud with a joyful expression on her face. She thought, getting to eat the smelly boss new dish is practically the greatest happiness. Furthermore, this dish is so delicious. Don't be in such a hurry, you guys should continue sampling the taste. You haven't experienced the actual flavors yet, Bulletin Fang said as he himself took a bite of a 1000 wrapped silk year cake. The 3 of them were immediately surprised. Could there really be something else different about this 1000 wrapped silk year cake? The 3 of them immediately took another bite in suspicion. After taking a few more bites, they were gradually astounded by its soft sweetness. As Bulletin Fang quietly savored the year cake in his mouth, the expression on his face became somewhat empty and his gaze became distant and deep. 1000 wrapped silk was not just silk wrapped together but also worry. This was the hidden meaning behind the name of Bulletin Fang's dish. These year cakes were personally made by Bulletin Fang punch by punch and contained all of his emotions. This was a dish filled with emotions. As Wiang Xiaoi continued eating, her eyes became somewhat watery. She did not know why, but her eyes were welling up with tears and an indescribable sadness was gathering in her chest. This feeling was strange. It was just like nostalgia as well as loneliness. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong ate the year cakes without saying a word, but the expressions on their faces showed that they were affected by the emotions within the year cakes as well. They quietly ate the year cakes and soon finished everything. The taste was good and lingered within their memories. However, the waves of emotions were making their eyes well up with tears. Sis. After eating this year cake, why do I recall the 3 years when mother was lying on bed? I suddenly feel so sad, Xiao Xiaolong said. Xiao Yunyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Thereafter, she opened her eyes and said with a radiant smile, "My silly brother, isn't mother already awake?" Xiao Yunyu tasted the emotions within this 1000-wrap silk cake. However, she knew that this was not the emotions that Bulletin Fang wanted to express. Bulletin Fang himself might be the only person who could taste the actual flavor of this 1000-wrap silk cake. When you get home, give my thanks to your mother. The pastries were delicious, Bulletin Fang said as he stood at the doorway. After finishing the 1000-wrap silk year cake, it was time for the three to return. Xiao Yunyu was rather surprised as she responded with a beautiful smile. She thought, owner Bulletin actually knows how to thank someone? How strange. Alright. I'll tell our mother. It's rare for someone to be praised by owner Bulletin for their culinary skills, Xiao Yunyu said. Bulletin Fang broke into a grin as he watched their disappearing back figure and softly muttered, "That's right, it would not be that bad if her skill at kneading the dough was better and control over the heat during the steaming process was better." Bulletin Fang's muttering was not loud, but it was really obvious inside of the quiet alleyway. Within the darkness, Xiao Yunyu's figure staggered for a moment. She thought, fine, so owner Bulletin is someone who knows how to be polite. The alleyway regained its serenity once more. As Bulletin Fang looked up at the two silverish, circular plates in the sky that were working hard to give off light, the corners of his lips curled up. He went back into the store and placed the doorboards back in place. "My host, the system reward has already been released. Please check the reward," the system's solemn voice sounded out. Bulletin Fang was wiping off the water droplets on his hands as was suddenly surprised for a moment. After getting interrupted by the Wiang family's visit, he even forgot to take a look at the system's reward. He immediately focused his mind and began checking out the reward. Host, Bulletin Fang. Gender, male. True energy cultivation level, 5th grade, has already a level of simulating objects with true energy. As the god of cooking in the fantasy world, the host can try simulating kitchen tools with your true energy and cook even more delicious dishes. Work hard, young man. Cooking talents, 1 star. Skills, Level 2 Meteor Knife Technique, 10/100, Level 1 Big Dipper Carving Technique, 30/100. Tools, Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking Set. God of Cooking Overall Rating, Junior Chef, has already unlocked his talents. Finally capable of researching and cooking standalone dishes as well as using true energy to cook and process ingredients. Cutting and carving techniques have already stepped on the path toward becoming the god of cooking. System level, 5 stars, conversion ratio is at 70%. The host is permitted to carry out the capture of ingredients. System reward, cooking method of rainbow-colored water dumplings and 1 fragment of the god of cooking set, 1/3. After checking out his system panel, Bulletin Fang's gaze landed on the system's level-up reward. He wanted to see what was the reward this time. Rainbow-colored water dumplings. Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. Bulletin Fang knew very well that water dumpling was actually a type of dumpling but cooked with different methods. One type was steamed dumplings, while water dumplings were boiled. However, this rainbow-colored water dumpling. Bulletin Fang was suddenly feeling somewhat curious. However, he was not too surprised. Any recipe given to him by the system would definitely not disappoint him. The so-called rainbow-colored water dumplings was bound to be something special. Bulletin Fang suddenly had an impulse to go into the kitchen and make a serving of the rainbow-colored water dumplings. However, after giving it a thought, he gave up in the end. The reason was that he used up quite an amount of true energy after cooking the 1000-wrap silk year cake and was already feeling somewhat tired. Since his body was not in the best condition and the dish would be affected by that, he decided to go back into his room and sleep. Maintaining a good rest was extremely important to Bulletin Fang, even if he was already a man who could be called Battle King. Outside the store, there were still fireworks filling up the sky above the alleyway and giving out bright rays of light. On the streets of the Imperial City, the children were still excitedly shouting and the festive mood of the Spring Festival was getting more and more intense. That night's Imperial City was particularly lively as everyone waited for the coming of the new year. In the pitch-black night sky, the 2 silver plates were getting closer and closer. Once these 2 silver plates had completely overlapped each other, it meant the start of a new year and the official coming of the Spring Festival. Bulletin Fang lay on his bed as he looked at the bright moons through the window. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Finally, amidst the cheers of the citizens throughout the Lightwind Empire, these two bright moons completely overlapped each other and became a single silver plate. The single round moon radiated brilliant rays of light. Amidst fireworks blooming in the sky, the Spring Festival finally quietly arrived. As Bulletin Fang watched the overlapping of the two bright moons, he let out a light breath on his bed and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 145, The Fat Person Eating a Chicken Drumstick and the Skinny Person with a Walk on His Back. As the dawn of the Spring Festival arrived, smoke rose from the chimneys of many households within the imperial city. The citizens who worked hard for the past year got up early and began preparing a sumptuous Spring Festival breakfast. At one of the imperial city's gates, the guards on watch yawned and enviously watched as the scenery within the city gradually became livelier. Although it was the Spring Festival, the city guards were still alertly carrying out their duties. Even though the sect rebels were sabotaged by the old emperor, no one knew whether the cunning members of the sects would strike again. As guards, protecting their country was their duty. However, their minds were currently filled with warm beds, their pretty wives and their adorable children, and also the piping hot Spring Festival breakfast prepared by their wives. Suddenly, the eyes of a languid guard who was indulging in a beautiful fantasy abruptly became focused and he was immediately alert as he looked into the distance with a grave expression on his face. In a distance, two figures, one large and one small, were slowly heading toward the imperial city and the guards could feel an invisible sense of pressure coming from them, which caused the complexions on the guards' faces to slightly change. Two Battle King experts. This city guard was appalled. For them, Battle Kings were already illustrious figures. Crunch, crunch. The sound of teeth crushing bones distinctly sounded out and was even accompanied by the sound of chewing. The combination of the sounds sent chills up the spines of the two guards standing at the gate and caused goosebumps to rise all over their skins. They suddenly felt a sense of eeriness. "Big bro, we've reached the imperial city," an indistinct voice rang out. After the sentence was finished, the sound of bones being chewed sounded out once more. "You damn fatty, could you not speak to me when you're eating?" The other voice seemed to be slightly annoyed and his tone was filled with revulsion. "Crunch, crunch. Got it. Oh. Got it, I won't do it again. Crunch, crunch." An honest and foolish laughter accompanied by the sound of bones being chewed sounded out and was soon followed by the exasperated and frenzied grumbling of another person. Within the field of vision of the two imperial city guards, the figures of the two gradually became clearer. As they saw the two people, the pupils of the city guards shrunk at the same time. One of them was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. The tall one was extremely obese and his entire body was covered with chunks of flesh, so much so that his tiny eyes were almost hidden. On the other hand, the short one was extremely thin. He had a protruding mouth with a sharp chin and looked rather comical. The fatty was wearing a large apron with a pocket sewn upon it. He reached his hand into the pocket and pulled out an overwhelmingly fragrant and glistening chicken drumstick before directly shoving the entire drumstick into his mouth. He did not even need to spit the bones out and swallowed the entire thing down after chewing a few times. The short one was not normal either. He was not tall but was carrying a large black wok that was almost larger than him on his back and he looked as if he was a turtle carrying its shell. "The two of you. Stop right there," a guard imposingly said as he stopped them. From a single glance, the guards could tell that the two of them were not normal. As city guards, it was their responsibility to stop and question them. "Big bro, he's stopping us." "Crunch, crunch," the fatty said as he pulled out another chicken drumstick from the front pocket of his apron, shoved it into his mouth and started chewed while sulkily looking at the shorty. The shorty disdainfully gave the fatty a glance before he turned to the guard and said, "Hey, friend. We're chefs here to participate in this year's 100 family banquet. We're from Qinjiangjian." The guard was startled for a moment. He thought, so these two strange fellows are chefs. Do the chefs these days all behave so strangely? He's even bringing his own wok to participate in the contest. The guard repeated Qinjiangjian a few times in his mind. Immediately after, his pupils shrunk and he seemed to have remembered something. He looked at the two in astonishment and said, "Qinjiangjian? Are you talking about the Qinjiangjian that's also known as the entrance to the wildlands?" The shorty was very pleased with the guard's expression. He haughtily lifted his sharp chin and said, "Then, are we allowed to enter?" The guard swallowed his saliva and moved sideways. This strange duo directly headed into the imperial city. As the fatty walked past the guard, he stopped for a moment and broke into a grin. The thick flesh on his face trembled for a moment. "Friend, you're not a bad person. You're actually letting us go in. Here, I'll give you half of this chicken drumstick." The fatty pulled out a chicken drumstick from his apron and placed it in his mouth. His large white teeth bit down with a crunch and directly divided the chicken drumstick into 2 halves. As he chewed half of the chicken drumstick in his mouth, he gave the remaining half to the guard. The guard accepted the drumstick in astonishment and stared at the two of them blankly as they entered the imperial city. Once the fatty was gone, the guard suddenly recovered from his surprise and threw the chicken drumstick onto the ground with an expression filled with revulsion. "Chefs from Qinjiangjian, I remember that the chefs from there are all very scary." The guard softly muttered to himself as a hint of fear appeared on his face. Crunch, crunch. "Big bro, why are we here to participate in this year's 100 family banquet? If we were going to attend such a boring event, we might as well use the time to eat a few more chicken drumsticks. What's the point of competing with these mediocre chefs?" The fatty puzzledly asked in a mumble as he chewed on a chicken drumstick. These two brothers were Alu and Awei. The fatty was called Alu, while the skinny one was called Awei. They were chefs from Qinjiangjian and were rather famous in that area. They studied their culinary skills under an elderly chef and often hunted spirit beasts in the wildlands. Their dishes were bold but also delicious at the same time. Even though their reputation was unknown in the Lightwind Empire, there was no one who did not know them within Qinjiangjian. "I've already said before, don't talk to me when you're eating. How many times do I have to tell you?" "Humph. The old man is the one who told us to participate. He said the prize reward for the 100 family banquet might be pretty good this year and hoped that we would present it to him. If that wasn't the case, do you really think with my personality that I would choose to participate?" Awei said with a disgusted snort as he lifted his sharp chin. "What's the prize reward? Did the old man tell you?" Alu swallowed the remnants of the chicken drumstick mixed with bones in his mouth and then curiously stared at Awei with his tiny eyes. "How would I know?" Awei let out a snort and continued walking forward with the large black walk on his back. Alu went into a daze for a moment and then continued to reach into the front pocket of his apron. He pulled a greasy and fragrant chicken drumstick out and shoved it into his mouth. The apron's pocket seemed to be a bottomless pit and the chicken drumsticks seemed to be inexhaustible. Afterward, Alu gleefully ran after Awei's back figure. Crunch, crunch. "Big bro, where are we going now? Are we going to the Empire's designated location prepared for chefs?" Alu asked in a mumble. Immediately after, Awei's exasperated voice rang out once more. "Get lost! I told you not to talk to me when you're eating. What are we going there for? What's the point of gathering with a bunch of trashy chefs? Let's go and look for something to eat," Awei said. Bulletin Fang got up from bed on time as usual. After washing up, he slapped his own cheeks to wake himself up. Last night's sleep was exceptionally well and allowed both his body and mind to completely relax. It was the most stable sleep he had ever since he came to this world. When he arrived at the kitchen, Bulletin Fang began to practice his carving and cutting techniques in a skillful manner. There was already a large improvement to his carving technique since he first started. He could even carve out a realistic-looking flower with extremely smooth curvatures using a soft and tender tofu. On the other hand, the improvements toward his cutting technique become somewhat slower. After all, the meteor cutting technique had already risen to the second level and its difficulty had grew larger as well. When the usual morning practice ended, Bulletin Fang began cooking some dishes. The first dish he cooked was obviously the sweet and sour ribs, which was Black's favorite. Just for that day, Bulletin Fang even specially increased the amount so that the lazy dog could have its fill. After all, it was the spring festival. A short while later, a rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. The fragrance was so aromatic that it was mesmerizing. After bringing out a plate filled to the brim with sweet and sour ribs, Bulletin Fang removed a doorboard and the cold air outside immediately rushed into the store. Despite the festive mood of the spring festival, the temperature did not increase even in the slightest. As he exhaled a cloud of white breath, Bulletin Fang placed the piping hot sweet and sour ribs that was giving off a mesmerizing fragrance in front of Blacky. "Blacky, who was originally lazily lying on the ground, immediately opened its eyes and excitedly got up with its tongue hanging out. Perhaps, this gluttonous dog would only reveal such an appearance while eating sweet and sour ribs. Buletin Fang thought. Just when Buletin Fang placed the sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie, he suddenly heard two distinctly different sets of footsteps coming from behind him. Crunch, crunch. Oh! Big bro, there's a store over here. This meaty aroma. It smells really good. Buletin Fang stood up. Before he could even turn around, the sound of bones being chewed and an indistinct voice suddenly shouted in surprise from behind him. Chapter 146, Lil Doggy, is it possible for us to trade my chicken drumstick for your sweet and sour ribs? Alu went into a daze as he stared blankly at the steaming plate of tangerine sweet and sour ribs in front of the big black dog. He forgot about the half-eaten chicken drumstick in his hand and even forgot to chew the meat in his mouth. This sweet and sour ribs smelled really delicious. It was much more aromatic than the roast meat made by the old man from Qinjiangjin who taught them how to cook. With such a comparison, Alu felt the chicken drumstick in his hand had become somewhat bland and tasteless. Alu gave the chicken drumstick in his hand a glance and then broke into a grin. He still shoved the chicken drumstick into his mouth and swallowed it after chewing a few times. The big black dog was just about to heartily enjoy the sweet and sour ribs on its own when its body suddenly trembled for a moment. It immediately raised its head and discovered Alu's staring gaze. That gaze was filled with greed and yearning, and its target was the sweet and sour ribs. How dare this human covet this lord dog's sweet and sour ribs? Blackie was furious. It immediately stood up and blocked the view of the sweet and sour ribs with its body. With its buttocks facing Alu, it rather proudly wagged its tail. With his line of sight obstructed, Alu could only reluctantly give up on chasing the food with his eyes. After he smacked his lips, he ran his tongue over his lips as if he was attempting to lick the fragrance of the sweet and sour ribs wafting in the air. Put your tongue back in your mouth, could you not behave like a chef who's inexperienced with the ways of the world? If you're going to act like this, please don't tell anyone that you're my brother. Away knitted his eyebrows together and his face was almost scrunched together from revulsion. Even though he had to admit that the fragrance of the sweet and sour ribs was really not bad, his reaction was not as pathetic as Alu's. Buletin Fang turned around when he heard the voices behind him. With his eyebrows raised, he looked at the two strange people in surprise. One of them was a large and fat person wearing an apron and the other was a skinny person with a large black walk on his back. What an unique duo, are they here to cause trouble? Buletin Fang thought. Who are you guys? Buletin Fang asked. After receiving a scolding from Awei, Alu immediately pulled his tongue back into his mouth with much reluctance while still reminiscing the aroma of the sweet and sour ribs. Awei was somewhat puzzled as he gave Buletin Fang a glance. After suspiciously sizing Buletin Fang up from top to bottom, he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you the one who made this sweet and sour ribs?" This was a dish that possessed the finest presentation, aroma, and flavor. Without even having a careful observation, Awei dared to conclude that this was definitely a classic and excellent plate of sweet and sour ribs. However, how could a chef who appeared to be younger than him cook such an outstanding sweet and sour ribs? Impossible. Awei subconsciously shook his head. He was extremely confident of his own culinary skill. Ever since he was trained by the old man, the level of his culinary skill had been swiftly rising. There was definitely no way an ordinary chef could be better than him. I don't believe you, you're lying. Go and get the real chef, Awei said as he gave Buletin Fang a glance. Buletin Fang was surprised for a moment and looked at Awei as if he was looking at an idiot. What did he mean by get the real chef? Buletin Fang was standing right there, who else was he looking for? Buletin Fang could not be bothered to deal with such an unreasonable person. He immediately went back into the store and headed into the kitchen. Awei knitted his eyebrows together as he looked at Buletin Fang's back figure. Did he make a mistake? That speechless gaze Buletin Fang gave him before turning around made him question his life. Let's go, Alu. Let's take a look inside this store, Awei lifted his sharp chin and said with a faint smile. I didn't think we would encounter such an interesting store when we just arrived at the Imperial City, Awei said to himself. However, after waiting for a long while, there was still no response from Alu. He immediately turned around in puzzlement and saw Alu wriggling toward Blackie in tiny steps while continuously pulling out chicken drumsticks from his apron's pocket. Cute lil doggy, why don't we exchange 2 pieces of my chicken drumsticks for a piece of your sweet and sour ribs? 2 pieces is not enough? How about 3 pieces? 4 pieces? While wriggling forward, the flesh on Alu's face was quivering as well. He was really bewitched by the smell of the sweet and sour ribs. The thing that Alu liked to do the most was eating, and he was especially sensitive about eating meat. When Awei turned around and saw this scene, his lungs almost burst from exasperation. He immediately shouted in anger, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and get over here!" When Alu heard Awei's bellow, he was somewhat reluctant as he walked toward Awei. In the end, the two of them stepped into the store. The layout within the store was very cozy. At least, it gave Alu and Awei a pretty good first impression, especially the store's hygiene. That spotless feeling made them very happy. Alu shoved the 4 pieces of chicken drumsticks in his hands into his mouth in one go and brutally chomped down in frustration. With a loud crunch, he swallowed all of the chicken drumsticks and said, "Bye. Big bro. Look at the menu behind you." Hearing his words, Awei turned around and looked. His eyebrows rose up in an instant and he immediately swore out loud, "God damn! This store really is a rip-off, it's even more of a rip-off than our store." Their store was set up at Qinjiangjian because it was situated at the entrance of the wildlands. The prices of their dishes were extremely expensive, but they were expensive for a reason. All of the ingredients used in their dishes were personally obtained by them from the wildlands. Furthermore, after being carefully cooked by them, the spirit energy within the ingredients could be preserved. Not only was the taste of their dishes good, they were even beneficial toward one's cultivation. This was the true reason why they were selling their food at such expensive rates. However, what was this store's basis for selling their dishes at such an expensive rate as well? Was the owner of this store personally obtaining ingredients from the wildlands too? Nevertheless, even if he was personally obtaining the ingredients on his own, the prices of his dishes were still outrageously expensive. At their store, they had dishes that were priced in crystals, but there were only a few of such dishes. On the other hand, almost every single dish in this store was priced in crystals. Gulp. Awei was somewhat unable to accept the pricing. "Where's the owner? I want to make an order!" Awei shouted. Bulletin Fang slowly walked out of the kitchen and gave Awei a glance. Indignation was fully displayed on the other party's face and his expression even contained a slight provocation. "Oh, what do you want to order, tell me," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. "Big bro, let's order the sweet and sour ribs. I really want to eat that," Alu said in a mumble beside him. "Don't talk to me when you're eating," Awei grumbled while giving Alu a glance. Honestly speaking, he was slightly tempted by Alu's suggestion, but he managed to endure the temptation in the end. "We'll have 2 servings of egg fried rice. You can only tell a chef's level from the simplest dish. Besides, the sweet and sour ribs is so expensive. If it doesn't taste good, our money would be wasted," Awei said. Bulletin Fang broke into a grin as he gave these 2 weird brothers a glance. Without saying anything else, he only told them to wait a moment before he went back into the kitchen. Alu and Awei found a table and sat down. Even though the environment within the store was completely different from outside and filled their hearts with warmth, the furnishing of the store was actually not luxurious at all and was just like an extremely ordinary store. "Big bro, other people are having lavish meals on Spring Festival while we're only eating egg fried rice here. Why don't we order a serving of sweet and sour ribs as well? Otherwise, red braised meat is acceptable too," Alu said as he swallowed another chicken drumstick. "Humph. Do you really plan on donating all of the crystals in your purse to this store? Are you stupid?" Awei said with a sneer. He was in a huff as he sat on the chair with the large black wok on his back. Alu's face was filled with disappointment as his body trembled in frustration. "I can't eat any meat. I'm so sad," Alu muttered to himself. Afterward, he pulled out 2 pieces of chicken drumsticks and shoved them into his mouth before fiercely chewing them. Suddenly, the crunching noises in his mouth abruptly stopped and his nose twitched violently. His gaze immediately gave off an intense brightness as he looked in the direction of the kitchen. There, a slender figure was slowly walking out with 2 plates of piping hot egg fried rice. Chapter 147, The 100 Family Banquets Preparations. This aroma! Alu swallowed all of the chicken drumsticks in his mouth in one gulp. His gaze was already focused on the egg fried rice in Bullet Fang's hands. From a distance, the egg fried rice looked like it was radiating golden rays of extremely eye-dazzling lights and had completely attracted their eyes and attention. The fragrance of the egg and aroma of the rice wafting in the air blended together and flowed into the nostrils of Alu and Awei, causing mesmerized expressions to appear on their faces. When Bullet Fang placed the plates of egg fried rice before them, Alu eagerly grabbed his spoon and started digging in. He was simply enticed beyond his limits by the fragrance of the egg fried rice. The fragrance of the eggs was in fact an aroma that was extremely capable of arousing a person's appetite. As the spoon scooped a spoonful of rice and created a hole in the mound of egg fried rice, the flowing egg which was 80% cooked left a string-like trail. However, the aroma trapped within the rice instantly gushed out through the hole and enveloped Alu in its fragrance. Alu let out a moan and then immediately shoved the spoonful of rice into his mouth. His eyes, which were almost hidden by the layers of fat on his face, suddenly widened. After swallowing down the rice, he excitedly looked toward Awei and said in disbelief, "Big brother! This egg fried rice is really delicious. The eggs used in this dish should be from the third-grade spirit beast, Thunderstorm Pigeon. However, the quality of the rice is also very good and it's not any inferior to the spirit energy rice meticulously grown by the old man. Furthermore, the degree of control over the heat is really high. The egg that's 80% cooked was able to rely on its own temperature after leaving the wok to instantly harden after entering one's mouth. This requires extremely precise calculation. Oh! In short, it's delicious," Alu said in a muffled voice. After he was done speaking, he eagerly entered into a battle with the egg fried rice. Bullet Fang was slightly surprised. His heart was slightly stirred as he watched the fatty who was engrossed in devouring his food. This fatty was actually able to figure out the important cooking procedures and techniques of cooking the egg fried rice from just a single tasting. Furthermore, he even knew the origins of these ingredients and was basically correct in his deductions. Without a doubt, this made it clear to him about the fatty's identity. He was a chef as well, and not just any ordinary chef. Awei was shocked as well as he looked at Alu. He understood clearly how picky his younger brother was about dishes without meat. He could be very lenient about dishes with meat but was extremely picky when it came to dishes without meat. Awei's egg fried rice had arrived as well, but he was not impatient like Alu. Instead, he carefully admired the presentation and aroma of the egg fried rice first. Only then did he begin savoring the taste of this egg fried rice. The taste of the egg fried rice had really exceeded Awei's expectations. It was so delicious that he was bewildered. However, those were not the main point. The main point was that the egg fried rice actually contained a rich amount of spirit energy. Why does this egg fried rice contain so much spirit energy? This is completely illogical, Awei thought. Therefore, under Alu's surprised gaze, Awei ordered another dish. After ordering a few more of Bullet Fang's dishes, Awei completely understood the reason for the store's high pricing because all of these dishes actually contained spirit energy. Furthermore, the concentration of the spirit energy had completely exceeded Awei's expectation. The density of the spirit energy was even higher than the dishes they were selling at their store. "You're welcome to come back next time," Bullet Fang said, after keeping the crystals, toward the back figures of the two brothers who were stepping out of the store. The two brothers, Alu and Awei, silently walked out of the store and stepped into the world filled with snow. Alu had even stopped eating his chicken drumsticks and some solemnity had appeared in their eyes. If Bullet Fang was participating in this year's 100 family banquet as well, according to the level of the dishes they had just eaten, the two of them basically did not even have the slightest chance of getting first place if they do not give their all. Bullet Fang was giving them too much pressure. No wonder the old man said that the continent is teeming with talented individuals and told us not to be too conceited. We've only just arrived at the Imperial City and we're already put in our place, Awei thought. Big bro, now that we've met owner Bulletin, I feel like we're going to lose. Alu said, seemingly having no confidence at all. Awei stopped walking and his sharp chin tilted upward as he earnestly said, therefore, we'll have to get serious. At first, I thought we could obtain first place without putting in any effort. Now it seems that it's not as simple as we imagined. As he straightened his back, Awei took off the large black wok off his back and smashed the wok into the ground, causing the ground to slightly shake and sink a little. Let's give it our all. If we want to obtain first place, we'll need to demonstrate our actual culinary skills. Otherwise, we're not even qualified to compete with owner Bulletin. Awei said. Seeing the grave look on Awei's face, the layers of fat on Alu's face trembled and his expression became solemn as well. As he reached his hand into the pocket of his apron, he pulled out a chicken drumstick and solemnly shoved it into his mouth and started chewing. The festive mood of the Spring Festival was still enveloping the entire imperial city, or perhaps the entire Lightwind Empire. Each and every household was joyously preparing entire tables of sumptuous Spring Festival food in order to reward themselves for working hard for an entire year and allow themselves to experience the delights of delicious food. Meanwhile, at the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, the preparations for the 100 family banquet were being hurriedly readied. Large tables were carried out and placed on the plaza grounds before bright red tablecloths were laid upon them. As the standard of this year's 100 family banquet was raised because of Ji Chen-su, no one dared to be careless and the preparation workload was heavier than previous years. The main area of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery was densely packed with tables, while simple cooking stoves were set up in the inner area. They were specially prepared for the chefs, so that they could prepare their dishes in full view of the guests. This would undoubtedly test the actual skill level of the chefs. However, the chefs who would dare to participate in the 100 family banquet were all well known within the Lightwind Empire. There was naturally no need to worry about their capabilities and they too were confident of their own skills. While these preparations were going on, various types of dazzling ingredients were also being brought out. The dishes that were going to be cooked by each chef were different, so there were all sorts of ingredients as well. Since that day was the Spring Festival, the store's business was not too good. Therefore, Bulletin Fang was languidly curled up on his chair and feeling extremely pleased as he drank from a cup of warm water in his hand. However, when some travel-worn eunuchs rushed into his store, Bulletin Fang knew he was about to get busy. "Owner Bulletin, may I know which ingredients you require? Please tell me, so that I could send someone to purchase them," a young eunuch respectfully said. This young eunuch was originally one of Lian Fu's close aides, so he did not dare to act impolitely in the slightest as he knew how terrifying Bulletin Fang was. Bulletin Fang pondered for a moment. He was actually still mulling over the sort of meal he should cook during the 100 family banquet. Since it was the 100 family banquet, the quantity of the food should be large enough. Otherwise, he would not be able to satisfy the requirement of a few hundred households. Therefore, Bulletin Fang concluded the main point of this year's 100 family banquet, the dish he was going to cook needed both quality and quantity. Therefore, choosing the right dish was extremely important for Bulletin Fang. The guests attending the banquet were randomly selected from the commoners living within the imperial city. Many of them might not possess cultivation and there might not even be a shred of true energy in their bodies. If Bulletin Fang cooked using high-grade ingredients with spirit energy, the quality of his food would be guaranteed. However, not everyone would be able to consume his food. In the end, choosing to cook dishes with spirit energy would be arduous and fruitless. Therefore, after much consideration, Bulletin Fang finally decided on the dish he was going to make. Bulletin Fang beckoned toward the young eunuch and said, "Help me prepare these ingredients." Chapter 148, If anyone is unhappy with me, let him come and look for me. This is. Owner Bulletin, are you sure you only need these ingredients? The young eunuch was dumbfounded after Bulletin Fang listed out the ingredients that he needed. That slightly childish face of his was filled with surprise and incredulity. "That's right, I only need these. Get them ready, I'll be there early tomorrow," Bulletin Fang said. The young eunuch was startled for a moment. "Owner Bulletin, are you not going today? Famous chefs from all over the Lightwind Empire are gathered together. With your culinary skills, you'll definitely receive admiration from many of the chefs." Bulletin Fang indifferently gave the young eunuch a glance. He shook his head and said, "I am not going. I'll go to the Gate of Heavenly Mystery tomorrow morning. Just make sure that the ingredients I need are ready by then." What about those famous chefs? They kept saying that they want to get acquainted with you. If you don't go, you might offend them, the young eunuch kindly reminded Bulletin Fang with a conflicted expression on his face. Hearing this, Bulletin Fang suddenly broke into a grin. He patted the young eunuch's shoulder and said, "Go back and tell them, if anyone is unhappy with me, they're welcome to look for me." How awe-inspiring! As expected of the rumored owner of the black-hearted store, he's quirky indeed. However, that bunch of famous chefs hold the advantage of greater numbers. He's only putting himself at a disadvantage, the young eunuch thought with a sigh. The young eunuch seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. He let out a sigh before turning around to report back to the palace. As Bulatin Fang watched the disappearing back figure of the young eunuch, he lifted up the cup of water with both hands and took a sip of the water that was still emitting heat. At that moment, Bulatin Fang was still, at the very least, a 5th-grade battle king. Even though his combat ability might still be atrocious, it did not mean that he would allow others to bully him at will. He was uninterested in those so-called organizations and only wanted to cook his dishes in peace. Inside of a luxurious inn in the imperial city. Even though it was the day of the spring festival, this luxurious inn was still filled to capacity. It was reserved by the authorities as the accommodations for the famous chefs from regions throughout the empire. Within the spacious lounge area of the luxurious inn, the area was currently crowded with a large group of people. There were men and women of various statures socializing with each other. These people had all received invitation letters from the imperial palace. They were chefs from all over the empire that hurried over to the imperial city in order to participate in the 100 family banquet. Each and every one of them was a famous chef in their towns and cities, and their culinary skills were very good. These chefs were all politely smiling as they greeted each other. They might not be familiar with one another, but since they were already gathered here, they could naturally get acquainted with each other now and even help one another in the future. However, the many chefs present were all actually encircling a few chefs standing in the center. Those few chefs looked noticeably plump. With their wide bellies, they had wide smiles on their faces as they greeted the people around them with a wine cup in hand. However, it was obvious that everyone else was looking at them in a somewhat reverent manner. These people were none other than the head chefs of the imperial kitchen. Originally, they were all selected from all over the empire by Emperor Changfeng and were thus renowned. Therefore, it was natural for them to be in a leading position now that they were mingling among those in the same profession. Chef Jin, the owner of the black-hearted store, didn't come, like we expected. A middle-aged chef, with a somewhat round face and slightly chubby body, said as he raised his cup toward a bald man who appeared slightly younger than him. Even though he was smiling as he spoke, his eyes were noticeably filled with disdain. The bald chef Jin gave him a glance and only responded with a faint smile without saying anything. Bulatin Fang's name was well known among these chefs in the imperial city, especially the head chefs of the imperial kitchen. While the late emperor was still alive, his name was literally their nightmare. Ever since the late emperor visited Fang's little store, his taste preference became even harder to please. Almost every single day, many of the chefs would be reprimanded by their superiors. The reason was their dishes were completely ignored by Emperor Changfeng as they were not to his liking. During those days, the lives of these chefs were simply miserable. Every single day, they would have to think up a dish that could satisfy the emperor's taste buds. He's just a youngling who coincidentally cooked a dish that satisfied the late emperor's taste buds. Does he really think he's some kind of a top chef? Without years of experience, does he even know what real cooking is? The bald chef Jin said in disdain before he finished the cup of wine in a single gulp. From his point of view, Bulatin Fang was only a lucky chef who entered the good graces of the late emperor by coincidence. If it was not for the late emperor, could that Bulatin Fang even amount to anything? He would not even have the opportunity to enter the ken of the imperial chefs. Owner Bulatin will be participating in tomorrow's 100 family banquet as well. We should definitely use this opportunity to teach this owner Bulatin about the true taste of good food, another imperial chef said with a sneer, echoing the same sentiment. Does anyone know what ingredients owner Bulatin has prepared? We should be able to determine the dish he's going to make from the ingredients, another chef said. The eyes of many chefs in the surroundings immediately lit up after hearing his words. Chef Jin rubbed his own bald head for a moment and then the corners of his lips curled up as he said, "Who cares? I am confident that I will definitely trounce that owner Bulatin with my dish tomorrow." That's right, Chef Jin is right. When the time comes, we just need to reveal our identities as imperial chefs and we'll practically be undefeatable. One of the chefs started laughing. Within the imperial city, the reputation of the imperial chefs were well known. In the eyes of the ordinary citizens, chefs from the imperial kitchen were representatives of good food. Any dish made by them would definitely be delicious because they were the ones cooking for the emperor. Who was the emperor? He was the dragon among men, a supreme being. Someone who was capable of becoming his chef should naturally be more remarkable than most chefs. Even without revealing my identity as an imperial chef, I'll still be able to effortlessly trounce him. He's just a little cook who got lucky, that's all. What's there to be afraid of? Chef Jin was extremely confident of himself. His confidence was as bright as his bald head under the glare of sunlight. Chef Jin, owner Bulletin may be nothing to worry about, but will definitely need to pay some attention to the two brothers from Qinjiangjin. You might not have heard of them before, but they're famous food experts in the region around Qinjiangjin. The style of their dishes are very bold and the ingredients they use are very special as well. In short, they're very strong. One of the chefs solemnly said. Many of the other chefs sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing his words. They had evidently heard about the two brothers from Qinjiangjin before as well. Chef Jin also narrowed his eyes and nodded. I've heard of them before as well. They're quite capable. However, the guests of the 100 family banquet have different taste preferences compared to those wildlands adventurers. Their chances of winning are low. After hearing his words, the chefs one after another started praising Chef Jin's culinary skills and flattered each other as well. As the drinking party carried on, the night quietly passed by. The next day, the first rays of light were just about to appear over the horizon. At the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, the final part of the preparations and arrangements was almost finished. The guards were also positioned at their respective posts in order to ensure the guests would enter in an orderly manner. Furthermore, a spectator area was set up outside for those citizens who did not manage to obtain admission rights, so that they could watch the proceedings of the 100 family banquet. There was also an area that was specially put aside as a spectator area within the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. Within the spacious plaza of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, 300 banquet tables covered by red tablecloths were set up. From a distance, they looked like bright red flowers in full bloom. Beside the banquet tables, rows of kitchen stoves were set up. The guests would be able to clearly observe the cooking process of each and every chef. This was a valuable chance for them to see famous chefs at work. As the first ray of sunlight fell from the sky, a deafening sound of drums sounded out from the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. Don don don! Every single drum beat seemed to be striking one's innermost being and caused their senses to tremble. After the drumming stopped, the Gate of Heavenly Mystery opened and the citizens waiting outside slowly entered in an orderly manner. The citizens of the 300 lucky households found their respective tables and sat down with joyful expressions on their faces. With so many people living in the imperial city, it was natural for them to be ecstatic about getting chosen as one of the lucky households. On the other hand, those citizens that were seated at the spectator area were somewhat envious as they looked at the people sitting at the banquet tables. What a blissful situation to be able to taste the dishes of so many famous chefs. As another 3 drum beats rang out, chefs wearing neat and tidy chef's uniforms entered with their heads held high and chest puffed out as they headed toward their respective kitchen stoves. Outside the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, a slender figure was leisurely approaching with his hands held behind his back. Chapter 149, Owner Bulletin has become cocky. Oh my, Owner Bulletin, you're participating in this year's 100 family banquet as well. That's great, I'll be looking forward to your dish. As Bulletin Fang stepped into the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, he was suddenly greeted in an enthusiastic manner by a round meatball. A stunned expression immediately appeared on Bulletin Fang's face. What was Fatty Jin doing here? However, after thinking for a moment, his confusion resolved on its own. After all, there was no restriction in the random selection of the 100 family banquet's guests. So it was not that surprising for Fatty Jin to be here as well. Owner Bulletin, this is my son and my daughter-in-law, Fatty Jin said with a smile as he pulled along his daughter-in-law and his son, who was round looking like him. Bulletin Fang nodded toward the gentle woman next to Fatty Jin. He was surprised that Fatty Jin could actually find such a gentle-looking woman for his son. Their chat lasted briefly and Bulletin Fang was soon on his way toward a particular kitchen stove. The young eunuch from yesterday had already clearly informed him about the location of his kitchen stove, so he was able to easily find his own spot. After reaching his kitchen stove, Bulletin Fang's eyebrows were immediately knitted together as he sized up the place. He let out a sigh internally. He was not in his store's kitchen after all. The kitchen stove was simply too crude, but it was still not a hindrance for him. A young eunuch was standing behind Bulletin Fang's kitchen stove. This young eunuch was specially assigned to help light the fire at Bulletin Fang's stove. There were young eunuchs like him standing behind the other stoves as well. Where are the ingredients that I asked for? Bulletin Fang asked the young eunuch. The young eunuch immediately made a baffled expression and shook his head. Bulletin Fang mildly nodded in response. He was not so worried since he saw people carrying ingredients toward some of the other kitchen stoves. His ingredients should arrive soon enough. Sure enough, the ingredients that Bulletin Fang needed were brought to him after a while. The gaze of many of the chefs near Bulletin Fang were all focused on his location. They were very curious about the dish Bulletin Fang was going to make. The bald-headed chef Jin narrowed his eyes as he folded his arms across his chest and looked toward Bulletin Fang's location as well. The corners of his lips slightly curled up with a hint of disdain. As a chef from the imperial kitchen, he had his own pride. Suddenly, Chef Jin's eyes widened and a surprised expression appeared on his face. There was simply too much variety in Bulletin Fang's ingredients. Furthermore, there were all sorts of colors. More importantly, none of them were high-grade ingredients. There were only ordinary as well as exquisite ingredients. Some of them did not even contain spirit energy. Is owner Bulletin planning to only use ordinary ingredients to make his dish? He's participating in this year's 100 family banquet like this. None of the chefs were able to make heads or tails of the situation. In their own opinion, no matter how delicious a dish made from ordinary ingredients was, how could it compare with dishes made from high-grade ingredients? Just the fragrance that formed from the spirit energy alone was enough to instantly defeat everything. This owner Bulletin was being really cocky. Was he looking down on them? Did he really plan to defeat them with a dish that only used these ordinary ingredients? One after another, many of the chefs revealed sneering expressions on their faces. They were all looking forward to watching Bulletin Fang embarrass himself because once the cooking started, Bulletin Fang would understand the importance of using ingredients with spirit energy. With the court musicians performing their music in the background, the mood in the Gate of Heavenly Mystery became even more festive. A group of guards marched out from the main hall and stood on both sides of the pathway as aristocrats, generals, and other court officials walked out after them while talking and laughing. Other than the commoners that were luckily selected, aristocrats living in the imperial city were naturally attending the 100 family banquet as well while bringing along their families. After all, there were not many opportunities for them to taste the cooking of chefs from all over the empire. Wiang Zongheng was sitting at one of the banquet tables with a smile on his face alongside Wiang Xiaoai as well as one of his wives. There were a lot of aristocrats at this particular banquet table, like members of the Xiao and Yang families. They were all families that were well known in the imperial city. In this year's 100 family banquet, they were looking forward to Bulletin Fang's dish the most. The opportunity of eating Bulletin Fang's dishes outside of his store was even more difficult to encounter than the 100 family banquet. Therefore, they were naturally filled with anticipation and immediately started a discussion on what Bulletin Fang would be cooking after sitting down. With the gaze of everyone there focused on him, the emperor arrived in his dragon robe and a cloak made from the fur of a spirit beast draped over his shoulder. He elegantly sat down on the main seat and a smile appeared on his face as he observed the ongoing festivity. Ji Chinsu exhaled a cloud of white breath and then started giving an inspirational speech that raised the intensity of the exuberant atmosphere even further. Once his speech was over, Ji Chinsu announced the start of the 100 family banquet. Chef Jin pulled out a kitchen knife with an edge gleaming with sharpness. He specially requested the most famous blacksmith in the imperial city to forge this knife. The knife was heavy and capable of slicing through metal like it was mud. After using this kitchen knife for so many years, he was able to use the knife effortlessly. For this year's 100 family banquet, the dish he was going to make was none other than the 4 happiness meatballs. He prepared many types of first-rate meat from spirit beasts. There was meat from both bovine spirit beasts as well as porcine spirit beasts from 1st grade all the way to 3rd grade. The texture of bovine meat was soft and its marbling was extremely distinct. On the other hand, porcine meat was fat but not greasy and was abundant with spirit energy. He was going to make the 4 happiness meatballs by mixing these 2 types of meat together. Chef Jin was confident that he could conquer everyone with this dish. The ingredients he used were all top-notch. How could those garbage ingredients that Bulletin Fang prepared even compare with his? True delicious flavors would naturally require the use of excellent ingredients. How could dishes made from garbage ingredients be delicious? Therefore, Chef Jin viewed Bulletin Fang's actions with contempt. He originally thought owner Bulletin might be an opponent that would be difficult to deal with. Now it seemed, he was just someone with an undeserved reputation. The ingredients prepared by the chefs were all rather high quality. There was even the meat of a fourth-grade spirit beast, the antler sheep. It was obvious that everyone was planning to use these high-quality ingredients to boost their own fame. Cries of astonishment immediately came from the spectators below. At that moment, several hundred chefs immediately started processing their ingredients. Every one of them demonstrated their cutting techniques to their heart's content. Some of the more skillful chefs were simply eye-dazzling as they started performing their cutting techniques. The scene of the chefs brandishing their kitchen knives as the blades reflected the glare of the sunlight was extremely astounding. The commoners, who had never seen such a spectacular scene before, immediately let out cries of astonishment. In that instant, the distinct sound of kitchen knives colliding with cutting boards resounded within the entire gate of heavenly mystery. Bulletin Fang took out the ingredients prepared by the imperial palace one after another. They were all ordinary ingredients that could be commonly seen in the homes of commoners. These ingredients were really pitiful looking compared to the high-grade ingredients prepared by the other chefs. However, Bulletin Fang remained expressionless as he took out all of the ingredients. After cracking his neck, he was ready to start processing the ingredients. The mark on his wrist flashed for a moment before a wisp of green smoke encircled his hand and a kitchen knife as black as ink appeared. The more Bulletin Fang used the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, the more proficient he became at using it. It felt as if the knife had fused together with his own arm and was becoming extremely easy to use. Holding the kitchen knife in his right hand, he gently flicked the blade with his finger. Bulletin Fang's mouth slightly widened into a smile as he felt the slight vibration coming from the knife. With true energy gathered in his hand, Bulletin Fang suddenly slapped the top of the table with his palm and the meat placed on the table all bounced into the air. Chapter 150, The Flamboyant Bulletin Fang and the Rainbow-Colored Crescent Moon Dumplings. The corners of Chef Jin's lips slightly curled up as he listened to the cries of astonishment coming from the crowd with a face filled with satisfaction. He could feel that the gaze of the spectators were all gathered on him and he was the center of attention. He was confident that his cutting technique was the best among all of the imperial chefs. Perhaps his skill at handling the ingredients might not be as good as those old masters who had been immersing themselves in the culinary arts for dozens of years. His cutting technique was definitely number one within the imperial kitchen. After using a showy cutting technique to slice up a plate of beef, he looked up and found that the cries of astonishment became even more frequent. However, those cries were not directed at him. His face slightly stiffened for a moment before a frown appeared on his face. His bald head seemed to be about to radiate light under the sun. He turned his head toward the crowd and discovered the spectators were all looking at another cooking stove nearby. That was exactly where the chef he disliked, Bulletin Fang, was cooking. The expression on his face became even worse and his mood turned sour. There was no way his mood would be good when someone he disliked stole his spotlight. Therefore, he wanted to have a good look and see how this owner Bulletin was able to steal his spotlight. After all, he had the advantage with his head sparkling under the sunlight. As Bulletin Fang slapped the table with his palm, only the meat bounced into the air. The dragon bone kitchen knife was twirled around in his hand and then swung toward the meat in the air. The meat was only ordinary pork and not the meat of spirit beasts. Therefore, slicing through them with the dragon bone kitchen knife that could cut through metal like mud was effortlessly accomplished. As the dragon bone kitchen knife continued to rotate and slice through the pieces of meat, the large pieces of pork hovered in the air and gradually became smaller in the eyes of the spectators. Bulletin Fang held out a white porcelain plate and the slices of meat fell neatly onto the plate as if they were strictly arranged. However, with the relaxed expression shown on Bulletin Fang's face, this was evidently only a very simple feat for him. After the pork was sliced by Bulletin Fang, the slices were as thin as the wings of a cicada and even the veined patterns on its surface could be clearly seen. Next, Bulletin Fang brought over the fruits and vegetables while twirling the knife in his hand and then diced all of them. This time, his method of dicing them was even stranger. He basically did not differentiate between them and directly threw all of them into the air. The dragon bone kitchen knife swept past like a gust of wind and a dark stream of light seemed to have flashed past. Those fruits and vegetables were all diced apart and fell into a pile on one side. As Bulletin Fang scooped up kuruma prawns from the cold water, he twirled the kitchen knife in his hand and the outer shells of these prawns would be immediately removed with only the meat left. This series of movements were so quick that the crowd was almost unable to follow them. His method of handling the ingredients completely astonished the spectators. A large basin of prawns were completely peeled within 7.5 minutes. Afterward, Buletin Fang minced these prawns and mixed them together with other minced meat as well as the diced fruits and vegetables. The colorful ingredients were strikingly bright and eye-catching. As Buletin Fang stirred the mixture, he added some sauce and seasoning from time to time. Even though he had not started cooking yet, a faint fragrance was already wafting out from the mixture. A distance away, quite a number of people were observing and watching owner Buletin's actions. This was the first time that they were seeing owner Buletin's appearance while he was cooking. They did not anticipate that his movements would be so graceful and swift. What's owner Buletin making? He's mincing and mixing so many ingredients together. Is he making the fillings for golden shumai? That's not right. Those are not the ingredients for the golden shumai, Xiao Xiaolong and the others puzzledly muttered. They were completely unable to guess the dish Buletin Fang was making. Not only Xiao Xiaolong and the others, but even many of the chefs there could not understand. If he was making the fillings, what was the purpose of those pork slices that were thinner than the wings of a cicada? Everyone was somewhat perplexed, but the crowds of spectators were all cheering. Buletin Fang's elegant manner of handling the ingredients had completely amazed them. So, chefs could be this good-looking when they were serious. After the fillings were properly seasoned, Buletin Fang washed his hands with clear water and wiped the water droplets on his slender and fair hands with a clean cloth. Then, he took out a large bag of flour of the highest quality within the imperial city, which he requested from the young eunuch. Even though its quality was still not as good as the flour provided by the system, Buletin Fang was still rather satisfied after taking a pinch of the flour and sniffing it. As the true energy vortex started rotating within his danshan, true energy gathered on his palm and Buletin Fang's expression suddenly became stern. He poured the flour into a large basin and then added warm water before stirring the mixture. With the aid of true energy, the consistency of the flour rapidly started getting thicker. Bang! Once the dough was kneaded until its texture was somewhat smooth, Buletin Fang tossed it into the air. While the large lump of dough was in mid-air, he promptly struck the dough with his palm and caused a loud slapping sound. The dough shook for a moment and then rose upward once more. When it plunged downward again, Buletin Fang threw out another palm strike filled with true energy. Just like that, a lump of dough was continuously juggled like a ball by Buletin Fang. It fell, rose into the air, fell once again. Xiao Meng was sitting nearby at a banquet table and his eyes suddenly narrowed. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see through Buletin Fang's technique. Every single palm strike Buletin Fang was throwing was not simple at all. Whenever his palm struck the dough, a wave of vibration instantly passed through it and caused the entire lump of dough to become anew. In simpler terms, Buletin Fang was causing the lump of dough to flip inside out each time he struck it with his palm. This was a very high-level true energy technique that required the user to have an extremely precise control over one's true energy. Even Xiao Meng himself would only be able to perform such a feat after undergoing a lot of training. Buletin Fang's performance triggered cries of astonishment from the crowd once more. It was simply too showy and flamboyant. Wiang Xiaoi burst into laughter. I didn't know the smelly boss who's usually a cold person on the surface would actually be so flamboyant while cooking. Kikik. Xiao Yunyu was also laughing while covering her mouth with her hand. When she recalled Buletin Fang's face that was usually stern and compared that with his flamboyant appearance as he struck the dough palm after palm, she was suddenly unable to hold back her smile any longer. Now that the dough was kneaded, Buletin Fang's dish seemed to be ready. Was he making buns? Or was this a new type of golden shumai? Many people were puzzled and continued with their guesses. There were many types of dishes that required dough. However, the exact dish was debatable because no one could tell from the fillings that Buletin Fang prepared. Once he was finished kneading, the entire lump of dough was giving off heat. This was induced by Buletin Fang's true energy. Every time he flipped the dough inside out, the intense friction was enough to heat the dough to a scalding hot temperature. As the dragon bone kitchen knife rotated, the large lump of dough was rapidly cut into smaller lumps. Then, Buletin Fang placed these lumps of dough aside. Come over here and start a fire. Bring the water in the wok to a boil, Buletin Fang said as he beckoned toward the dazed young eunuch standing nearby, who seemed to have been shocked by his flamboyance. Only then did Buletin Fang let out a sigh of relief and look around his surroundings. The chefs around him were almost finished with their dishes and were starting the finishing stage. The rich aroma of the dishes were rising into the air and lingering above the gate of heavenly mystery. The air above the plaza seemed to become hazy as if the aroma was forming a cloud. Such a scene was a rare sight to behold. With so many chefs cooking at the same time, the scale was simply too large. Bulletin Fang looked away and paid no more attention to the completion state of the dishes belonging to the chefs around him. His slender fingers nimbly moved around a little and then he picked up a slice of pork that was as thin as the wings of a cicada. He stuffed the pork slice with the fillings mixed earlier and squeezed it into a ball. Grabbing a small lump of dough, he flattened the dough into a thin wrapper before wrapping the ball with it. Once the wrapping was completed, layers upon layers of creases appeared at the opening and the dumpling looked like a crescent moon. It was so beautiful that it was like a work of art. The crescent moon dumpling was the most classic method of wrapping a dumpling. However, this was not just any dumpling but a revised version made according to the latest system reward, the rainbow-colored water dumpling, that was given by the system. This was a version that was suitable for consumption by the general public.